everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Yuki shouted, Maki, let's go eat together. Yeah, okay. Zen and Maki, who seemed to have found a weakness in Yuki's moves, didn't ask, but instead prepared to try it in the next spar. Yuki was extremely happy at this moment. It had been more than 2 months, and this was the first time he had defeated Maki. Although it was only once, there might be a second time, a third time. Besides, his strength was already almost catching up with the main force. 1000 cursed energy was enough for him to research techniques next. Ninjutsu was good, but it was a little difficult to draw. Besides, he had also figured out the system's rules. As he received more and more missions, the points and cursed energy he would eventually get from the missions would also increase. Or maybe he would be able to exchange for some awesome things in the near future, but not now. The three of them came to the cafeteria and had a simple meal, and then left. Yuki said I have something to do and left alone. He wanted to take advantage of these few days to complete the technique that had almost killed him before. The running trajectory of the cursed energy blades had already been intentionally imprinted in his brain. Strangely enough, the principle of the technique was intentionally imprinted in his brain after only completing it once, becoming his unique technique. But this technique was indeed difficult to complete. He had almost blinded his one Tomo Sharingan before barely completing it, and it also contained luck. If a few of the ejected blades of cursed energy had been a little off, he would have been lying down. The most important core was already prepared, and now he just needed to put a layer of protection on the outside to prevent other technique attacks, which was to prevent a premature explosion during the construction process. He had also thought about this yesterday. This could only be used as a long-range technique, completely different from the Rasengan. That thing could be released point-blank, but if he released this thing point-blank, he would be shot full of holes. Whether it was the enemy or himself. Coming to the forest where he often trained, Yuki raised his right hand and began to unfold the technique. What was different from before was that this time, he had expanded a protective shell outside the core. Both were expanded and compressed at the same time, so that a protective shell would be formed on the outside at the moment the technique was completed. Then, he would add some fun things to the core, such as an explosive cursed energy core. As long as he put this thing in the very center, it would become a remotely controlled bomb. In theory, this thing wasn't too difficult, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of a sudden explosion turning him into a hornet's nest. After all, risk and creation coexisted. As the technique in his right hand began to rotate, Yuki also activated the Sharingan to observe it, observing the explosive core that was about to form inside. Because this technique was constantly rotating at high speed, the explosive core could only be constructed into a circle. Everything was progressing smoothly, the formation of the core, the compression of the protective shell, and the most troublesome explosive core. The explosive core in the core was condensing at this moment. Because it occupied the very center point, it wouldn't run to other locations, and Yuki didn't dare to let this thing run around. He even wanted to put another layer of protection on the outside of the explosive core, but Yuki didn't do so considering the consumption of cursed energy. After all, if he continued, the cursed energy required from constructing this one technique to completing it would be as high as 200, which he couldn't afford. It was estimated that he was the only one who would calculate others like this. Yuki threw the glass ball in his hand onto the ground. Because of the protective shell, this thing wouldn't explode as soon as it touched something. He moved away dozens of meters to prepare to test its power. He gently raised his right hand, his middle finger and thumb lightly touching together, and then with a snap sound, the guaranteed core in the center of the originally stable glass ball exploded, but the degree of the explosion seemed to not even be able to kill a frog, but it messed up all the running trajectories of the blades of cursed energy. Crack! The sound of glass breaking came out, followed by the blades of cursed energy shooting out in all directions. The trees closest to it were directly shot into a hornet's nest, and then broke off, but didn't fall down, they were just leaning on other trees nearby. From the snapping of his fingers to the blades of cursed energy shooting out in all directions, it only took 0.2 seconds. With a 10-meter range of indiscriminate attacks, no one could escape in general. Looking at the devastated trees, Yuki revealed a satisfied smile, and said to himself, in terms of destructive power, this move is probably stronger than the Rasengan. If I were to name it, Spiraling, Radiating Rasengan? Or Spiraling, Radiating Glass Ball? Yuki didn't seem to realize that he was terrible at naming things, and was still enjoying it. Looking at the devastated trees, Yuki clapped his hands and left directly. The exchange event with Kyoto was coming up soon, and he needed to play some tricks. Just as he left the forest, the ringtone of the phone in his pocket rang out. He took it out and saw that it was Gojo-sensei calling. Yuki was a little confused, he had drunk so much yesterday, how could he get up so early? A one-handed Thomas Flare. He answered the call and asked, "Gojo-sensei, what's the matter?" "Come to the classroom, Yuki-kun. I'm going to teach you something useful today. I was originally planning to drag it out for a few more days, but I thought that you're about to go to war with Kyoto, so I came to teach you in advance. How is it, are you touched?" "That's it, hurry over." Without waiting for Yuki to say anything, Gojo Satoru hung up directly. Yuki looked at the black screen of his phone, and fell silent at this moment. He didn't know why, but even though he was going to teach him, he couldn't be happy at this moment. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 46, JKNS, Chapter 46. 2,524 words. Arriving at the classroom door, Yuki found that there was no one inside except Gojo-sensei, who was standing on the podium. He asked, "Where are Maki and the others?" "They have their own things to do." Gojo Satoru waved his hand to signal Yuki to come in, and said, "Everyone needs to be taught different things, so I didn't call them. As a teacher, I'm very responsible." "Is that so?" Yuki muttered softly and sat down in his seat, looking at Gojo Satoru on the stage, and asked curiously, "I wonder what you're going to teach me, Gojo-sensei?" "Poof." Gojo Satoru smiled, picked up the chalk, and wrote a few big words on the blackboard, "Reverse curse technique," and said, "I happened to see your spar with Maki this morning. Considering the special nature of your eyes, I want to try to teach you the reverse curse technique." "Reverse curse technique?" Yuki was a little confused at this moment. He seemed to have heard this word before, but he just couldn't remember it. It had been a long time since he had last read this manga, and it was already outrageous that he could remember some of the plot and the characters with personality and charm. For example, Gojo Satoru, Yuki only remembered that he was very strong, the ceiling of combat power, and also very flamboyant. Fushiguro Megumi, a close-range summoner. Okatsu Yuta, a pure love god of war or something. That's right, I'll explain the principle first, and then we'll do some practical training. Gojo Satoru turned around and continued to write some incomprehensible things on the blackboard with the chalk in his right hand. Something about negative numbers multiplying to give a positive number, the precision of cursed energy manipulation, etc. After Gojo Satoru finished writing, he picked up the bamboo stick on the table, and tapped it on, negative numbers multiply to give a positive number, and said, the so-called reverse cursed technique is to multiply the negative aspects of cursed energy, which is the so-called negative numbers multiplying to give a positive number. You can also understand it as, cursed energy comes from one's own negative emotions. We Jujutsu sorcerers don't generate curses, but instead transform these negative emotions into power, so the energy of cursed energy is negative. Most Jujutsu sorcerers' techniques are innate techniques that they're born with, which are technique imprints in the brain. For example, you need to form hand seals to use your technique. This kind of technique belongs to the most basic forward rotation technique. Ah! I'm getting a little off track. Never mind, you have to learn it anyway. As I said before, cursed energy is a negative power, which can strengthen the body, but can't regenerate it. So you need to multiply the same negative power, negative numbers multiply to give a positive number. This is the reverse curse technique. That's roughly the principle, let me actually demonstrate it. As Gojo Satoru said this, he took out a revolver from his pocket, and then, in Yuki's confused gaze, he decisively pointed it at himself, and fired. Bang! The sound of the gunshot startled Yuki, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. Oops, I forgot to turn off Limitless. It looks like I'm still a little afraid of getting my head blown off by a gun. Gojo Satoru's calm voice made Yuki open his eyes, looking at the bullet embedded in the surface of his forehead, and he was speechless, cursing inwardly, is it fun to scare students' fragile hearts? As if he had seen through Yuki's complaints, Gojo Satoru put down the revolver and took out a fruit knife from his pocket with a smile, this time it's for real, I was just joking. After saying that, he pulled out the fruit knife, and stabbed it into his own arm. It pierced straight through, as if his arm wasn't his own, and red blood flowed from the wound. When Gojo Satoru pulled out the fruit knife, the wound healed quickly, and in the end, apart from the bloodstains on his arm, there wasn't even a scar left. Yuki's eyes widened. If he could learn this, wouldn't he be able to treat the scars on those women's bodies, and then realize his dream of making money while lying down from before he transmigrated? Hiss. Yuki slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting, "This is awesome, I want to learn it, I want to learn it." As if he knew that Yuki would react this way, Gojo Satoru sneered, stuck the fruit knife in the table, picked up the bamboo stick, and tapped it on, precision of cursed energy manipulation, saying, "The prerequisite for learning it is that you must have extremely precise control over your own cursed energy. That's what I'm going to teach you today." After saying that, Gojo Satoru lightly snapped his fingers, and a weak surge of cursed energy attacked the surroundings, as if deliberately controlled. The originally closed window was now slowly opening, and the open door was slowly closing, without a sound. Although it looked simple, Yuki had already activated his Two-Tomo Sharingan to observe the moment the cursed energy attacked. Gojo-sensei had calculated the cursed energy he used very precisely. At the moment the door closed, the cursed energy responsible for pushing the door had dissipated perfectly. Any less and it wouldn't be able to push it, any more and the wooden door would make a collision sound. Gojo Satoru continued, "If you can practice to this extent in one morning, we'll move on to the next step." I don't think I need to, Gojo-sensei. This kind of detailed cursed energy manipulation is already very simple for me at this moment. After Yuki said this, he confidently showed off his new move, spiraling, radiating glass ball. His right hand opened, and a scarlet cursed energy ball appeared. In less than a second, the cursed energy ball turned into a red glass ball. Gojo Satoru was stunned at this moment, looking at the blades of cursed energy rotating at high speed in the glass ball, as if he had recalled something. The small hillside at the corner of the road yesterday seemed to have been devastated by this kind of thing. He had to say, it was pretty awesome. He had even gotten out of the car to take a look. Using cursed energy to estimate, the depth of the impact was at least 3 or 4 meters. Gojo Satoru said with some interest, "Let me see it, it's best to just let it explode, I want to see how powerful it is." Gojo-sensei, are you saying to let this thing explode in your hand? Yuki wiped the sweat that suddenly appeared on his forehead, and asked with some uncertainty. After all, what normal person would do that? That's right. Getting Gojo Satoru's confirmation, Yuki slowly handed the ball in his hand over. Although bullets couldn't hurt him just now, this thing of his point-blank output was more powerful than a revolver bullet. Not to mention there were thousands of blades of cursed energy, they would just dissipate after flying a certain distance. He jumped out of the open window, ran out dozens of meters, and shouted to Gojo Satoru in the classroom, "Gojo-sensei, I'm going to detonate it, be careful." No problem, I am the strongest." Gojo Satoru carefully looked at the glass ball in his hand. The rotation trajectories of the blades of cursed energy inside had already been fixed. Creating this thing also required extremely precise control of cursed energy. Pretty interesting, it looked like he would learn the reverse curse technique quickly, he just didn't know if his brain was bright or not. As a snapping sound came, Gojo Satoru instantly activated Limitless, and the glass ball in his hand was repelled by something, squeezed out, and then a crack sound came from in front of him. The shell covering those blades of cursed energy shattered, and then shot out in all directions in an instant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Thump thump thump. The entire classroom was now riddled with holes. As a gust of wind blew, the room collapsed. Crash. A wooden stick rolled to Yuki's feet. Yuki looked at the collapsed building, swallowed, and said inwardly, "I didn't expect that I would do something I hadn't done in my previous life, blow up the classroom." Cough cough cough. Gojo Satoru lifted the wood that was pressing on him, and said, "This thing is quite powerful, the principal is going to deduct my salary again." "Are you okay, Gojo-sensei?" Yuki stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Gojo Satoru walked out calmly, there wasn't anything wrong with him, and there wasn't even any dust on his black clothes. He turned around and looked at the destroyed classroom, and sighed, "Should I destroy this whole area and build a new house?" Yuki actually had a feeling of wanting to try it this moment. Just as he was about to volunteer, Gojo Satoru turned to face him, and said, never mind, building a new house is quite expensive, it's better to travel more and bring back some local specialties." Yuki retracted his excited hand, and asked, "Gojo-sensei, can I learn it like this?" "Yes, I've already explained the theory, you try to multiply the cursed energy in your body, the so-called negative numbers multiplying to give a positive number, that is, the final result is still 1, not -1 plus -1 equals -2. This isn't particularly difficult for you at the moment, maybe you'll learn it all at once, just like Shoko. -1 multiplied by -1 equals 1 huh? Yuki took a deep breath and muttered inwardly, and then slowly closed his eyes, dividing the cursed energy in his body into 2 equal parts, and then theoretically tried to multiply them. Although it sounded simple, and he felt like he could do it too, he would get confused when he actually started doing it. Cursed energy was just a unit of calculation, theoretically, 2 of them combined would be 2. But if he changed his way of thinking, he could suddenly understand, which was to let these two combine to become something completely opposite. After all, negative numbers multiply to give a positive number, as long as it could change, then it was positive. Trying this crazy conjecture, Yuki began to act, forcibly compressing the two divided cursed energies into one. Anyway, it didn't matter if he didn't understand, as long as he was crazy enough, he would always be able to try and succeed. A minute passed, and under Yuki's efforts to compress them, the two groups of cursed energy turned into a group of compressed cursed energy. Yuki fell into deep thought at this moment, looking at the extra compressed cursed energy in his body, at a loss. He didn't seem to have understood that point. Seeing Yuki at a loss, Gojo Satoru smiled and said, "That's the theory, I can only explain it like this. Think about it slowly, I'm leaving first, otherwise Principal Yaga is going to clean me up again." Yuki looked at Gojo Satoru, who was leaving, and then looked down at his abdomen. Finally, his gaze noticed the ruins to the side. He scratched his cheek with his left hand, kicked the wooden board next to his leg away, put his hands behind his head, whistled, and left. He would just sell Gojo-sensei out to Principal Yaga when he got angry later. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Passing by the training field, Okatsuyuta, Panda, and the upperclassmen had already woken up at this moment, and were squandering their youth and passion on the training field. Run faster, be passionate. Hikari Kinji-senpai patted Okatsuyuta, who was already panting, on the back, not knowing how many laps he had already crushed him. How should he put it? He just felt pretty good at this moment. Panda was sitting on the side as usual, shouting encouragement, but there was an extra Hoshi Karara-senpai today. Zenin Maki, who was swinging her blade, saw Yuki, who was watching from the side, and shouted, "What are you looking at? Hurry down and train. We're about to go to war with Kyoto Jujutsu High, don't embarrass the school." Yuki smiled at this, muttering inwardly that she was still so strict, and then ran over and shouted, "I'm coming." 2 days later. Everyone left Tokyo Jujutsu High, and took a special car to Kyoto Jujutsu High. Yuki had been racking his brains for the past 2 days, but he still couldn't understand what this negative numbers multiplying to give a positive number thing was. Then there was the so-called discussion of tactics. There was nothing to discuss with the two upperclassmen. It seemed that for them, rushing in was enough. Yuki also expressed his helplessness at this, and could only keep in mind what Gojo-sensei had said an hour ago. Tokyo School and Kyoto School each competed in a project set by the principals of the two schools each day, held over 2 days. This year, Principal Yaga seemed to have something to do, and had discussed it with Kyoto School in advance, so Gojo Satoru was responsible for leading the team. The battle between Jujutsu sorcerers, the first day was a team battle, and the second day was an individual battle. What was interesting was that this exchange event was a Jujutsu battle where anything could be done except kill. And what Gojo-sensei had said to them was, "Go have fun without restraint." He didn't know how long had passed, but Yuki, who was originally sitting in the car, was now lying down asleep. Shura had been handed over to Maki and the others to take care of at Jujutsu High, and would be summoned out to catch the enemy off guard during the battle tomorrow. The car stopped, and Okatsuyuta, who was sitting next to him, gently shook Yuki, who was fast asleep, to remind him, "We're here, Yuki-kun." Yuki slowly opened his eyes, stretched, opened the window, and glanced at the scenery outside the window. How should he put it? It was a little different from Tokyo Jujutsu High. For some reason, this place had the feeling of a private school. He pushed open the car door, turned around and looked at the Kyoto gate. An old man was standing under the gate with a cane at this moment, with a teacher and a group of students standing next to him. The most obvious one was Aoi to do. After all, his 1.9 meter height and bulging muscles were quite eye-catching as he stood there. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 47, JKNS, Chapter 47. 2,104 words. He was also paying attention to himself at this moment, seemingly surprised, but after a moment of surprise, it turned into joy. He ran over and shouted, "Brother, I didn't expect you to participate in this year's friendly competition. There's a Takata concert this afternoon, let's go together." Yuki didn't know what to say at this moment. Hikari Kinji, who was walking over, asked, "Takata? What's that?" "Ha! Feeling that his idol had been insulted, Taduaoi looked at Hikari Kinji, who was walking over, and asked with a gloomy face, "What kind of woman do you like?" "Humph." Hikari Kinji sneered, and stared at Taduaoi, saying, "I like passionate women." Yuki, who was watching from the side, calmly looked at the two who were about to fight, not knowing what to say, or seemingly not wanting to say anything. Gojo Satoru walked up and patted Hikari Kinji on the shoulder and said, "You can fight tomorrow, we're going out to relax and have fun this afternoon, don't ruin the mood." After saying that, he didn't continue to pay attention to the two, and looked at the principal of Kyoto School on the high platform, a smile of unknown meaning appearing on the corner of his mouth, seemingly mocking him, and walked up and said, "Principal Yakanabu, your body is still so healthy, why don't you just hand over the position of principal to another young person sooner, and go retire with those cowardly old men?" "You." Masamichi Yaga opened his eyes under his drooping eyebrows, revealing a slight cold light, and said, "You're too outspoken, Gojo Satoru." Gojo Satoru didn't care at all about Yakanabu's murderous gaze, because he couldn't kill him. He said calmly, "How could I? I always tell the truth, and I've also specially brought our lovely Okatsu Yuta student." "Are you talking about the one cursed by the special great imaginary cursed spirit? What if he goes berserk here?" "You bastard!" Masamichi Yaga questioned in a low voice, his eyes staring intently at Gojo Satoru, seemingly demanding an explanation. "How could that be? Yuta-kun is very well behaved. The banner of victory this year will definitely be ours at Jujutsu High." As Gojo Satoru said this, he shouted to the people behind him, "Students, come over and put down your backpacks first, and then you can go out and play." "Oh!" Everyone cheered. This stunned the students and teachers who were watching. Those guys from Tokyo School didn't seem to have any pressure at all. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with pigtails and holding a broom looked at Kumo Noritoshi next to her and complained, "They're really relaxed, even though they've lost so many times." "Don't say that, Nishimiya Momo. Last year can't represent this year, these few are not to be underestimated." The man was wearing a black and blue kimono, with a white cloth tied around his waist, and his long hair on his forehead was wrapped in 2 bundles of white cloth. His light tone was gentle and kind. "Yeah, we're the only ones who will win this year." A mechanical voice came out. Nishimiya Momo and Kumo Noritoshi both looked at their first-year student, Mekamaru. To be honest, they didn't know much about this student who had come not long ago, they only knew that he was a manipulated cursed corpse. Gojo Satoru looked at Iori Yutaheim next to Masamichi Yaga, and said, "How have you been lately?" The woman, who was wearing a white kimono and a red long skirt, with a scar on her face, said with a cold expression, "Not good, I'm not in a good mood when I see you, you idiot." "Eh? I don't seem to have provoked you recently, how about you give me a smile? Keeping a straight face all day isn't good for your health, you know?" Iori Yutaheim looked at this idiot in front of her, and didn't want to say anything else. She said to Kumo Noritoshi, "Take them to rest." "Yes, teacher." Kumo Noritoshi stepped forward, and said to the Tokyo School students and Gojo Satoru who were walking over, "This way, please." Yuki glanced at Kumo Noritoshi, turned to look at the tall Taduawa next to him, and asked, "Is he very strong?" "SOSO." Taduawa's words of SOSO directly broke Kumo Noritoshi's heart, and he muttered to himself, "We're clearly comrades from the same school, why are you hurting me?" At the same time, he became quite interested in this black-haired boy. "Hehe, I wonder what your name is." "My name is Kumo Noritoshi." "My name is Yuki, I'm a first year from Tokyo School, here to make up the numbers." Yuki answered frankly. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with his answer. The third years were out on missions, and there were only 2 second years, so he and Okatsu were naturally there to make up the numbers. Make up the numbers, huh? Kumo Noritoshi glanced at him, but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he started talking about the nearby tourist attractions. Everyone came to the rooms that had been assigned, threw the clothes they would be changing into for the next few days inside, and then teamed up to go out. Gojo-sensei was discussing something with the principal of Kyoto School, so he didn't go out with them. At this moment, in the principal's office of Kyoto School, there were only 2 people in the room, but the atmosphere was heavy. Even the flies in the summer were deterring, afraid of being caught up in it. Masamichi Yaga was sitting on the sofa with his hands on his cane, staring intently at Gojo Satoru and said, "If that special great imaginary cursed spirit goes berserk, our school has an obligation to exorcise it directly, to prevent any future trouble." Gojo Satoru was lying on the sofa, glanced at Masamichi Yaga, spread his arms and said, "You still remember what I said back then, right? I'm on Okatsu Yuta's side. I don't have any good feelings for you stubborn, cowardly old geezers. Don't go too far." Masamichi Yaga gripped his cane and slammed it on the ground, seemingly having been poked at a sore spot, and said, "What makes you so sure that that child can control the special grade cursed spirit?" If he goes berserk, it will be a devastating disaster for humanity. He should have been executed long ago. Who? Gojo Satoru gently exhaled, and said, "Who do you think I am?" "You." Masamichi Yaga's lips trembled, and his eyes revealed shock, but he couldn't say the next word for a long time. Then, as if he had let out a breath, he sighed and said, "You better have made the right choice, Gojo Satoru. If Rika Orimoto goes berserk a second time, those people will do everything they can to strangle Okatsu Yuta." It's okay, Okatsu isn't the main event this time," Gojo Satoru said indifferently. Oh. Masamichi Yaga became interested. Even Okatsu Yuta, who possessed a special grade curse spirit, wasn't the main event? Did that mean that there was someone among the other three who had even more talent than him? He asked, "Could you tell me about it?" "Heh, I won't tell you." Gojo Satoru got up and stretched, walked out of the door and said, "You'll know tomorrow." Masamichi Yaga watched Gojo Satoru leave, picked up the teacup on the table, glanced at the green leaves floating on the tea, calmed his thoughts, and took a sip. He said, "I'll see tomorrow who is the hidden genius." At the entrance of the Takata concert, Yuki looked at the tickets in his hand, and asked, "How many tickets do you have?" "Not many, I only snatched 8, my hand speed was a little slow. I was originally planning to use the rest as souvenirs, but now that you're here, brother, let's watch together." As Taduoi said this, he looked at Okatsu Yuta, who had been dragged over to the side, and said, "Don't be polite, my brother's brother is naturally my brother too. Takata-chan is very cute, you know." Yeah. Okatsu Yuta looked at the ticket in his hand, and was actually a little excited. It was the first time he had come to a concert with a friend. Yuki had a hard time saying anything. He originally didn't want to come, and had never attended a so-called concert, but he had no choice but to come under Taduoi's enthusiastic invitation. To be honest, this line was so long. Yuki looked at the long line of people waiting to enter the concert, and recalled the scene when he had bumped into Taduoi, but this was much faster, they just needed to check their tickets and go in directly. That was really slow. Everyone followed the crowd into the concert, starting this afternoon's leisure time. Although they would be enemies tomorrow, they were still friends today. Takata's singing echoed in everyone's ears. He had to say, it had the liveliness and passion that someone his age should have. Yuki couldn't help but close his eyes and feel it. Takata, who was on stage, had her hair in pigtails, singing music that made people's blood boil, and occasionally made various cute poses, causing the audience to cheer. Taduoi was worthy of being the #1 fan, shouting the loudest, seemingly shouting out his youthful blood. Okatsu Yuta was shocked by the scene anyway, and waved the glow stick in his hand along with everyone, thinking, anyway, there are so many people waving, I should follow along too. The restless afternoon slowly faded away with the cheers. The next day. 6:50 a.m. The members of Tokyo School had already entered a state of combat readiness. Yuki pulled out the long sword from his waist, glanced at himself reflected in the hilt, his black pupils slowly turning scarlet, Tomo rotating in his eyes. Excitement. He was very excited at this moment. This was his first battle with Jujutsu sorcerers, and after this, his points would be almost 30 plus, and then he would save up for a mission roulette spin. He just didn't know what outrageous mission this stupid dog system would give him. Yo! It looks like everyone has rested well. Gojo Satoru walked over, and Yuki slowly closed his Sharingan, and asked, Gojo-sensei, what are the rules for the first day's competition? Faced with everyone's expectant gazes, Gojo Satoru said with a smile, it's a team battle, the name is Exciting Badge Snatching Competition. As he said this, he took out 4 badges from his pocket, distributed them to the 4 people, and continued, wear the badge on your chest, and then go snatch the other team's badges. If your badge is snatched away, it doesn't matter, you can still continue to fight or snatch it back. If you surrender, then you'll be considered to have forfeited. Only when all of your team's badges have been snatched away by the enemy will you lose. Conversely, snatching all of the other team's badges will be considered a win. Apart from that, there are no rules. Be careful not to kill your opponents, or cause irreparable harm to your opponents. That's about it. The competition starts at noon, you're free to do what you want until then. Okay, Gojo-sensei. Everyone put the badges on their chests. Yuki then opened the zipper of his school uniform, put the badge on the clothes inside, and then closed the zipper, patting his chest and saying, this feels much safer. Everyone glanced at him, and then followed suit. Gojo Satoru just smiled at this, and then waved his hand and left, saying, do your best this afternoon, I'll be watching you. Leave it to us, Gojo-sensei. Hikari Kinji bulged his arm muscles, made a fist, and shouted. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was leaving, Okatsu Yuta said, shouldn't we discuss some tactics? Indeed, if it was normal, 1v1 would be just about even. But in terms of personality, Aoi to-do definitely wouldn't listen to the so-called plan, and would instead find me, his brother, to spar first at the start of the competition. Then we'll Saru dash. Before Yuki could finish speaking, a system mission arrived directly. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 48, JKNS, Chapter 48. 2011 words. The blue electronic screen popped up. Mission, persist for 10 minutes without having your badge snatched while fighting to do Aoi one-on-one. Mission reward, 12 points, halved, 100 points of permanent cursed energy boost, halved, dot. Saru, ND. Yuki looked at the system mission that had popped up and couldn't say anything. In the end, he changed his words and said, I'll fight him one-on-one, the 2 upperclassmen and Yuta will take care of the other 3. As long as I can hold back the strongest one among them, the rest are just a bunch of small fries. Are you sure that it's not you, Yuki-kun, who will be ganged up on first? Hikari Kinji asked after pondering for a moment. Yeah, that's too dangerous. I'll be the bait, and then you guys can squat nearby and ambush them. The difficult mission was turned into something that was supposed to be by Kirara Hoshi, as if it wasn't too difficult for him to hold back 4 people by himself. I think I should be the bait, after all, I'm the weakest here, even if I'm not there. Stop. Before Okatsu Yuta could finish speaking, Yuki interrupted him. He looked at Hikari Kinji and said, how can we let others interfere in a battle between men? I believe that's what to do Aoi thinks too, so when the competition starts, I'll go all out and fight him. Isn't that the passion that men should have? These words made Hikari Kinji not know what to say. He just snorted and revealed a satisfied smile, saying, alright, then let's have an indiscriminate fighting style. We won't participate in your duel with that to-do Aoi, anyway, I didn't want to participate in the first place. Humph, great minds think alike. Yuki stretched out his right hand, muttering inwardly, damn system, as expected of you, my ganging up tactics have directly left me. Great minds think alike. Hikari Kinji gripped Yuki's right hand, and became more and more satisfied with this junior. He liked these passionate and polite juniors. Tactics. Okatsu Yuta said softly from the side. Pat pat. Kirara Hoshi patted Yuta on the shoulder, shaking his head helplessly, seemingly saying, there's no such thing as tactics anymore. On Kyoto School's side. Kumo Noritoshi sat in a chair and glanced at the 2 people in the room, and asked, where's to-do? Nishimiya Momo, who was hugging a broom, shook her head, and said, I don't know, but with his personality, he should be in his room watching the replay of Takata-chan's concert yesterday. That upperclassman is really unreliable, even though we're about to go to war with Tokyo School. Mekamaru complained. Never mind, let's just ignore him. Anyway, he'll rush in and disrupt the enemy's formation at the first opportunity, and we'll be responsible for working together to capture the stragglers. Kamo Noritoshi said helplessly. 11:58 a.m. Yuki and the others followed the instructions and arrived at the target point, the edge of the forest. Gojo Satoru's voice came from the loudspeaker, there are 2 minutes left until the competition, everyone here should listen carefully to what I'm about to say. That is, give it your all. Alright, that's it. Now, let's invite Yutaheim-sensei to give us an exciting speech. That's that. Iori Yutaheim's surprised voice came from the loudspeaker. Yuki was stretching his body, his eyes staring intently at the mission the system had given him to stall for 10 minutes. He had just reached grade 2 sorcerer at this moment, and to-do Aoi was definitely stronger than him, but he didn't know why, he was very excited at this moment. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Shura's cursed energy in his body had also increased to 312. As a backup power bank, he was qualified, but he would be stupid during battle. Sigh. Life. Just as Yuki finished sighing, the sound of officially starting came from the loudspeaker. Hikari Kinji patted his own shoulder and directly charged in with Kirara Hoshi and Okatsu Yuta, shouting, do your best, Yuki-kun. Kirara Hoshi, do your best, we'll quickly take care of those guys. Okatsu Yuta, I'll try my best not to hold the seniors back, see you later, Yuki-kun. It's okay, leave it to me. Looking at the people who were leaving, Yuki felt a lot of pressure at this moment. It wasn't the psychological pressure of facing Taduaoi, but that they had given him too much encouragement, making it seem like he had to win. Sai, don't put too much pressure on yourself, the system mission comes first, everything else is bullshit. After simply hypnotizing himself, Yuki plunged into the forest. At this moment, on Kyoto School side, Kumo Noritoshi looked at Nishimiya Momo, who was flying in the sky, and asked, "Did you see Tadu?" Nishimiya Momo, who was sitting on a broom at this moment, was surveying the entire forest, and found a place where smoke and dust were rising, charging towards Tokyo School side. There was no doubt that it was Tadu, no one else could do such an obvious act. She said into the phone. "I saw him, Tadu has already charged over." Yuki hadn't been in the forest for long when he heard the sound of trees collapsing nearby. He also knew that the person coming was definitely Taduaoi, and slowly pulled out the long sword from his back, gripping it tightly with both hands. After all, besides his personality being like this, it was estimated that only Hikari-senpai would do this. Crack! The trees shattered, and Taduaoi appeared from within, his clothes on his body already taken off, revealing his muscular body. The badge that was required to be placed on his chest was now on his pants. He had a smile on his face, his hands clenched into fists, his arm muscles bulging, and he punched out violently. Ha! Yuki smiled at the corner of his mouth, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand, supported the blade with his left arm, bent his legs and pushed off the ground, directly taking this blow head-on. A dull collision sound rang out. Taduaoi saw that Yuki hadn't been sent flying out directly as he had imagined, and said, "Yo! Brother, nice catch. Naturally, you've already called me brother, how could I be weak?" Yuki looked down at the nearly 1 meter long scratch on the ground, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. As expected. His strength at this moment was already different from before. The system mission time also started counting down at the moment the two made contact. 9:56. 9:55. 9:5. Click. Taduaoi twisted his neck, making click, click sounds, and repositioned himself in an attacking stance, saying, "Let me see your strength, brother. No, from this moment on, I should call you my best friend, after all, there's nothing we can hide from each other anymore. No, I don't want to be so entangled with a man, I haven't married and had children yet." Yuki muttered inwardly, looking at the countdown panel that was jumping, and said with some reluctance, "Since you've already called me your best friend, then why don't we sit down and chat, and fight later, preferably after 10 minutes? That won't do, this is the battlefield right now. Best friend." Taduaoi shouted and violently swung his fist, the speed was a little scary. "Of course I know that." Just as Yuki was about to return the blow, a blood-red arrow shot over from who knows where. Seemingly being manipulated, it turned at an incredible angle and shot directly at him. He was being attacked from both sides. Tadu's fist was already close at hand. Yuki's pupils turned scarlet, the two tomo rotating rapidly, cursed energy erupting in his eyes, directly casting genjutsu on him. The fist stopped, and Taduaoi's eyes became dull. Yuki suddenly turned his head, his eyes locking onto the incoming arrow, and threw the long sword he was gripping tightly with his right hand directly, splitting the arrow in two. "That's pretty interesting, a mental technique?" Tadu's voice came from behind him. Yuki shouted inwardly that this was bad, and just as he was about to run, a hand touched his head. "Good job, Tadu-senpai, take advantage of the situation now, quickly force him to say that he surrenders, otherwise it'll be bad when the other side merges." A mechanical voice rang out from the side, and a cursed corpse walked out from behind a tree. Yuki glanced at the cursed corpse, and used the corner of his eye to glance at the sky. A little girl was sitting on a broom, watching him. Without him even realizing it, he had already been surrounded by 4 people. But Taduaoi didn't make a move, he just placed his hand on top of his head, without using any force. Taduaoi continued, "Don't worry, my best friend, how could I let others interfere in the things between us?" Yuki. Speechless, the person who had ambushed him with an arrow from behind jumped down from a tree at this moment. Kumo Noritoshi had a bow in his right hand, and a bamboo tube with arrows in it on his back, saying, "Taking the badge and tying it to a tree is the same, and we can also wipe out Tokyo School in one fell swoop." Taduaoi twisted his neck, and asked somewhat unhappily, "I'm sparring with my best friend, why are you guys interfering?" "Don't be childish, Tadu, I'm the captain, you should. Don't ****ing order me around." Before Kumo Noritoshi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Taduaoi, "I'm giving you 2 choices now, one is to get lost before I get angry. 2 is for me to kill you all." "Tadu-senpai. What you're saying doesn't make sense. The principal's words were to let us win, not some so-called man's 1v1 battle. Besides, I don't think that you..." Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp clapping sound rang out. Mekamaru, who was just speaking, had been replaced with Yuki, and was then directly had his neck snapped by Tadou Aoi, who asked, "Do you want me to say anything else?" "Get lost." Mekamaru's head, which had fallen to the ground, kept saying one word, as if it was stuck, as the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. He had kicked the bucket. "Tadou! What are you doing?" Just as Kamo Noritoshi was about to take out an arrow and prepare to draw his bow, another voice came from Mekamaru's headless body. "I'm fine, I just destroyed a controllable cursed corpse, let's go hunt down the others from Tokyo School." After saying that, the body directly unfolded, and within the intricate mechanical parts was an even smaller mini Mekamaru. This stunned the person involved, Tadou. He had roughly guessed that this cursed corpse was being remotely controlled by someone, and it didn't matter if it was destroyed, but he didn't expect there to be another one inside. "Is that so?" Kamo Noritoshi put the arrow back into the bamboo tube, and warned Tadou Aoi, "I'll tell the principal about this." Go ahead, don't disturb my sparring with my best friend." Tadou Aoi urged with a disgusted expression, seemingly not worried about Kamo Noritoshi reporting him. Yuki watched the people leave, and breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Looking at the system countdown that had already passed halfway, he sighed softly, "It would have been great if you guys had continued chatting, I could have eaten my melon and completed the system mission. But, what was that teleportation just now?" Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 49, JKNS, Chapter 49. 2,262 words. It was like being forcibly switched positions. It had the feeling of Sasuke's, a Minota Jikura, and the trigger condition should be clapping. Yuki thought, and Tadou Aoi repositioned himself in an attacking stance, saying, "Let's continue, best friend." "Ah, then let's continue." Yuki glanced at the system mission countdown, clenched his fists and got into an attacking stance, his lips parting slightly as he took a deep breath, reactivating the Sharingan, muttering inwardly. "At this moment, perhaps I can make a big scene." 345. 344. 3:4. The two looked at each other, and launched an attack at the same time, the fierce sounds of fists hitting flesh echoing in the air. In 2 breaths, Yuki, knowing that he couldn't match his strength, jumped up into a tree to dodge, and quickly formed hand seals, muttering inwardly, "Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, fire style, majestic destroyer flame." His mouth opened, and after taking a deep breath, a ball of scorching flames that seemed to have ignited inside his chest was all exhaled from his mouth following that breath. The swift flames were exhaled from his mouth, and the originally drastically compressed flames gained even more space to display, and suddenly spread out in all directions. The towering fire wave instantly devoured all the surrounding trees. Using the majestic destroyer flame, which consumed 400 cursed energy as a base, it wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as setting fire to the mountain. At this moment, Masamichi Yaga, who was sitting in the principal's office watching, couldn't stay still anymore, and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Damn it, quickly put out the fire. That grandson Gojo Satoru actually didn't warn the students that they can't set fire to the forest. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, that kid Yuki really set fire to the forest. Principal Yakanabu is probably going to ascend on the spot from anger?" Gojo Satoru, who was in the broadcasting room at this moment, couldn't close his mouth from laughing, as if it had nothing to do with him. Iori Yutaheim glanced at Gojo Satoru, who had a smile all over his face, and the veins on her forehead bulged. Although she really wanted to kill him, she couldn't beat him at all. She picked up the microphone and shouted, "The competition is suspended, prioritize putting out the fire in the forest. Prioritize putting out the fire in the forest." The scorching fire wave was attacking Tadou Aoi, and the surrounding trees were already sizzling as they were touched, showing how high the temperature was. His best friend was really something. He was only a first year, but he could already use such a powerful technique. But, a mere towering flame can't scare me away. Tadou Aoi picked up the remains left by Mekamaru on the ground, which still had cursed energy in it. He could use his boogie woogie to switch positions, although he could switch directly with Yuki, but wouldn't that be too boring? Ignoring the announcement from the loudspeaker to stop the competition, the two continued the decisive battle that had already reached its climax. Feeling something quickly rushing forward in the flames, Yuki frowned. With the temperature of his fire wave, not to mention people, even iron would be burned into molten iron in an instant. Swoosh! A cursed corpse broke through the flames and appeared next to his face. Yuki's scarlet pupils locked onto this scorched red cursed corpse, and seemingly thought of something, immediately stopped the ninjutsu, and kicked the remains left behind by Mechamaru's molting away with one foot. Slap! A clapping sound rang out, and the original remains had been replaced by Taduaoi, fists and feet colliding together. After just a moment, they used the force to back away from each other. Nice prediction, best friend. Next, I'm going to get serious. Taduaoi praised with a laugh, but the power of the punches he threw didn't decrease. The sound of the wind whistling past his ears, Yuki wasn't afraid of him either. After all, Jeet Kune-do wasn't learned for nothing. Apart from being suppressed in terms of strength, he wasn't weaker than him in other aspects. After a few exchanges, the two transitioned from the trees to the sea of fire. The surrounding trees were burning, smoke was billowing, and the birds on the trees were scattered, the miserable cries giving off an apocalyptic scene. Crack! A scorched branch fell from the sky, falling directly towards the heads of the two. Yuki's scarlet pupils glanced at it, and his right palm caught Taduaoi's solid punch, disrupting his center of gravity, using force to counter force, and directly threw him away. Then, he caught the falling branch. Although it was emitting scorching heat waves, it was nothing to Yuki, who had already covered his hands with cursed energy. His arm muscles bulged like dragons, and he violently threw it towards Tadu. 255. Ha! Taduaoi, who had just stood firm, looked at the flying branch, and could feel the heat and passion at this moment, fighting with all his might, understanding each other in battle. As expected, this was what a best friend was all about. Then, Boogie Woogie begins. Taduaoi looked at the fire tree that was like an arrow, and clapped his hands lightly, the two switched positions. Yuki looked at the fire tree that was attacking him, bent over to dodge, thinking of a way to deal with it in his mind. Based on the previous sudden exchange of positions between himself and that cursed corpse, as well as Tadu and the cursed corpse's remains, and also himself and Tadu, he could determine that this technique wasn't limited to living things and objects. As long as it possessed cursed energy, it could be switched, and the condition for triggering the technique should be clapping. It looked like a very simple and clear technique. As long as he kept getting close, this technique would be useless, interesting. The fire tree flew past, and when Yuki looked up to observe the front again, Taduaoi, who should have been standing there, had now turned into a sword, and it even seemed to be the cursed tool that he had thrown out to block the arrow earlier. What a terrifying battle mindset, he had actually calculated this far. Yuki was shocked inwardly, and then sensed the sound of the wind breaking behind him, and shouted that he was done for. Taduaoi was charging his right fist at this moment, and punched out at Yuki, who was lying on the ground. Thump! The powerful force caused the soil to sink, forming a half-meter deep pit, but the air wasn't only filled with dust, but also thick smoke. The feeling of hitting it was also different, as if he had hit wood. Taduaoi frowned, and waved a palm at the smoke, the powerful wind instantly dispersing the thick smoke. In the pit, Yuki, who had been hit just now, had now turned into a piece of wood. Another strange technique, fierce flames, eyes that had a mental attack and extremely strong capture ability, and now he even had a body replacement technique. He was really a man that was hard to figure out. Yuki was standing in a tree at this moment, his scarlet pupils staring intently at Taduaoi in the pit. Although he had reacted quickly and used the body replacement technique just now, his waist had still been hit, and it hurt a little. He had exposed another trump card. His trump cards were getting fewer and fewer now, and he felt a little unsafe. It looked like he needed to draw cards to extend his life soon. The system mission time had. Yuki glanced at the panel, and found that only a few dozen seconds had passed. He couldn't help but sigh at how torturous it was, and he didn't have much cursed energy left in his body. He needed to draw some over from Shura's body. At this moment, Shura, who was taking a nap at home, felt his body being emptied, and woke up suddenly, looking around vigilantly, only to find that his master hadn't returned. After realizing that it was a false alarm, he continued to sleep. After all, he didn't have to train for these few days that his master was out. It was great. After receiving the cursed energy, Yuki didn't hide anymore, jumped down from the tree, picked up the cursed tool that was stuck in the ground, and gracefully swung the blade a few times, saying, "Let's start the third round of the battle, best friend." "Humph, you came out?" Taduaoi patted the dust off his clothes, and slowly walked out of the deep pit. Just as the two were preparing to continue fighting, Iori Udaheim's voice came out from the loudspeaker again. "Stop fighting, Taduaoi, Yuki, the competition is suspended at this moment, quickly put out the fire nearby." Interspersed within it was Gojo Satoru's laughter. "Ha, wouldn't it be better to let the students continue fighting? It's just a few thousand trees, it's not like your school can't afford to plant more." Iori Udaheim said angrily, "Shut up, Gojo Satoru, you're saying it like it's so easy. If people all thought like you, then you'd be the main culprit behind global warming. And, why didn't you teach the students that they can't set fire to the forest? I forgot. Gojo Satoru said playfully, seemingly not thinking that this was a big deal. Forgot. Iori Yutaheim recalled what Gojo Satoru had said when the fire had started, and really wanted to go back and record him with her phone. Then, looking at the fire situation that was being transmitted on the electronic screen, she sternly warned, "You two are prohibited from fighting at this moment, do everything you can to put out the fire nearby. As for the punishment for setting fire to the forest, we'll talk about it after this is over." Yuki and Taduoi stood blankly in place. From their expressions, they didn't seem to realize that they had done anything wrong, especially the person who had set fire to the forest, Yuki. Looking at the system mission countdown, he even revealed a smile at this moment. 005. 004. 003. 002. 001. Midnight. Mission complete. Mission rewards are being distributed, 12 points. 100 cursed energy permanently increased. With the system mission completed, Yuki didn't have the desire to continue fighting. After all, that passion had been extinguished by the words. He said, "Let's stop here for today, best friend. Let's put out the fire nearby first." "Yeah, alright." Taduoi also sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. After all, they were about to determine the winner, but he had been interrupted and couldn't muster up any interest at this moment. Watching Taduoi leave, Yuki closed his Sharingan and surveyed the surroundings, and also discovered the severity of the fire at this moment. Even though it had only been burning for less than 4 minutes, it had already become a towering fire. Plus, it had been hot and dry recently, and there was a slight autumn breeze, so it was normal for it to spread so quickly. Let's cut down the trees first and create a fire break to prevent the flames from continuing to spread. After formulating a preliminary plan, Yuki gripped his sword and quickly left, cutting down all the burning trees he passed with one strike. Clang! A tree collapsed, and Okatsu Yuta wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the fire that was still burning inside and said, "Yuki-kun played a little too hard, I wonder what kind of punishment he'll receive later." Ha ha ha. This is the passion and enthusiasm that youth should have. Fearless, moving forward bravely. Hikari Kinji threw the cut tree trunks inside, creating a firebreak. Hoshi Karara was just sitting on the side watching. After all, he didn't have much strength, and naturally couldn't lift this thing. He just looked at the raging fire inside. He's playing even more excessively than Hikari. Maybe he'll be on par with us in the future, in terms of suspension from school and rectification. It's really troublesome, there's so much smoke that I can't see what's going on inside. The one fighting to do should be called Yuki, right? He's really daring, he set the forest on fire with one fire. Nishimiya Momo was surveying the forest from high above, holding her phone in her right hand, reporting the direction of the fire to Kamo Noritoshi. Mini Mekamaru was gathering a cursed energy cannon in his hand at this moment, and blasted it at the burning trees in front of him, cutting off the trunks. Kamo Noritoshi then cut his finger and used the Kumo family's inherited technique, blood manipulation. The arrow that had ambushed Yuki before had been able to turn because he had smeared his blood on the arrowhead. Blood flowed from the wound, forming a blood wheel as thin as a cicada's wing, and slashed at the burning trees. As other backup forces arrived, the forest fire was successfully extinguished within 10 minutes. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 50, JKNS, Chapter 50. 2,507 words. Kyoto School, in the principal's office. Taduoi and Yuki were standing inside at this moment. Masamichi Yaga was staring at the two of them without saying a word. Gojo Satoru was sitting with his legs crossed, whistling, and looking at the ceiling, as if it had nothing to do with him. Gojo Satoru. Masamichi Yaga finally couldn't help but speak first. Look at the student you taught. He actually set fire to the forest. Don't be angry, you're so old, what if you get hurt from being angry? At worst, come to my school next year, and I'll let you set a fire once? Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Put. Although he knew that he shouldn't laugh in this situation, Yuki couldn't help it, and laughed directly. Perhaps he had been infected by Gojo-sensei. Anyway, he just wanted to laugh, muttering inwardly. Come to my school and set a fire next year, what an insulting thing to say, isn't that saying that they'll definitely lose this year? Boy, be careful you won't be rated as a grade 2 sorcerer if you laugh. Masamichi Yaga thought that he could threaten him like this. After all, being able to fight Taduai to a standstill, being rated as a grade 2 sorcerer was a sure thing. If he couldn't get it this year, he would have to wait a year. Or get a recommendation from another grade 1 sorcerer, but it couldn't be his team leader, no one would give up this opportunity. TCH, if I can't get it, I can't get it, I don't care about that ethereal thing, can it improve my strength? Although that's what Yuki wanted to say, he felt that it was a little too disrespectful to this old man. After all, he was the head of a school, so he just sneered and closed his mouth. Gojo Satoru said with some displeasure at this moment, is my student's future something that you can stop? Besides, he doesn't care about it at all, don't be so conceited, old man. Knowing that he couldn't reason with Gojo Satoru, Masamichi Yaga didn't say anything else. After all, he had already gotten so thick-skinned that he was protecting his own student to the death, so he could only wave his hand and say, alright, I'll talk about this with Yaga later, Gojo Satoru, take your own student and leave, today's team battle doesn't count, we'll continue tomorrow. Alright, bye-bye. Gojo Satoru immediately got up, put his arm around Yuki, and left directly. Before leaving, he kindly left a message, don't take this fire too seriously, if it really doesn't work out, just burn it back next year. Just as Masamichi Yaga was about to swear, Gojo Satoru very sensibly left directly. Taduaoi looked at his own principal's hands, which had veins bulging on the cane, and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still need to go find my best friend to increase our feelings for each other. Wait a moment, Tadu. Masamichi Yaga stopped him, your grade 1 sorcerer rating has been approved. Oh, is that all, principal? Taduaoi's expression was natural, seemingly not thinking that this was anything. If it were someone else, they would have been happy for a few days, or even bragged about it for half a year after their grade 1 sorcerer rating was approved. Why was it that when it came to you, you didn't care at all, as if it was a matter of course, and also didn't care at all about the so-called rating? Masamichi Yaga continued, what do you think of that Yuki's strength? He hasn't used his killing moves yet, who knows? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, goodbye principal. After Taduaoi finished speaking, he left directly. Watching Taduaoi leave, Masamichi Yaga slowly spat out a few words, killing moves huh? Tokyo School's lodging. Okatsu Yuta sat on a chair and asked with some worry, I wonder what kind of criticism Yuki-kun will receive, after all, he burned so many trees. Hikari Kinji comforted him, it's just setting fire to the forest, at worst, he'll get the same punishment as us, suspension from school, it's not a big deal. Yeah, we were punished not long after we became second years, but we're still eating and drinking as usual, nothing's happened. Hoshi Kirara was lying on the table, with an ice cream stick in his mouth. What did you guys do to get punished? Okatsu Yuta asked with some curiosity. Hoshi Kirara, it doesn't feel like a big deal, never mind, I won't say it. The more you don't say it, the more curious I get, senpai. Okatsu Yuta complained inwardly. Yo-hoo! Did you miss us? Gojo Satoru's voice came, and everyone's attention turned to look over. Yuki walked into everyone's view with a bitter face at this moment, seemingly having suffered some serious psychological blow. Okatsu Yuta knew that Yuki had been punished when he saw this situation, and quickly ran forward to comfort him, it's not a big deal, right? Otherwise, I'll accompany you to plant the trees back after the competition in a few days, maybe we can get the punishment revoked? Thank you, it's great to have a brother like you, a punishment or something, of course there isn't one. Yuki, who was originally choking back tears, instantly changed to a smiling face, cheering, today's team battle doesn't count, we'll continue tomorrow, the plan has been changed to a gang fight. Everyone was speechless, and Okatsu Yuta also silently retracted his right hand that he had placed on his shoulder. Alright, we should go have fun this afternoon, don't have too much psychological burden. Yuta, come with me, I'll take you to see some good things. Yeah, okay Gojo-sensei. Faced with Gojo Satoru's invitation, Okatsu Yuta agreed and said goodbye to everyone before leaving. Watching the two leave, Hikari Kinji looked at Yuki, who was next to him, and asked, do you want to go out for a drink together, Yuki-kun? No, I still have some things to do. You two upperclassmen go have fun. Yuki declined, he still didn't understand the reverse curse technique, and always felt that there was some misunderstanding in his understanding of the technique theory. Is that so, then we won't force Yuki-kun to accompany us for a drink, bye-bye. Hoshi Kirara pulled Hikari Kinji and waved goodbye. Yeah, see you later, senpai. Yuki watched the two leave and also turned to leave. He wanted to return to his room and continue to research the reverse curse technique. Although he felt that he didn't really need this thing at the moment, after all, he didn't have much cursed energy in his body to begin with, and under the Sharingan's detailed observation, it was easy for him to run out of cursed energy in his body without anything serious happening to him. If he wanted to change this situation, unless he could draw a sage body, otherwise he could only slowly do missions. Returning to his room, Yuki took off his shoes, took out the drink he had bought yesterday from the refrigerator, sat on the bed, opened it, took a sip, and put it on the table next to the bed. He opened the system panel, and looked at the only 32 points he had, and felt a little troubled for a moment. Although after going in -8 he would still have 24 points, in theory, he could draw something good. But with his 10,000 years of bad luck, the probability of drawing something good was pitifully small. But if he really drew something good, wouldn't he take off? Yuki was feeling a little agitated at this moment, and slammed his head against the clean white wall at the head of the bed a few times, making thump 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 sounds. He only stopped when his brain completely stopped thinking about this matter. This was why he hated overthinking. Every time he overthought, he needed to force himself to calm down. Looking at the white paint that had fallen off the wall, and the remaining bloodstains, Yuki knew that he had broken his head again, so he got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, he unconsciously recalled the events of his previous life. He was a weird person, a very weird person. Sometimes he would cry and feel sad when animals died in front of him, but he didn't shed a single tear for his father's sudden death from illness, as if he had been liberated. Then he went from relative's house to relative's house. He was numb at that time, like a puppet who only knew how to study and didn't want to touch reality. After growing up a bit, he understood that people needed to find a reason to live, and then he searched for the so-called meaning on the journey of learning. Although his classmates in middle school scolded him for being a child without manners, he didn't pay attention to them. Because he knew that he couldn't add a burden to his relatives' families. In the end, with his own efforts, he was accepted into medical school, and then he met that special person for him. Liu Yang. He was his first friend, and also taught him many things. He also found the meaning of life, which was living is in itself a meaningful thing. People can't have both extreme good and extreme evil, just do what you think is feasible. These also apply to this world, but he wanted to have the strength to protect his friends on top of this. After all, only by losing did he understand the preciousness of friendship. He didn't want to be alone, otherwise, darkness would envelop him again. After recalling the events of the past, Yuki sighed softly, looked at himself in the mirror, and said to himself, if you don't comprehend the technique today, don't even think about sleeping. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a knock on the door, and Taduaoi's voice came from outside the door. Best friend, do you want to train together? Train, together? Yuki was a little surprised at Taduaoi's sudden arrival, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his complex state of mind instantly became clear. He muttered inwardly, that's right. Train together. Everyone's understanding of the reverse curse technique might be different, why not ask Geto Suguru? Anyway, he's also a special grade sorcerer, asking him won't take a piece of my flesh, he can't possibly come and F*** me through the phone screen, right? In addition to his joy, he didn't forget to respond, no, I have something important to do today, thank you, best friend, I sincerely thank you. You're busy, huh? Taduaoi seemed to have suffered some kind of blow, and the image of himself holding a thick book at this moment, waiting in front of the classroom corridor. Waiting for his best friend from a different class to get out of class and go read a book under the cherry blossom tree together. But, his best friend's class, the teacher was actually holding them back. In the end, he returned empty-handed. Yuki was completely unaware that Tadu had left in disappointment. He sat back on the bed with a happy face, picked up the phone on the bed, and dialed Geto Suguru's number. At this moment, in a certain church in Japan, Geto Suguru was wearing a cassock and exorcising a cursed spirit from a woman's body. He lightly shouted, "Don't move," and then stretched out his right hand, as if there was some kind of attraction. The cursed spirit that was originally binding the woman was being torn apart, and eventually formed a black ball in Geto Suguru's hand. The troubles that had been binding the woman for several months suddenly disappeared, and the woman rubbed her shoulders, which were no longer heavy, and exclaimed, "Huh? Really? I feel so much lighter." Geto Suguru said with a friendly face, "You're all right now." "Thank you." The woman, who originally didn't quite believe in the so-called church's exorcism, now believed it instantly. "It's nothing, if you encounter any problems again, you're welcome to come over at any time." Geto Suguru declined, until he saw the woman leaving. His originally friendly expression instantly turned disgusted, and he murmured, "If it wasn't to obtain enough cursed spirits, I wouldn't bother with you, monkey." Before he could finish speaking, the phone he had placed in his chest suddenly rang. He took it out with a confused expression, and found that it was Yuki calling him. His expression turned joyful, and he answered the call. "What's wrong, Yuki-kun?" did you want to come over? Or do you have some questions you need to ask me? Yuki, yeah, I wanted to ask Geto-sensei, how do you understand the reverse curse technique? I understand all the theory of the technique that Gojo-sensei explained, but I start to get confused when I put it into practice. Geto Suguru didn't directly explain the principle of the technique, but instead chatted like a friendly older brother, saying, that guy Gojo actually taught you the reverse curse technique? You're qualified to learn it after only being enrolled for more than 3 months, you have good talent. Has your grade 2 sorcerer certificate been issued yet? If it hasn't, then how about you come over to my side? It hasn't. Yuki said with some headache, Geto-sensei, if you keep saying that, I won't chat with you anymore. Although I don't have too many feelings for your plan, what I do know is that if too many people die, the balance of this society will be disrupted, farming, animal husbandry, electricity supply, scientific and technological innovation, etc., the things that are usually convenient will be much less. Oh. Is that so? I'll think about it carefully, thank you for your opinion, Yuki-kun. Geto Suguru wasn't angry, but instead accepted Yuki's opinion with a very optimistic attitude, and continued, alright, as a reward for chatting, I'll explain what I think the reverse curse technique is. On the journey of life, there are always many whys, such as why the author gave up a job that paid 6 or 7,000 a month to write a book. Of course it's to settle down and seek the meaning of life. It's not just getting married and having children, there's also so-called passion. No one is born perfect. Striving for what you deserve is the best, and also the most profound. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 51, JKNS, Chapter 51. 2,168 words. 10 minutes later. Under Geto Suguru's explanation and guidance, Yuki successfully comprehended the reverse curse technique. Sometimes not being able to learn something might not be because the person is incompetent, you should consider whether the teacher is teaching well. Gojo-sensei made it sound simple and easy to understand, but it was all foggy when he tried to do it. Who knew how he had learned it in the first place? The scab wound on his forehead was completely healed under the treatment of the reverse curse technique. If it wasn't for the impact marks and bloodstains on the head of the bed, he would have thought that he hadn't hit his head. Thank you very much, Geto-sensei. Yuki picked up the phone that was placed on the bed, and said gratefully, if you have time, I'll treat you to a meal, made by me personally. I think my cooking is alright. It's nothing, I'm happy to teach a junior who is also a jujutsu sorcerer. As for treating me to a meal, how about next month? I'll send you an address then, don't tell anyone else, okay? Okay, please rest assured, Geto-sensei. It's already autumn, take care to keep warm, and prevent catching a cold. Yeah, goodbye. Geto Suguru hung up the phone, and looked at the sun in the sky, saying, this junior is really likable. It feels like it's a waste to have that irresponsible guy Gojo train him. Who were you chatting with? You've been standing here happily for more than 10 minutes. A woman's voice came from behind him. Geto Suguru turned around and said, a cute junior. A junior, huh? I wonder if he'll hinder Geto-sama's mission. The woman's originally friendly expression instantly turned gloomy, seemingly wanting to kill this junior in Geto Suguru's mouth. It's okay, this junior's character is still very good, at least he's smart enough. He won't have too much of an impact on the plan. Let's continue to search for cursed spirits. If we want to deal with Gojo Satoru, the number we have is far from enough. As Geto Suguru said this, he directly swallowed the black ball formed by the cursed spirit in his right hand, and didn't forget to complain after eating it, disgusting. Is that so? Then I was being unreasonable, Geto-sama. At this moment, Yuki, who had learned the reverse curse technique, felt relaxed, took the soda that was placed on the table and downed it in one gulp, lying on the bed with a leisurely expression. Crack, crack. The iron frame outside the window was creaking. Yuki looked over with some curiosity, after all, this was the 3rd floor, what was climbing the anti-theft window? Damn! Tadou Aoi. At this moment, Tadou Aoi had tears in his eyes, his hands gripping the anti-theft window, looking at him through the window, and said, best friend. Let's skip class and go admire the beauty of this world under the cherry blossom trees. What the hell is wrong with you? This is the 3rd floor, quickly get down from the anti-theft window. Yuki got up and complained. No, best friend, I won't leave if you don't accompany me to see the beautiful scenery under the cherry blossoms. Stop acting crazy. Cherry blossom trees bloom in March, it's not even winter yet, quickly get down. Just as Yuki finished speaking, the anti-theft window couldn't withstand Taduaoi's weight and began to creak, and then, it broke. Yuki looked at the missing anti-theft window and Taduaoi, and was speechless. He silently walked forward and locked the window. He picked up the phone on the bed, put it in his pocket, put on the shoes at the door, and walked out. To be honest, he was really glad that it wasn't the people from Kyoto school who had picked him up back then. Otherwise, he might have been pestered to the point where he couldn't stand it. Just as he walked downstairs, he saw Taduaoi waiting next to the stairwell. He was supporting the wall with one hand at this moment, his black school uniform was still neat and tidy, as if he wasn't the one who had just fallen from the third floor, and said, "I knew that you, as my best friend, wouldn't leave me." Yeah, what's the matter? I'm free this afternoon anyway. Yuki said helplessly, feeling that if he didn't accompany him today, he would pester him until the evening. Of course there is. Taduaoi changed his previous appearance, and said with a serious face, "During the spar with you this afternoon, I discovered that your taijutsu was very good, and the cursed energy flowing in your body is very exquisite. Whether it's defense, blocking, or power amplification, it's just right, so I want to teach you a move." What? Yuki asked with some interest. After all, he was very interested in anything that Taduaoi could teach. He would never think that he had too many trump cards. Black Flash. Taduaoi held up one finger and said, "I can feel that you're almost at that realm, but the reason why you haven't made any progress is that you're too reliant on cursed tools." Reliant on cursed tools? Yuki recalled what Gojo-sensei had said when he had taken him to get cursed tools. His weakness was that he didn't have much cursed energy, and wasn't suitable for long-term battles, so he had trained his body in close combat, but later he felt that the sword was easier to use. That's right, just from the fighting, your close combat skills are already close to perfect. But you should be able to go even further, which is to learn Black Flash. As Taduaoi said this, he got into a defensive stance. When the impact of the strike and the surge of cursed energy are within 0.000001 seconds of each other, the spatial distortion that is produced has a power that is 2.5 times the average. Although few sorcerers have learned it, and no sorcerer can deliberately unleash Black Flash. However, the distance of the cursed energy core is vastly different between those who have experienced Black Flash and those who haven't. So, attack me. Let me witness your growth. Best friend. Yuki was silent, looking down at his right hand, scarlet cursed energy covering his fist. The cursed energy used by Jujutsu sorcerers is extracted from negative emotions, and flows throughout the body starting from the navel, passing through the shoulders and arms, and finally ending with the fist. But when fighting, cursed energy can't flow to the fist so quickly in the face of sudden situations, which is the so-called cursed energy delay. So Yuki usually stores cursed energy in various parts of his body at all times when he's out, to prevent sudden situations. 0.000001 seconds, huh? That's really harsh. Yuki looked at Taduaoi, who had already defended in front of him, got into an attacking stance and took a deep breath, reminding him, if it's to the power of 2.5, then you have to defend well, best friend. After all, I'm in super good condition today. Of course. Best friend. Taduaoi grinned, and blue cursed energy instantly enveloped his entire body, like burning flames. Seeing this, Yuki didn't have anything else to say. After all, he had just learned the reverse curse technique under Geto's guidance, and he could only describe himself as refreshed at this moment. Although 0.000001 sounded relatively harsh, he had never thought about reaching the peak of close combat. After all, as the system missions stacked up, one day his cursed energy would surpass Yuta. But there was no harm in learning it, he wouldn't lose a piece of his flesh. Yuki slowly closed his eyes, exhaling the turbid air in his chest. He calmed his heart, emptied his mind, and focused his attention on his fist. His mind was clear, he could hear the wind passing by, his energy circulated throughout his body, concentrating and erupting. When his eyes opened again, his scarlet pupils were revealed, the two tomo rotating rapidly. As if he had comprehended something, he realized that this was the time to punch. He punched out violently, and the originally scarlet cursed energy, at the moment it touched Tadu's arm. The cursed energy shone black. Black Flash. Grasp the feeling of this attack, continue. Taduaoi was knocked back a meter, but he regained his composure, bent his legs and stepped on the ground, his cursed energy erupting from his body, shouting. Got it, best friend. Yuki stomped on the ground violently, rushing up like an arrow, his right fist punching out. He felt like a clear mirror at this moment. He relied on his feeling to unleash this punch with that harsh requirement of 0.000001 seconds. After all, the moment of contact was fleeting. Even with the Sharingan, he could only predict it roughly. After all, it was a matter of microseconds. No wonder Tadu always said that no sorcerer could unleash it intentionally. It was only because he had learned the reverse curse technique today and was feeling refreshed that he could find the feeling so quickly. After all, a good mood always brought unexpected things. In the instant of contact, the cursed energy shone black once again. Black flash. Thump. Tadu Aoi was knocked back again. He had a happy smile on his face. Looking at Yuki in front of him, he knew that another monster had been born. He had already unleashed Black Flash twice in a row. Standing firm, he repositioned himself in a defensive stance, shouting, "Steady your mind, grasp the feeling, continue." Oh! Yuki charged up and attacked violently once again. He could feel that the flow of cursed energy in his body no longer needed to be deliberately controlled, but had become as natural as breathing. He had a strange feeling of being embraced, as if he was omnipotent at this moment. In the instant that his fist and arm touched, only the black light of spatial distortion was shining on everything. Black flash. Slap. Tadu was knocked back several meters. This time, he didn't shout to continue, but instead touched his reddened arm and called a stop. "Alright, let's stop here for today, best friend. Although I still want to be your punching bag, I feel like getting hit in the same spot 4 times will cause a fracture." "Okay, thank you very much, best friend. I sincerely thank you, you've helped me twice." Yuki released his clenched fist, a smile on his face. After all, he had made a big profit today, learning the reverse curse technique and Black Flash. It looked like he needed to ask Gojo-sensei for other derivative techniques tomorrow, and then combine them with the ninjutsu he had drawn. Whoever came would die. He felt that he was already very close to the peak of the world. "Twice? I only taught you Black Flash, right, best friend?" Tadu Aoi was a little confused at this moment, but he didn't care too much, and said, "How about we go watch the replay of Takada-chan's concert together?" Best friend. Yuki thought for a moment and declined. I think that Takada-chan should always shine on stage, watching it on a phone won't be perfect enough. Hiss. That's right, as expected of my best friend, you really love Takada-chan deeply. As Tadu Aoi said this, he gave a thumbs up, indicating that he had lost. Yuki didn't know what to say anymore. Tadu Aoi's brain was really big, as if another world was operating independently in his mind. Without knowing when, the sun in the sky had already set in the west, and the clouds in the sky were illuminated with a majestic afterglow. Seeing this, Yuki said, "Let's go out to eat together, it's on me." Yeah. In a certain concert venue. Okatsu Yuta was standing on the stage at this moment, his lips parting slightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but he couldn't say anything. A group of cheering audience members were standing below, and Gojo Satoru was also mixed in among them. Gojo Satoru shouted, "Do your best, Yuta. Overcome your fear, and sing out all of your cowardice bravely. This is special training." So many people, if it was Yuki-kun, what would he do? He would probably sing it out bravely, right? Okatsu Yuta swallowed, feeling a little nervous, worried that he wouldn't sing well enough. But at this moment, everyone was looking forward to his singing, so no matter what, he couldn't let them down. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 52, JKNS, Chapter 52. 2,278 words. Sing. Gojo Satoru watched Okatsu Yuta, who had already started singing on the stage, and nodded with satisfaction. He knew that it was very expensive to book a concert hall on short notice, and he also had to pay people to cheer. But if the student could overcome his fear, this money was nothing. After all, as a teacher, he was very responsible. At this moment, Hikari Kinji was sitting in a bar, envisioning his future life with Hoshi Kirara. The next day. 7:30 a.m. Kyoto School, Principal's Office. Masamichi Yaga was sitting on the sofa with his cane at this moment, glanced at the 3 people in the room, and asked, "Where did Tadu go again?" Kamo Noritoshi answered, "He went out to attend Takada-chan's handshake event, he'll be back at noon." Masamichi Yaga hesitated for a moment and said, "Never mind, the reason I called you here today is that I have a mission. Gang up on Yuki, and probe his limits. That's not a good idea. With to-do around, he probably won't let us gang up on that Yuki. After all, that's how it was before. He directly crushed one of my cursed corpses without any warning. Mekamaru, who had replaced his cursed corpse, said. Yeah, to-do hates it when someone interferes in his battles. We'll get killed. Nishimiya Momo gripped the broom in her hand tightly. Well, you don't need to worry about that. Just let that Yuki from Tokyo School display his full strength. You can retreat first. Yes. The others looked at each other and left directly. Seeing everyone leave, Masamichi Yaga said to himself, besides Okatsuyuta, the one that Gojo Satoru values should be that Yuki. Anyone who is valued by him won't be weak in the future. A second Gojo Satoru shouldn't appear in this world. I have to be wary of him, otherwise the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world will be overthrown by that fearless brat sooner or later. Next is the rule for this team battle. Masamichi Yaga looked down at the white paper on the table, and took out his phone to dial a number. At this moment, in the Kyoto school training field, Yuki, Okatsuyuta, and Hikari Kinji were jogging, having been training since they woke up at 5:30 a.m. Hoshi Karara was shouting "Do your best," from the side. Kumo Noritoshi and the others, who had walked out of the principal's office, looked at the Tokyo school, who were still training. Nishimiya Momo asked, "Are we really going to do this? If to-do catches us, I feel like we'll get beaten up." Mekamaru, who had experienced it firsthand, said, "Yeah, he didn't hesitate at all when he crushed my cursed corpse. It's hard to imagine how his body, which doesn't look very strong, can fight to-do senpai to a standstill." Ever since Mekamaru had been easily crushed by to-do Aoi yesterday, he had developed a sense of awe for this upperclassman. He was too strong. Kumo Noritoshi looked at Yuki, who was running in the training field, and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. If to-do meets Yuki first, then we'll retreat. If we meet him first, then we'll probe his limits as the principal said, and it won't be too late to retreat when to-do arrives." The two agreed with what the captain said. After all, there was no other way. Although to-do Aoi wouldn't really kill anyone, they would inevitably get a beating. Yuki, who had finished a lap, also saw the Kyoto school group watching from afar, and waved his hand, shouting, "Do you want to join us for morning training? The early bird catches the worm. Training can make the day full of energy." "Old man, what kind of team battle game rules did you customize this time?" Gojo Satoru, who was wearing old-fashioned sunglasses, pushed open the door of the principal's office, and asked Masamichi Yaga, who was inside. "It's here, take a look, Gojo Satoru." Masamichi Yaga didn't get angry, and pointed to the white paper on the table with the hand that was holding his cane. He knew that getting angry in front of this guy was useless. He would only be labeled as useless. "Alright." Gojo Satoru hopped over to the sofa, picked up the white paper on the table, and began to read it. The more he read, the more interested he became, and he asked, "Is your school serious? A maze of this scale can't be constructed in a short amount of time. Isn't that what you're here for? Gojo Satoru, you can't possibly not be able to construct this thing, right?" Masamichi Yaga raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes staring intently at the unrestrained Gojo Satoru in front of him. "Interesting." Gojo Satoru got up and rubbed his shoulders, and said, "Alright, let's get to work quickly. Let's try to construct this thing before eating lunch at 11 o'clock. Alright, I'll take you there." Masamichi Yaga got up, and led Gojo Satoru out of the principal's office. When they passed by the training field, they saw the Tokyo school and Kyoto school group who were jogging. Gojo Satoru said with satisfaction, "Not bad, promoting the friendship between the two schools. Yeah, after all, the future of the Jujutsu world still depends on these kids. Of course, it would be better if there weren't people with dangerous thoughts like you." Masamichi Yaga glanced at Gojo Satoru as he said this. "Humph, think whatever you want, you bunch of old geezers who are halfway in the grave. What I do know is that I want to train more geniuses to change the rotten Jujutsu world of today." Gojo Satoru said with a smile, looking at the few people in the field, his eyes full of anticipation. "That's why I said your thoughts are dangerous." Masamichi Yaga said and continued to walk towards the destination. Gojo Satoru glanced at him and also followed behind. At this moment, in the training field, the people from the two schools were holding a relay race, as if no one was willing to admit defeat, running wildly on the track. Nishimiya Momo, because she wasn't good at running, was assigned to be in the same group as Yuki, and could use tool manipulation to fly on a broom. Tool manipulation, the data that the author has is that it's the manipulation of objects. Nishimiya Momo glanced at Yuki and said, "Don't think that you can temporarily fight to a standstill, so you can keep up with my speed. You're definitely not faster than me if you rely on your physical strength alone. It's okay, I'm usually very amateur when it comes to running. After all, stalling for time during battle is my specialty." As Yuki said this, Okatsuyuta rushed past him, and Mekamaru also made clack 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 sounds as he ran wildly. The rules of the competition were like this: the training field track was 500 meters in a circle, one person ran 2 laps, and then passed the baton to the next person. The person receiving the baton could only run after receiving the baton, which also tested their starting explosiveness. In the end, the losing team had to fulfill the winning team's request, but it couldn't be excessive. Yuki was assigned to the 3rd and 4th laps, and Hikari Kinji-senpai would duel with Kumo Noritoshi, who was also a second year. Although the team battle was going to start at noon, it wasn't bad to compete with each other a little at this moment, everyone thought so. Okatsuyuta was slightly better at this moment. Although it was difficult to run purely with physical strength without using cursed energy and cursed corpses, that didn't mean that he would give up here. Looking at Yuki, who was still 100 meters away, Okatsuyuta took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and his leg muscles bulged again, accelerating once again. What? He can still accelerate. Mekamaru was already at top speed at this moment, and was shocked to see Okatsuyuta, who could still run even faster. He didn't expect that this guy just looked weak, but he wasn't weak at all when he really ran. But he was already at top speed, after all, his body was a cursed corpse, and he needed cursed energy for every movement. It would be against the rules if he accelerated any further. But Nishimiya Momo didn't have a speed limit, as long as she could pass the baton in her hand to her, absolute victory. When that time came, she could look at those people from Tokyo School, who had lost the competition, with her head held high. At this moment, Okatsuyuta had already passed the baton in his hand to Yuki, and shouted, "I did my best, I'll leave it to you, Yuki." Yuki didn't say anything, he just took the baton and ran wildly, the leg muscles inside his long pants bulging high, like a wild boar charging forward, breaking through all defenses. This stunned Nishimiya Momo. Before she could even take off, the other person had already run out nearly 100 meters. What kind of speed was that? Here, Nishimiya-senpai. Mekamaru handed the baton in his hand over, and Nishimiya Momo nodded lightly, took the baton, bent down, and flew out along the planned track. She was the only one here who wasn't restricted from using cursed energy. Although she didn't know why, it would be too embarrassing if they lost. Yuki lowered his body at this moment, reducing the wind resistance he received to the lowest. As long as his running speed was fast enough, he wouldn't lose his balance and fall. This was theory, and also practice. People would eventually lose control because they ran too fast and leaned forward too much. Reduce wind resistance, stride forward, lean forward, use this body as the center of gravity, advance, advance, advance. Until the so-called fastest at this moment. His breathing was rapidly alternating, his heart was pounding, it was just 1,000 meters, crush it. Nishimiya Momo looked at Yuki, who was running faster and faster, and shouted, "He's not human," in her heart, and a feeling of humiliation also welled up in her heart. At this moment, Hikari Kinji and Kumo Noritoshi also entered the field, looking at Yuki, who had almost finished 1 lap. Hikari Kinji said with a smile, no way, your second years from Kyoto School aren't very good, flying in the sky on a broom, but they're still not as fast as my junior. Kumo Noritoshi, don't be too arrogant, the real competition is between the two of us, don't think that you can run faster than me. Put. Hikari Kinji just smiled at this, and didn't say anything. Yuki brushed past him with a swoosh, while Nishimiya Momo, who was flying in the sky, was still 100 meters away. This was probably what it meant to be a professional in the right field. When a person used everything they had learned in their life to running, it might have an unexpected effect. Yuki, this amateur runner, could only say that he had only done a little bit of research on how to run faster. Just a little bit, he had only researched it for about 4 or 5 days. What do you do if you can't beat them on the battlefield? First of all, don't panic. You have to look in all directions and listen to all sides. After finding a suitable escape route, you have to use your strong thighs, quickly push off the ground with both legs, and then you have to shout. G-O-O-oo. I'll leave the rest to you, Hikari-senpai. Yuki, who had finished 2 laps, passed the baton in his hand to Hikari Kinji. Oh. Hikari Kinji grabbed the baton, like a human-shaped tank, and charged out. This baton wasn't just passing on the glory of Tokyo Academy's inevitable victory, but also the beliefs of Okatsuyuta and Yuki. The fire of passion that had ignited in their hearts would never be extinguished. Nishimiya Momo, who had arrived 5 seconds late, handed the baton in her hand to Kumo Noritoshi, and said with a red face, "I'm sorry, Captain, Yuki was really running too fast, I did my best." Kumo Noritoshi didn't mean to blame her, he just replied with an and ran out, racing against time at this moment. Although it was a small competition, he couldn't lose, this was his duty as the captain. After all, losing would mean that he was inferior, and it would become a laughingstock for the Kumo family if it was spread. Water. Thank you. Yuki took the ice water that Hoshi Karara-senpai handed over, and downed a big gulp, looking at the two who were running wildly on the field. To be honest, it reminded him of the sports day in high school. As for why it wasn't middle school, it was because he had never participated in it. He avoided it like the plague, so how could he have participated in this thing? Are you a dog? Why are you running so fast? Nishimiya Momo walked over with ice water in her hand at this moment. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 53, JKNS, Chapter 53. 2029 words. No, I have a dog at home, I'll let you see him when I have the chance, he's much faster than me. Yuki said and sat down on the stone steps, waiting for Hikari-senpai to take first place in the competition. After all, the time difference had already been widened. No matter how good Komo Noritoshi was, it was impossible for him to overcome this 5-second gap. Unless Tadu was here. No, even if Tadu was here, it wouldn't work. Hikari-senpai was also terrifyingly strong. At this moment, he was like he was on steroids, running faster and faster, his speed already far surpassing Yuki himself. The second years were indeed second years, they were really monsters. Hikari Kinji forcibly left Komo Noritoshi behind by more than 200 meters, and won first place with a completely crushing situation. The victorious Hikari Kinji took off his shirt and shouted, "Crushing!" Yuki also glanced at Nishimiya Momo, who was to the side, and said with a cheap smile, according to the bet. Eek! Nishimiya Momo hugged her broom and ran away directly, shouting, "Go talk to the captain, don't look for me." Mekamaru saw that the situation wasn't right, and also quietly left. 10 seconds later, For Loving Youths blocked Komo Noritoshi at the finish line and said, according to the bet. Komo Noritoshi had the demeanor of a captain, and said slightly out of breath, "Tell me, don't be too excessive, you can only make one request." The four exchanged glances for a moment, and finally decided to let Yuki speak. Ahem. Yuki walked out of the group and said, "It's not excessive, in the future, when you see any one of us four, you have to call us Big Brother. Komo Noritoshi refused directly, saying, "No, it will damage the reputation of the Komo family." Hiss, if that's the case, then I won't force it. How about you have to fulfill any request we make? You have to unconditionally save us if we're in trouble. Faced with Yuki's request, Komo Noritoshi felt that it wasn't too excessive, and agreed, "Alright, but if we can't protect ourselves, we'll still abandon you at the first opportunity." Deal. Yuki didn't care about these things. The other person was the heir of the Komo family, rich, powerful, and concerned about his reputation. Breaking his promise would make him famous in the Jujutsu world, and he would also receive a verbal curse. This curse was the contract. Alright, let's exchange each other's phone numbers. 11:30 a.m. Kyoto School area. It's so big. Hoshi Karara complained. Everyone nodded, and fell silent looking at the huge earthen walls in front of them. After all, this was the center of the forest, the place that had been completely burned by Yuki's fire yesterday, but now a huge maze had appeared. Okatsu Yuta complained, "There was nothing here yesterday, how did a maze with 10-meter-high walls appear today?" Of course I made it. Gojo Satoru patted his chest, revealing an expression that said, "I'm strong, praise me quickly," and said, "This thing took me from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock, I almost exhausted myself." Hikari Kinji asked, "Gojo-sensei, what are we doing in this big maze today?" Seeing that someone was talking about the main point, Gojo Satoru hummed lightly, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth, and shouted, "Of course it's the exciting and thrilling maze rat hunt. The rules are as follows, there are 7 cursed spirits in the maze, they will be roaming around in various places in the maze, and are called rats. And your task is naturally to catch as many of those rats as possible, the time limit is 1 hour. Within 1 hour, both sides can compete for the rats with each other, which means that it doesn't matter if you can't find them, you can just snatch them from the other team. By the way, the rats can't be killed, and this wall is very sturdy and slippery." Alright, that's about it. Are there any questions? If not, then I'll be leaving, sensei. Okatsu Yuta raised his hand and said, "There's someone on the other side who can fly, her name is Nishimiya Momo, is there a limit to her flying height?" Good question, Yuta-kun. Gojo Satoru waved his hands and praised him, and then his next sentence dragged him into the abyss. No, Nishimiya-kun, she can fly as high as she wants, except that she can't leave the edge of the maze. No way. Yuta said in surprise. Really? Gojo Satoru continued to add insult to injury. Hoshi Kirara complained, it's a disadvantage. It's indeed a disadvantage. Even flies will sprain their ankles on this thing, and with these 10-meter-high walls, we've lost the right to have a view. Yuki reached out and touched the wall. It was clearly made of earth, but it felt like a ceramic bowl, very smooth. Yuki-kun, move aside, let me punch it open. Hikari Kinji walked to the side of the wall, stretched his body a few times, took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and a majestic cursed energy was attached to the outside of his body like flames, and then he punched out. Aura! Thump! A dull sound echoed in everyone's ears, but when Hikari Kinji took his fist away, he found that there wasn't much damage apart from some cracks. Hikari Kinji was depressed, his full force strike had only created a crack? He complained, it's a disadvantage, it's already difficult to find those guys from Kyoto school in such a big maze, let alone find a few rats. There's no restriction on Shikigami, right? Yuki asked. No. What, Yuki-kun can summon Shura over? Gojo Satoru asked with some curiosity. After all, the dog he raised wasn't a Shikigami in the strict sense. Because he couldn't summon it at any time, he can only treat it as a pet. Everyone also looked at Yuki curiously. After all, he could always use some strange techniques. Under everyone's gaze, Yuki didn't hide anymore, bit his right index finger, and began to form hand seals with both hands. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, slammed his hand on the ground, and shouted, summoning technique. Sensing that he was being summoned by his master, Shura quickly picked up the last piece of meat in his bowl, and with a bang sound, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and Shura was summoned away. Zenin Maki, who was feeding the dog, looked at Shura, who had suddenly disappeared, and didn't panic too much to look for the dog, but instead complained, it disappeared with a bang. After all, this was raised by Yuki, so it became extremely normal for any strange situation to occur. Because Yuki was a tryhard, this guy had already tried so hard that he didn't even let go of the summoner? As the white smoke dissipated, Shura, who had originally been eating at home, had now appeared in Kyoto school. Gojo Satoru said in surprise, wow, he really summoned it. Humph. Yuki sat on Shura's back, and stroked his dog's head, saying, raising a son for 1,000 days is for using him for a moment, today is the time for you to take the stage. Woof. 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 At this moment, Shura seemed to be asking for credit, and shouted inwardly, Master, Master, I've learned a new move. New move? A technique? Yuki asked inwardly. He had been teaching him close combat, and he had basically developed all the close combat skills. After all, how could a dog fight, besides its claws and teeth, or its strong body to ram with? He had originally been thinking of developing his brain when he got a little bigger. After all, he was still a child right now. 3 months old, close to 4 months. I don't know what it is, but it's like this. After Shura shouted inwardly, he opened his mouth, and as a burst of red light appeared, cursed energy slowly condensed into a scarlet ball in his mouth. Buzz. With a roar, the ball in Shura's mouth shot towards the forest where the 5 people were, and directly broke a thick tree. Crack! The giant tree broke, and then fell down. The people who were watching were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Okatsuyuta, who had reacted, pointed at the broken tree and asked, Shura used a technique just now, right? Probably. Right, after all, it's also the first time I've seen it. Yuki, who was sitting on Shura's back at this moment, also didn't quite understand this thing. After all, he had been raising him in the direction of a close-range meat shield, but now he had directly become a remote artillery. Yuki-kun, your pet has a high level of comprehension, how did you raise it? I'll go get one too. Hikari Kinji's eyes were shining at this moment, as if he had imagined something. Stop thinking about riding a dog charging with a laser coming out of its mouth. Innate techniques can't be learned later, he can't teach you. Hoshi Kirara naturally knew what Hikari Kinji was thinking at this moment, and interrupted him. Gojo Satoru took off his old-fashioned sunglasses at this moment and sized up Shura, and then, as if he had seen something fun, muttered in a low voice, is this evolving? Or is it some fun technique? It feels like it won't be long before he can be counted as a person. The reason why animals are called animals is because they aren't as smart as humans. It was precisely because humans were smart enough that they could distinguish themselves from animals. But if animals also had the same IQ as humans, could they still be called animals? Shura seemed to be in the process of brain evolution at this moment. Some of the cursed energy was active in his brain, and was quite active. Like a child's unconstrained imagination, there was only curiosity and desire. Feeling that the time was almost up, Gojo Satoru took out his phone and glanced at it, and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the broadcasting room first. I'm looking forward to your performance." "Okay, goodbye Gojo-sensei." After everyone waved goodbye, they continued to surround Shura curiously. 11:58 a.m. Gojo Satoru's voice rang out from the broadcast. "Ahem. Hello hello hello. Sound check complete. The exciting maze rat hunt segment is about to begin. Both teams are already ready to go. Who will be the final winning team of this game? Next, your professional commentator, Gojo Satoru, will be providing you with a full explanation of this competition." The teachers who were sitting in the principal's office at this moment had black lines all over their faces. Yaga Masamichi didn't know what to say at this moment either. Considering that the other party was Gojo Satoru, he could only keep it in his heart, and discuss it with Yaga later. The sound of knocking on the door and Iori Utaheim's voice came from the broadcast from time to time. "You bastard Gojo Satoru, there's no such thing as commentary in a competition. Quickly open the door. Otherwise, I'll kick the door down." "Is that so? Then there's no way." Gojo Satoru, who was sitting in the broadcasting room, continued to say into the microphone, "Students, please wait a moment, the gold medal commentator Gojo Satoru is going to negotiate." After saying that, he put the microphone on the table, picked up the rope and tape that he had prepared in advance, and opened the locked door. Then, he took advantage of her unpreparedness to tie her up directly, saying, "I'm sorry, Utaheim-senpai. I'm a gold medal commentator at this moment, no one can disturb my commentary." Gojo Satoru. You. MMMPH. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 54, JKNS, Chapter 54. 2061 words. Iori Utaheim was gagged with tape before she could finish speaking, and a busy Gojo Satoru carried her into the room and placed her on a chair, taking off his old-fashioned sunglasses and putting his index finger to his lips, signaling her not to speak. He picked up the microphone and glanced at the time, saying, "Sorry everyone, I wasted a little time negotiating with Utaheim-sensei, now let's start the countdown for the competition." 10. 9. Everyone was speechless. Don't think they didn't hear the sound of someone being tied up, and the muffled sounds were still there. As the time reached 0, the competition began. The 8 people from both schools also entered the maze, and the entrance closed directly. According to the plan, Kumo Noritoshi and the other 2 directly left to do Aoi behind, and Nishimiya Momo flew out of the high walls, surveying the entire maze, looking for Yuki. To-do Aoi looked at the 3 people who were leaving quickly, and with his IQ of 530,000, he could roughly guess what they were going to do. Ambush Yuki, and it was the principal's order. But he only glanced at them, and then left. After all, Yuki at this moment was enough to beat the 3 of them. He only needed to find enough rats, and as his best friend, he would naturally look for him. There was no need to bother to find people. Did to-do follow? Kumo Noritoshi said into his phone, and after a while, Nishimiya Momo's voice came. No, he went to look for the rats. That's good, find Yuki's exact location, and test his strength when he's alone. Got it, I'm flying over there now. After Nishimiya Momo finished speaking, she put the phone in her pocket, without hanging up. The maze routes were intricate and complex, some roads were as wide as roads, but some passages could only be passed by one person. It was hard to imagine how this thing was built in such a short amount of time. It was also hard to imagine why a person with an ordinary appearance and background would attract the principal's attention. Woof woof woof. Shura smelled the scent of the rats. Yuki and the others were following behind Shura at this moment. He was lowering his head, smelling the scent of the cursed spirits and was responsible for leading the way. The scent he smelled became stronger at this moment, and he knew that the rats in his master's mouth were nearby. He called out a few times and charged out. Good job, Shura, I'll treat you to meat when we get back. Hikari Kinji didn't treat Shura as an outsider. After all, he really wanted to raise one at this moment, thinking that maybe one day he could get close to him, and ask Yuki-kun to borrow him for a few days to go for a spin. The others followed behind Shura, and after circling around a few times, they saw the so-called rats. Their bodies were like rats, and they had 3 eyes on their bodies, a pair of rat eyes on their face, and another human eye on their back, constantly open and staring around, seemingly to compensate for the lack of ears to hear, and their limbs were also unusually thick. When everyone saw the rats for the first time, they were surprised to find that 3 rats were gathered together at this moment, seemingly discussing something. As the eyes on the back of the rats gazed at them, they scattered instantly like startled birds. Their speed was as fast as an arrow shot from a fully drawn bow, fleeting in an instant. The 4 looked at each other, and had already locked onto their targets. Yuki shouted as he left, "Hoshikara-senpai, you ride Shura and follow behind Okatsu, to prevent the other side from ganging up on him." "Okay." Hoshikara looked at Okatsu Yuta, who had already left, and Shura, who was half a person tall. He got on and said, "Catch up with Yuta." Woof. Shura didn't reject others sitting on him either, after all, it was his master's order. Yuki looked at the rat that was getting further and further away, and couldn't help but sigh that this thing was really fast. Then, I should speed up too. Scarlet cursed energy covered his entire body, he stepped out with 1 foot, and cracks appeared on the ground that had been dried by the fire yesterday, and he charged out directly like an arrow. The eyes on the back of the rat stared intently at Yuki, and as he watched him chasing and about to catch up, he spoke in human words, "Escape, escape, don't want to be seen, don't want to be remembered, want to get away." "What are you escaping for? If I wasn't unable to kill you to get points, you would have been torn to pieces long ago." Yuki was running wildly behind him, the long sword at his waist clanging, but he found that he couldn't catch up no matter what, and when he sped up, the cursed spirit also sped up with him. "TCH, I didn't expect this thing to be so fast. Let's see if the Sharingan has any effect." Yuki thought, and his black pupils turned scarlet, the 2 tomo rotating rapidly, and as cursed energy erupted from his pupils, he directly cast Genjutsu to make its brain crash. But the rat was still running wildly at this moment, seemingly not affected by the Genjutsu at all. The eyes on its back only closed for a few seconds before opening again. Damn! What kind of cursed spirit is this? Genjutsu is ineffective? Just as Yuki was surprised, Gojo Satoru's voice came, "I forgot to say, the rat has 2 brains, one is responsible for controlling the eyes on its back, and the other is the main brain." Damn you! You mere rat, today I'll see who has more cursed energy in their body. Yuki didn't know who he was yelling at with this "damn you," but his voice was particularly loud, and heart-wrenching. Until, a voice came from the sky, "We've got you cornered, Yuki." 2 people suddenly appeared at the corner ahead. Mekamaru was supporting his right arm with his left hand, and at this moment, the palm of his right hand was open, and cursed energy was being compressed infinitely. Kamo Noritoshi had 3 arrows on the string in his hand at this moment, the bowstring was fully drawn, and red blood was attached to the arrowheads. Yuki shouted inwardly that he was done for at this moment, he didn't expect that it was him who was being ambushed. The rat ran past the feet of the 2, but their attention never shifted from Yuki. The blood-stained arrows were shot from the bow, and the entire road was only 1 meter wide. Being ambushed by 3 people in such a narrow place. It could be said that Yuki had been cornered at this moment. Click. Yuki held the scabbard with his left hand, and used his thumb to push the hilt out. His scarlet Tutomo Sharingan instantly captured the trajectory of the 3 arrows. His right hand accurately grabbed the hilt, and slashed out with his sword at the 3 arrows that were flying over, splitting them all apart. Lie down. Great exorcising cannon. Mekamaru, who had finished charging, fired a cannon, and the compressed cursed energy cannon instantly spread out, directly filling the entire path. There was no way he could dodge this attack. Buzz. Thump. The cursed energy cannon instantly sent Yuki flying out, and even the sturdy wall was smashed into a deep pit at this moment. He only stopped when the spray device on Mekamaru's right hand turned red and overloaded, needing to cool down. Looking at Yuki, who was covered in blood, Mekamaru said with a confident tone, "Let's go, this move won't kill him, but he won't be able to wake up for a few days, let's go take care of the others." Kamo Noritoshi nodded, after all, he didn't have the confidence to take that blow head-on. Although ambushing or something was unfair, losing like this could only mean that his strength wasn't good enough. Did he lose just like that? I thought he was on the same level as Tadu. Nishimiya Momo, who was riding a broom, slowly descended, glanced at Yuki, who had been embedded in the wall and had lost consciousness, and was just about to leave with the 2. Crack! Yuki slowly opened his eyes, pulled out his right hand, and looked at the broken long sword, saying, "You bastards are pretty good at ambush battles, you even broke my sword." What? The 3 turned around, and saw Yuki on the wall in disbelief. He was slowly pulling out his limbs that were stuck in the wall, the open wounds on his body were healing quickly, and the broken sword in his hand had also been thrown on the ground like trash. Reverse curse technique. The teachers who were watching in the principal's office were shocked, and Yaga Mazamichi's hand, which was holding the cane, was trembling at this moment. A group of teachers discussed. No way, he knows the reverse curse technique at this age? He seems to be only 15 years old, right? Indeed, according to the information, he's indeed 15 years old. This is troublesome, I feel like we're going to lose. Thump. Yaga Masamichi's cane struck the floor, and the teachers who were discussing in the field instantly shut their mouths, waiting for the principal's response. What a mess, keep watching quietly. Yes. MMMPH. Iori Utaheim struggled as she watched Gojo Satoru's student use the reverse curse technique on the screen. Oh yo, he actually learned it so quickly, he has good talent. Gojo Satoru was a little surprised, but he quickly let it go. After all, he had also comprehended the reverse curse technique when he was on the verge of death. His comprehension wasn't bad to begin with, so it was normal for him to comprehend it. Then he tore off the tape on Iori Utaheim's mouth and asked. Iori Utaheim said in surprise, "What exactly did you teach, you madman? You actually made a 15-year-old child use the reverse curse technique." "I just taught him normally, and if you keep making noise, I'll continue to tape your mouth shut," Gojo Satoru said and used his little finger to pick at his ear. "You." Iori Utaheim had only said half a sentence when she saw that Gojo Satoru had already reached for the tape on the table, and quickly said, "I won't say anything, let me catch my breath." Although that's what she said, she muttered inwardly, "Don't let me call Shoko, otherwise you're dead." Gojo Satoru retracted his right hand, and continued to watch the screen. Mekamaru and Kumo Noritoshi were shocked, and Nishimiya Momo said in surprise, "No way? He even knows the reverse curse technique, are all the first years from Tokyo school devils?" Yuki twisted his neck a few times, making cracking sounds. He directly drew 200 cursed energy from Shura's body for his own use. After all, withstanding that blow and the recovery from the reverse curse technique, his cursed energy was a little tight. A qualified top-level jujutsu sorcerer must perfectly control their negative emotions. He was angry at this moment, but not to the point of losing his mind. Instead, he transferred his resentment to the broken sword. In other words, he was going to avenge his broken sword at this moment. The cursed energy in his body was also constantly recovering with this negative emotion. Although the amount was small, it was enough. "First of all, I have to take care of the nuisances." Yuki's black pupils turned red, and Nishimiya Momo's surprised expression was reflected in the two Tomo pupils, as cursed energy erupted violently from his eyes. But nothing happened. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 55, JKNS, Chapter 55. 2,466 words. Too far, huh? Yuki, who was trying the range of his Sharingan Genjutsu for the first time, saw that he couldn't reach Nishimiya Momo, so he didn't bother with her anymore. After all, she was the weakest on the field. Although she wasn't a big threat, he would keep an eye on her movements. After all, he didn't want to get stabbed in the back. "It's the second round, I didn't expect to see someone as strong as you among the first-year students." Mekamaru looked at Yuki, and the armor on his right arm opened, revealing the hidden curse tool inside. Several sharp hooks popped out from within, like spider legs, surrounding his arm. The 5 mechanical fingers also displayed sharp hooks, and began to rotate like a drill. "Let's make this quick." Kumo Noritoshi took out 3 more arrows from the bamboo tube at his waist, lightly cutting his skin to let the blood stick to the arrows, and fully drew his bowstring. "Yeah, let's make this quick." Yuki didn't waste any time either. After all, from the current situation, stalling for time was a joke. The maze was huge, and for Shura to come over, he would have to return the way he came, and then smell his scent to get here. It would take at least 4 or 5 minutes. Besides, he also wanted to try the feeling of unleashing Black Flash yesterday. Perhaps it was a little willful, but he just wanted to try it. Anyway, it wasn't a life-or-death battle, so he would be willful. Yuki charged directly towards the 3, bent down and picked up the broken blade on the ground, and shot it towards Nishimiya Momo in the sky, aiming straight for her face. A woman's most important thing was her face. Nishimiya Momo, who was a mixed blood, paid a lot of attention to her appearance. Seeing that Yuki wanted to touch her pretty face, she complained, "You bastard. Don't touch my face. So this is your true face." Yuki glanced at her with his scarlet pupils. He had already pulled one of them in, and could ensure that he wouldn't be ganged up on by 3 people at the same time for a short few seconds. Now he only needed to deal with Kumo Noritoshi and Mekamaru. Mekamaru took the brunt of the attack, and his high-speed rotating right hand shaved towards Yuki's body. Cursed energy sprayed out from his arm, directly increasing the shaving speed by 3 times. In an instant, the wall was directly destroyed. Yuki dodged with a flash, and just as he was about to punch him in the head, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air. 3 blood-stained arrows accurately shot into Yuki's body. Yuki looked at the 3 arrows in his body, his eyes surprised, and he fell down with a thud sound. White mist appeared, and a piece of wood fell on the ground, bouncing a few times, and the 3 blood-stained arrows were clearly on it. The real Yuki disappeared into the smoke. Kamo Noritoshi looked at the piece of wood that had popped out of the smoke, and shouted, "Mekamaru! Dodge quickly!" Thump! A violent roar came out, and the smoke was instantly blown away. Mekamaru flew out from within, but had lost an arm. He rolled twice and got up from the ground, his green eyes staring intently at Yuki, shouting, "Be careful, this monster knows reverse curse technique and black flash." Mekamaru already had the intention to retreat at this moment. He only had 2 controllable cursed corpses in total. The one he had destroyed yesterday couldn't be recovered anymore, and if this one was destroyed as well, then it would mean that he wouldn't have any combat power until a new controllable cursed corpse came out. Yuki pulled out his fist from the wall, and looked at Mekamaru, who had escaped with his arm severed, saying, "If it wasn't for Kamo Noritoshi's reminder just now, I would have blown your head off with 1 punch. Die, you bastard. How dare you attack my face?" Tsukumagami manipulation, side severing. Nishimiya Momo stepped on her broom and charged behind Yuki at this moment, the yellow withered leaves scraping on the ground. With a swift turn, cursed energy stirred up the wind to form a sharp wind blade, mixed with the dust on the ground, and attacked Yuki. Although it looked fierce, and the attack path covered the entire path. But in Yuki's eyes, this move was full of loopholes. Although the cursed energy was concentrated at the moment the technique was unleashed, when it covered the entire path later, the distribution of cursed energy became disorganized. Although it was difficult for normal people to see it, he had the Sharingan. Under everyone's gaze, Yuki only shifted to the left by 1 step. The wind blade hit him solidly, but it was just like a breeze blowing past. And next to him, shallow scratches appeared on the solid wall, and the ground was ravaged by the wind blade, looking as miserable as if it had been cut 1,000 times. What? He actually dodged it. Nishimiya Momo, who had originally thought that Yuki wouldn't die but would still lose a layer of skin, was surprised at this moment, and at this moment, his hands had already alternated into afterimages, forming seals that she couldn't understand, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. Serpent, sheep, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire style, great fireball technique. Yuki took a deep breath, his chest bulging high. At this moment, there seemed to be a burning fireball in his throat, and as the air in his lungs was exhaled, a towering fireball that consumed 200 cursed energy flew towards Nishimiya Momo. Like a small sun, it made the slightly cool midday air of autumn become hot, and even the air was distorted. Kamo Noritoshi, who had originally been preparing to attack, also had the idea of retreating at this moment, and put down the bow in his hand, which was already fully drawn, as he watched the fireball flying into the sky. There was no need to test his strength anymore, there was no point in continuing to fight. Reverse curse technique, black flash, those sharp and almost all-seeing strange eyes, and the already known flames. Although it was a mystery why those 3 arrows had hit the wood before, it wasn't a good time to explore it now. If they didn't leave, they would all be done for. Nishimiya Momo, who had barely dodged the fireball, also didn't have the intention to fight anymore, her technique had been completely seen through. She glanced at Kamo Noritoshi, who was the captain, and shook her head at him. Mekamaru also reminded him in a low voice, "Let's go, I only have this 1 cursed corpse left, if it's destroyed, I'm done for." "All right." Kamo Noritoshi nodded, put the arrows in his hand back into the bamboo tube at his waist, cupped his fist and said, "We lost, goodbye." "Wait a minute, my sword was broken by you. If you can't give me something that satisfies me, then you might not really be able to leave," Yuki said and walked towards the 1 person and 1 cursed corpse. Although he didn't have much cursed energy left at this moment, as long as he put on a strong front on the surface, there wouldn't be any big problems. After all, not everyone was like Gojo-sensei, who had the 6 eyes that could see through cursed energy. This wasn't a big secret in the jujutsu world either, it was easy to find out, and he could ask any grade 1 or higher sorcerer, and they would know. Seeing Yuki walking steadily towards them, Kamo Noritoshi was in a difficult position at this moment. After all, he didn't know if he was pretending, since the reverse curse technique and that ball of fire clearly consumed a lot of cursed energy. But he just couldn't be sure, and if they fought, his side wouldn't get any benefits either. He looked at the broken sword on the ground in the distance and said, "I'll compensate you with a better curse tool after the competition is over, I guarantee it with the Kumo family's reputation." Deal. Yuki, who had achieved his goal, also stopped, watching the 2 leave, and shouted, "What are you still looking at in the sky? Do you really think I can't touch you? It's none of your business? Is the sky your home? You're being so nosy, can't I look? Nishimiya Momo, who was 20 meters above the ground, glanced at him and then left directly. Sensing that there was no one around, Yuki also closed his Sharingan at this moment, sighed a turbid breath, and sat down on the ground with a thud. This battle was really too tiring, and they seemed to be targeting him on purpose. The first forest encirclement was accidental, but the second time being singled out by 3 people didn't make sense. Shouldn't they have gone to catch Okatsu Yuta? He was someone who could temporarily fight Tadu to a standstill. Were these 3 people's brains short-circuited? Coming to deal with him. The only conclusion that could be drawn was that someone in the Kyoto higher-ups was eyeing his strength. But even if he could draw this conclusion at this moment, he couldn't do anything, he was still too weak. Master, help! In his mind, Shura's voice came. Yuki frowned, and quickly asked, what's wrong? There's someone very tall. Hey! Shura! What's wrong? Answer me quickly. Yuki got up immediately, and could sense that Shura had fallen into a coma at this moment. And the only conclusion that could be drawn at this time was that Okatsu Yuta and Hoshi Karara Senpai had met Tadu Aoi. But, he didn't have enough cursed energy to fight Tadu anymore at this moment, he could only wait for the cursed energy in his body to recover. Ah, you guys are pretty good. What's your names? Tadu Aoi knocked out the Tibetan Mastiff that had pounced on him and threw it to the side, looking at the 2 people from Tokyo School in front of him. Although the profiles of everyone from Tokyo School had been sent from above, his mind was only on his best friend, and he hadn't looked at the other 3 at all. Okatsu Yuta. Okatsu Yuta gripped the long sword tightly with both hands, his eyes changing from his previous timid look, and injected Rika's cursed energy into the blade, staring intently at Tadu Aoi. He had always been hiding behind everyone before, and he didn't want to keep doing this, hiding behind everyone. Rika's power should be used to protect others. I am strong. Hoshi Karara. Hoshi Karara, who had touched Tadu Aoi, also unfolded his technique Interstellar Flight. He glanced at the unconscious Shura, and the anger in his heart was inevitable. He said to Okatsu Yuta, Yuta-kun, you can go all out, don't worry about anything else, just trust me. Yes. Very good, I'm Tadu Aoi. Let's go together. Tadu Aoi looked at Okatsu Yuta, who was charging over, and his originally excited expression turned serious. There was a phantom of a cursed spirit behind him. Was he someone who had been cursed by a vengeful spirit? Interesting. Defeat him. Yuta. Rika Orimoto's voice echoed in Okatsu Yuta's ears. Yeah, I'll defeat him. Lend me your power, Rika. Okatsu Yuta responded lightly and charged directly. Having been trained by Maki and Yuki for a long time, his close combat abilities were naturally not weak. Although he couldn't use techniques, Gojo-sensei had said that he was Rika's vessel, and would inherit Rika's techniques in the future. With the belief that he would defeat him, Okatsu Yuta unleashed a clean and swift slash. Tadu Aoi dodged easily, and just as he was about to attack, he suddenly felt like something was repelling him, and the fist he threw couldn't get close. What was this? While still surprised, that repulsive feeling dissipated in an instant. Okatsu Yuta unleashed a second slash. Swoosh, the blade flashed, and blood splattered. Tadu Aoi quickly retreated, touched his cheek with his right hand and looked at the bloodstains on it, his eyes revealing a serious expression. It was too strange, that punch he threw couldn't get close at all, as if space was infinitely stacked, and he could never reach it. Slap. White light lit up on the foreheads of everyone on the field. While confused, Tadu saw a string of English letters "EMI" appear on his arm at some point, like a mark. When he looked up at Okatsu Yuta, he found that he also had a similar mark on the back of his hand, but the English letters were Mimosa. One meant "EMI", and the other meant Mimosa. Obviously, there was no connection between the two when translated, they were just acting as marks for the technique to unfold. Slap. Tadu only thought for 0.1 seconds before making a decision in an instant, clapping his hands, and decisively used Boogie Woogie to switch positions with Okatsu, to attack Hoshi Karara. Okatsu Yuta, who didn't understand what was happening, was suddenly switched positions, and watched Tadu Aoi attack Hoshi Karara in his previous position, shouting, "Senpai, be careful." Hoshi Karara only glanced at Tadu Aoi, who was attacking, seemingly not taking him seriously. Sure enough, the fist couldn't get close after being swung halfway. No matter how much strength Tadu Aoi used, he didn't move forward even a bit, as if it was a real place that he could never reach. Just as Tadu was wondering what this technique was all about, Okatsu Yuta had already swung his sword from behind, but the end result was the same as Tadu, he could never get close. Ha! What's going on? This time it was Yuta's turn to be confused. He had clearly landed a hit with his sword just now, but he couldn't get close at this moment? The three were in a stalemate at this moment. Taduaoi couldn't get close to Hoshikara, and Okatsuyuta couldn't get close to Taduaoi. But Taduaoi, who prided himself on having an IQ of 530,000, had roughly understood the principle of this technique at this moment. The user wasn't Okatsuyuta, but this Hoshikara. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 56, JKNS, Chapter 56. 2,318 words. They too could get close, but he couldn't get close to them. Correspondingly, they too couldn't get close to him either during the technique's activation. This was a rule-based technique. In other words, when the technique was activated, the user also had to follow the rules of this technique. Since it was a rule, then there must be a way to contact them, otherwise the user wouldn't be able to contact him either, unless he deactivated the technique. Taduaoi, who had roughly guessed what was going on, retracted his fist and surveyed his surroundings. This was a dead end. He had just walked in and met the two who were chasing the rat, although he didn't know where the rat had run off to now. The English letters on the wall instantly attracted Tadu's attention. Taduaoi, who had roughly guessed what was going on, said, "The principle of your technique should be constructed from the principle of the Southern Cross constellation, right?" Hearing that the principle of his technique had been said out loud, Hoshikara's pupils contracted, and seemingly realizing that his facial expression management was too poor, he quickly patted his face, muttering, "Damn it." This reaction also let Tadu know that he had guessed correctly. If the Yimai on his body represented 1, then Okatsuyuta and Hoshikara should represent 3 and 4. For 1 to touch 3 and 4, it had to pass through 2, and the Gakrux behind him should be 2. It was a very simple principle of the technique, but if you didn't understand it, you could be played to death. After all, the user could deactivate the technique at any time, and then activate it in an instant. While Okatsuyuta was still wondering what the Southern Cross constellation was, clapping sounded again. Taduaoi and Hoshikara switched positions, and he reached out to touch the Gakrux on the wall, but, like before, he couldn't touch it. Tadu understood at this moment, this wasn't 2, but 5. The only one on the field with 2 marked on their body should be that dog. Hoshikara, who had been switched positions, didn't waste any time, and touched the gravel on the ground, injecting cursed energy into it. He engraved the Yimai mark on all of them, and as the technique was engraved, the gravel, which had been strengthened by cursed energy, quickly flew up, and shot towards Taduaoi. With the same mark, the weak would approach the strong. This was also one of the rules of interstellar flight, but the disadvantage was that it could only be used on one person. If he wanted to use it on others, he could only erase 1 mark. Which meant that, number 1 was Taduaoi, number 2 was Shura, number 3 was Okatsuyuta, number 4 was Hoshikara, and number 5 was the wall. He could throw things with the same mark at these marked people or objects, and the thrown things would keep sticking to him, until they crushed him to death. But if he wanted to use it on 2 people at the same time, then he would have to remove one of the 5 marks, and then remark the same mark. Taduaoi shattered the gravel with a few punches, but smaller Imai appeared on the shattered gravel, sticking to Tadu's body. This is... Tadu glanced at the cursed energy contained in the gravel, and clapped his hands lightly. The gravel and the unconscious Shura, who was lying on the ground, switched positions. This works too? Hoshikara was extremely speechless at this moment. He didn't expect that his previously invincible technique would meet its nemesis. At this moment, the technique had also been completely figured out, which meant that he was no different from trash. Next, he could only leave it to Okatsuyuta, who was his junior. He deactivated the technique, and the gravel that was attached to Taduaoi fell to the ground. He said to Okatsuyuta, "Sorry, my technique has been broken, I can only leave the rest to you, junior." Yuta nodded and said, "Yeah, I know. But you've already done your best, senpai, there's no need to blame yourself, I wasted the opportunity that you created." "Good that you know, then make up for your mistake properly." Hoshikara said with a smile. He had also experienced this kind of situation before. It was just the first year, after all, not everyone was like Yuki-kun, kind on the outside, meticulous on the inside, but also a battle maniac. This evaluation might not be popular, but at least that's what he thought. Sensing that the technique had been deactivated, Taduaoi released the dog in his hand, and twisted his neck as he walked towards the 2. He had already touched 2, and even if the technique was reactivated later, he would still be able to touch them. What he needed to do at this moment was to defeat them, and wait for the final battle with his best friend. He couldn't leave any regrets from yesterday's disappointment. He said, "If you guys don't come, then I'm going over." After saying that, cursed energy instantly covered his entire body. He clapped his hands, and directly switched positions with Okatsu Yuta, throwing a punch at Hoshi Kirara. Hoshi Kirara seemed to know that this would happen, and cursed energy instantly covered the surface of his weak body, and he crossed his arms to block. Looking at the fist that was coming, he sighed inwardly, perhaps I should exercise my body more often. Bang! The blow landed, and Hoshi Kirara gritted his teeth tightly. The crossed arms seemed to be about to break, making crack-crack sounds. In an instant, he was directly sent flying by this huge force. His back hit the wall solidly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Senpai! Okatsu Yuta's pupils contracted. Although he knew that killing wasn't allowed in the competition, he still sighed at his weakness at this moment. It would be great if he could become as strong as Zenin Maki, Panda, Inumaki Toge, and Yuki. No. I have to surpass them, only then can I protect them all together. Let's have a blast, Yuta. Feeling the change in Okatsu Yuta at this moment, Rika Orimoto extended a phantom from the ring, saying, "Yeah. Let's have a blast, I won't be a coward anymore." Okatsu Yuta was like a different person at this moment. The majestic cursed energy in his body was pouring out in all directions, and the air became particularly oppressive at this moment. Shura, who was unconscious to the side, seemed to sense the aura of death, and his fur stood on end, waking up instantly. Hikari Kinji, who had finally caught a rat, also sensed that majestic cursed energy at this moment. The word special grade instantly appeared in his mind, and fearing that something might happen, he rushed over directly. Yuki, who was sitting on the ground meditating to recover his cursed energy, also opened his eyes and looked into the distance, sighing. Rika came out. It looks like Tadu is going to be in trouble. What is this terrifying amount of cursed energy? A special grade. Kamo Noritoshi, who was chasing the rat, looked at Nishimiya Momo in the sky, and shouted, "Go see what's going on." Got it. Nishimiya Momo glanced at the source of the cursed energy in the distance, and swallowed. It was the first time he had seen such a huge amount of cursed energy. It felt even more powerful than the principal. Notify all grade 1 and above sorcerers in the school to mobilize, to encircle and kill the special grade cursed vengeful spirit, the host of Rika Orimoto, Okatsu Yuta. In the principal's office, Yaga Mazamichi, who was watching the screen, crushed the cane in his hand, and shouted at the teachers. When everyone heard that it was a special grade cursed spirit, their expressions became serious and they left the principal's office directly. Yaga Mazamichi looked at Okatsu Yuta on the screen and said, "Rules are rules, not killing him poses too much of a threat to future society." Oh dear, this is going to be difficult to deal with. That old man is probably going to get rid of Yuta, right? Gojo Satoru retracted his legs from the table, and moved the tied-up Iori Yutaheim to his seat, saying, "I'm going out for a bit, sit here and don't move, I'll be right back." Do you know what you're doing? What's the point of saving him once? The higher-ups want to hunt him down, you can't protect him forever. Faced with Iori Yutaheim's question, Gojo Satoru replied with a smile, "If those old geezers really dare to do anything, I'll make their heads switch places to live. He's my student, dealing with him is my problem." After saying that, Gojo Satoru opened the window and flew out directly. Inside the maze. Tadu Aoi looked at this majestic cursed energy, and felt the pressure increase at this moment. He also complained inwardly why he didn't look at their profiles. This was no longer on the same level as him. "Thank you, Rika, I'll defeat him." Okatsu Yuta walked towards Tadu Aoi with his long sword in hand. With the pressure of the cursed energy, the space became silent, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the dead end. Oppressive, oppressive, oppressive. It felt like the sky had become gloomy at this moment. Tadu Aoi looked at Okatsu Yuta, who was approaching, and his heart was pounding. He didn't know if it was fear or excitement. The strong enemy he had longed for had appeared. To the point where he couldn't help but laugh wildly. You fit my taste very well, Okatsu Yuta. From today onwards, you are my rival." After saying that, Tadu Aoi clapped his hands, and instantly switched positions with Shura, who was trembling with fear next to him, and threw a punch. Okatsu Yuta didn't look back, but the scattered cursed energy had already sensed the punch that Tadu Aoi had thrown. Like a cunning rabbit, he instantly lowered his body, turned around, and unleashed a slash. He was so fast that he had already unleashed the sword, but still had an afterimage of him standing in place. So fast. Tadu Aoi was shocked inwardly, but still relied on his extremely strong reactions to dodge the slash. Touching his waist, where his clothes had been cut open, he began to pant excitedly. He had almost been cut in half. He hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time, it seemed. That feeling of fear mixed with excitement, it felt so good. Next. Just as Tadu had come back to his senses and was about to counterattack, he saw Okatsu Yuta wielding his sword and slashing at him at this moment. Rika Orimoto, who was to the side, laughed wildly, kill him. Yuta. Hearing the word kill, Okatsu Yuta instantly realized that he seemed to have been carried away by this strong curse, and immediately retracted the sword he had swung, and flashed past Tadu Aoi. He said to Rika Orimoto, we can't kill people, what we have to do is defeat him. We can't kill. We can't. Okay, Yuta, don't be angry. No, I'm not angry. Okatsu Yuta shook his head and said, with you here, how could I be angry, let's defeat him together. As he said this, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and cursed energy covered the blade again. Tadu Aoi didn't dare to be careless anymore, he had just been distracted for a moment, less than 0.2 seconds. He had almost been separated from his head, his speed was as fast as if he was a different person. But, as expected of a worthy opponent, he was still able to maintain his reason in such a strong curse, he had thought he was going to die. Sorry, I lost my mind a little just now. Let's continue our second round of battle. Faced with Okatsu Yuta's apology, Tadu Aoi repositioned himself in an attacking stance and said, it's okay, I was careless. Let's start our second round, worthy opponent. After saying that, the cursed energy in Tadu Aoi's body erupted violently. His eyes stared intently at Okatsu Yuta in front of him, and after taking a deep breath, he stepped out with one foot. The ground cracked, and the distance of 10 meters was reached in an instant, he directly punched out at Okatsu Yuta's chest. He's gotten faster. Okatsu Yuta blocked subconsciously, but at the moment the fist touched, cursed energy burst out into black, as if space was distorted, and forcibly broke through the defense of his arms. It directly slammed into his chest. Black Flash. Tadu Aoi unleashed a punch, this move was his praise for a worthy opponent. After all, even his best friend, he wouldn't dare to use this move, not because he was looking down on him, but because the destructive power was too great, and accidents could happen. But he could definitely use it on him. Cough cough. Ah, that hurts. Okatsu Yuta, who had flown out dozens of meters, knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. That punch really hurt when it hit his body, if it wasn't for relying on this almost infinite cursed energy to strengthen his body, he might have been punched through. Chapter 57, JKNS, Chapter 57. 2,257 words. It's not time to rest yet, worthy opponent. Tadu Aoi's voice came. Looking up, he saw that Tadu had already thrown a punch. Forcing down the pain in his chest, Okatsu Yuta got up and unleashed a slash. Clang! Upon collision, the blade shattered into pieces. It was as fragile and unbearable as fragile glass. Tadu Aoi reminded him, if you inject too much cursed energy, the blade, which is just a vessel, won't be able to withstand it, worthy opponent. After saying that, he punched him in the face, without using Black Flash, just a simple punch. After all, he had held back just now, so it was only fair to return the favor. For Tadu Aoi, he would generously teach those who were worth teaching what he knew. All for the sake of making the other side stronger, and then fighting him. Okatsu Yuta, who had rolled twice on the ground, wiped the blood flowing from his nose, and said, thank you, I understand. Let's continue. Gojo Satoru. What are you trying to do? Okatsu Yuta is already close to going berserk, he must be sentenced to death. At this moment, Yaga Mazamichi had changed from his previous old appearance, wearing a kimono and holding a cane, to wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, holding an electric guitar, and his tone had a bit of passion. Nothing, I'm just here to stop you. I'll give you 2 suggestions. Standing in the sky, looking down on everyone, Gojo Satoru raised his right hand and said, 1. I'll knock you all down. 2. Be aware and lie down on the ground without moving. Only I can deal with my student. Faced with the arrogant Gojo Satoru, the people below looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds for a moment, after all, they were employed at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. But they didn't dare to act on Gojo Satoru's threat at this moment either, after all, the name of the strongest was on his head, and although no one knew his true strength, just those 2 words, the strongest, were firmly pressing down on everyone's hearts. Are you serious? Yaga Mazamichi stared intently at Gojo Satoru in the sky, seemingly wanting to test his true strength. Of course, I won't kill anyone. If you want to challenge the name of the strongest, you can all come at me together. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he landed on the ground, and beckoned to everyone. Go! As long as you can touch Gojo Satoru once, your bonus this month will be tripled, and will cover the hospital bills. Just as Yaga Mazamichi finished speaking, the 3 quasi-grade 1 sorcerers in the school looked at each other, and then took out their respective cursed tools. Yaga Mazamichi, who was the principal, naturally knew the effect of taking the lead, and walked over directly with the electric guitar in his hand. He lightly plucked the strings, and the cursed energy in his body began to stir with the rhythm of the plucked notes. Buzz! When he plucked the strings again, the sound was as if it had been amplified 10 times by a speaker, deafening. For cursed energy blades attacked Gojo Satoru, swift and violent. But they couldn't get close to Gojo Satoru, which was also what Yaga Mazamichi had expected. He then plucked the strings violently again, and countless cursed energy blades appeared from all directions, surrounding and attacking Gojo Satoru without any blind spots. After 3 breaths, Yaga Mazamichi stopped the strings in his hand, and looking at the thick smoke in front of him, he also knew that this wouldn't have any effect on Gojo Satoru, saying, "Go!" Yes. The 3 Jujutsu sorcerers picked up their cursed tools and charged directly, but in an instant, before they could even activate their techniques, they were instantly killed by the unharmed Gojo Satoru. He kicked the 3 of them away at the same time. The speed was so fast that even Yaga Mazamichi, who was watching, didn't react. The name of the strongest was worthy of being the strongest. Slaughtering grade 1 sorcerers was like slaughtering dogs. Yaga Mazamichi didn't know what to say at this moment. He felt that the 2 were no longer creatures from the same dimension. Everyone knew that special grades were ridiculously strong, but he didn't expect them to instantly kill grade 1 sorcerers. So this was Gojo Satoru, who possessed the name of the strongest. "What's wrong? Do you still want to fight, old man?" Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets, seemingly not feeling any pressure. He just used those blue pupils to look at Yaga Mazamichi indifferently. Yaga Mazamichi could only submit at this moment, put down the electric guitar in his hand, and said, "I'll pretend I didn't see what happened today. You better take care of your student, and don't let him do anything stupid." Of course, that's how it should be. Gojo Satoru watched Yaga Mazamichi turn around and leave, and waved his hand, saying, "Walk slowly, I won't see you off. Remember to come for tea next year." "I will." Yaga Mazamichi left with a gloomy face. The teachers who had been sent flying didn't have any major injuries, and followed behind the principal as they left. They had experienced the difference between a grade 1 and a top-tier special grade. It was a world of difference. They were so fast that they couldn't even react. In reality, they were also at the bottom of the grade 1 sorcerers. The strong ones weren't in the school at this moment, so being instantly killed was normal. After all, one was the floor, and the other was the ceiling. They weren't in the same dimension. "Oh dear, I tried a little bit hard." Gojo Satoru turned around and looked at the maze, saying, "Bravely move forward towards the future. After all, no one can break the wings of a fledgling bird, including me." Inside the maze, Taduaoi was exchanging punches with Okatsu Yuta at this moment. Taduaoi was also very happy to teach his rival, and could even see a shadow of his best friend on him. This was the so-called mutual attraction between strong people. His best friend's talent was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever seen, whether it was his fighting style or his fighting ideas. After all, he had only taught him a little, and he had immediately comprehended Black Flash, and had unleashed it 3 times in a row on the same day, although it was possible that he could have continued to unleash it, but he couldn't take it anymore. He had also chatted with him a lot that afternoon, and as they chatted, he told a tragic story, and the mentality of the protagonist in the story, numb, dark, seemingly not knowing why they were living, until the person who brought him change, hope, and the pursuit of the future. The so-called best friend, wasn't that the person who understood you the most? If that was the case for his best friend, then it should be the same for his rival. He asked, "What kind of woman do you like?" "Huh?" Okatsu Yuta was stunned, and was sent flying by Tadu's punch. Taduaoi continued to ask, "What kind of woman do you like?" Okatsu Yuta, who was lying on the ground, felt inexplicable at this moment. They were fighting, why was he bringing up women? "What kind of woman do you like? Big breasts or small breasts, tall or short, what kind of personality, answer me quickly." Worthy opponent. Faced with Taduaoi's series of questions, Okatsu thought for a moment and quickly said, "I guess I like average-sized ones, height is whatever, and a kind and gentle personality." How terrible, worthy opponent. Taduaoi looked up at the sky at this moment, tears in his eyes, seemingly feeling regret, saying, "You actually have so little ambition, you should be pursuing girls who are busty, tall, and mischievous. That's what you're pursuing, right? Don't force it on me." Okatsu Yuta roared. After all, the Takata-chan he had seen at the concert before was about what he had described. "It will be on the shelves tonight at 0:05. I suddenly received a private message from the editor yesterday. I originally thought about putting it on the shelves after the 0 volume was over, but the recommendations couldn't be squeezed in later. Although it feels a bit rushed, and the author doesn't have any manuscript saved, thank you all for watching for so long. I'll work hard to update more after it's on the shelves, at least it won't be 4,000 words a day. As my first signed book, I feel like I've changed everything that I could change, and I've also worked hard to write it. I'll work hard to write the later plot, and I've also tried my best to supplement this zero volume, although readers have mixed reviews. But I'm still grateful that you all can see this. The exchange event is expected to end soon, and then it will be Night Parade of 100 Demons. I don't know if I can reach the shocking consumption of the movie, and after the Okatsu arc is over, I'll also have to prepare for Itadori's arc. You should be very interested in chasing down Jogo, Mahito, and the others, right? That's about it. I won't waste your time, I'm rushing to write the manuscript. As for the group, I don't feel like it's necessary. Bye-bye. Thump. Damn, what kind of monster is this again? Kamo Noritoshi crossed his arms to block, and Hikari Kinji unleashed a punch, directly sending him flying dozens of meters away. The feeling of being hit was also extremely strange. There was a kind of inescapable friction. You guys better not push your luck. Mekamaru, who was standing in the distance, was preparing to unleash his full power. The mechanical shell on his face opened directly, and a giant cannon appeared from within. The palm of his right hand was also the same, and the amount of cursed energy in his body soared violently. At this moment, in a dark room that was unknown where huge cursed energy tubes were transporting cursed energy with all their might, and the amount of cursed energy was actually not inferior to Okatsu Yuta at all. At the bottom of the cursed energy tubes was a man whose whole body was covered with white bandages, and he was roaring. You guys better not push your luck. Watch me kill you. Cursed cannon amplification form, double great exorcising cannon. Buzz. The double great exorcising cannon, led by the cursed energy cannon in his mouth, and assisted by his right hand, was unleashed at Hikari Kinji in the path. The great exorcising cannon, which had been extremely compressed and sprayed, destroyed everything in its path. Even the walls were directly blasted through, showing how great the power was. As for that battle with Yuki just now, they had just gone over to probe his strength, and they naturally had to leave after probing enough. The arm being destroyed was completely an accident. If his arm hadn't been destroyed, it should have been triple great exorcising cannon, but he didn't dare to use it, and couldn't use it at the moment. As a killing move, he believed that Hikari Kinji would die if he took this blow. After all, the reverse curse technique wasn't a technique that was all over the place. How could everyone know it? Seriously, what's wrong with those guys from Tokyo School? They suddenly popped out, and then started attacking without saying a word. Kamo Noritoshi rubbed his arm, which was a little sore, and asked, "How is it, Mekamaru? Please call me Ultimate Mekamaru now." "How is it now, Ultimate Mekamaru?" "It's okay, he shouldn't die." Ultimate Mekamaru glanced at the place that had been blasted by the double great exorcising cannon, and the high walls that had been strengthened by cursed energy had holes in them at this moment, and red liquid was dripping like water droplets, showing how high the temperature was. So a path has been opened. Kamo Noritoshi didn't know what to say at this moment. This junior was like he was cheating. The amount of cursed energy in his body was terrifyingly high. Before the exchange event started, he had been assigned to the captain's position, and he didn't know too much about this junior. But he was a little curious and asked the principal after the competition was suspended yesterday. The result he got shocked him greatly. Because of heavenly restriction, he was born without the flesh below his right knee, and he couldn't control anything below his waist, which meant he was paralyzed. Even the weak moonlight could burn his skin, and in exchange for losing his flesh, he had obtained this amazing amount of cursed energy. It was hard to imagine how he had lived before, staying in a dark and damp underground all day, like a cage. Let's go see what's going on with to do. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 58, JKNS, Chapter 58. 1,214 words. Kamo Noritoshi hadn't finished speaking, when Hikari Kinji's voice came from a distance. This cursed energy cannon is really powerful, I almost got blasted to death. At this moment, Hikari Kinji was covered in blood, but he didn't seem to care, tearing off his damaged clothes and walking towards the two, his eyes full of passion. How is that possible? Ultimate Mekamaru was shocked. That attack had hit him solidly. Why was he still able to walk? Of course it's perseverance. Let's have fun, after all, I'm a gambler. Domain expansion, imprisoning murdering game. Hikari Kinji faced his hands towards each other, and the surrounding space changed. Since the domain expansion was guaranteed to hit, Hikari's domain and technique were directly revealed inside Ultimate Mekamaru and Kamo Noritoshi's minds. The two were shocked that this person could use domain expansion, and began to read the so-called game rules. Domain expansion, for sorcerers, was their ultimate move. And only a very few sorcerers could unleash it, and the conditions for activating it were extremely harsh. They needed to comprehend the innate domain, which meant that their spirit had to enter their inner world. This spirit could also be understood as a soul, and was a necessary prerequisite for activating the domain. And domain expansion was using cursed energy to bring the world and the innate domain into the real world, and the techniques unleashed in the domain were guaranteed to hit. Kamo Noritoshi looked at Hikari Kinji in front of him with a solemn expression. There were too many rules, and he was still digesting them. Ultimate Mechamaru glanced around. They were at the train station entrance at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, although the rules are difficult to understand, can it be understood that as long as we kill you before you draw the jackpot, this domain expansion will be useless, right? Of course, but I can feel that my luck will definitely be very good today. As Hikari Kinji said this, he took out a small steel ball from his pocket and threw it at the two, and then clasped his hands together. Since it was his domain, he controlled everything inside. Two electric train iron doors appeared out of thin air, and closed towards the two. Clang! While the two were dodging, two number 1 Saito Aya cards appeared behind Hikari Kinji, which meant that his ready moment had begun. I'm going to be late, I'm going to be late. A voice came from the side, and the protagonist Yamaguchi Yuki was rushing over with a briefcase at this moment, running towards the ticket gate. Kamo Noritoshi, who had roughly understood the rules of the game, looked at Yuki, and said to Mechamaru, if Yamaguchi Yuki passes through the ticket gate, it means that he can arrive at the company on time, and this should be the so-called jackpot. Hearing the explanation, Ultimate Mechamaru understood in an instant, and aimed the cannon at Yamaguchi Yuki, firing a cursed energy cannon. But it didn't hit, it directly passed through him like a phantom. I told you to attack Hikari Kinji quickly. Kamo Noritoshi was speechless, and quickly took out the arrows from the bamboo tube at his waist, and cut his palm. He clapped his hands at Hikari Kinji, and the red blood shot out directly like bullets. 100 refinements blood piercing. In response, Hikari Kinji just snapped his fingers, and 3 electric train iron doors instantly blocked the way. Clang clang, clang. 2 iron doors were pierced through in an instant, and the last one only blocked for 0.1 seconds, but that was enough for Hikari Kinji to dodge. He glanced at Yamaguchi Yuki, who was rushing to the ticket gate, out of the corner of his eye, and his heart was full of anticipation, looking forward to the arrival of the jackpot. His body was almost falling apart after withstanding that ultra cannon just now, and if this wasn't a jackpot, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Don't even think about it. With Kamo Noritoshi shouting, the blood droplets turned 90 degrees in an instant, and directly pierced Hikari Kinji's arm. Ultimate Mechamaru, who had reacted, also aimed the cannon at Hikari Kinji at this moment, and began to compress cursed energy, firing this attack. Slap! Hikari Kinji snapped his fingers with his right hand, and the iron doors that appeared out of thin air closed towards the two. But the other side didn't seem to want to give him a chance to breathe. Kamo Noritoshi condensed 3 rapidly rotating blood wheels again, and swung them out, saying, blood manipulation, slicing exorcism. The iron doors that had blocked the cursed energy cannon were cut open like tofu, and Hikari Kinji dodged while holding his injured left arm. He kept glancing at Yamaguchi Yuki, who was about to reach the ticket gate, out of the corner of his eye, shouting inwardly, hurry up and get through it for me. 3 blood wheels cut his skin, and he began to bleed. But Hikari Kinji still didn't change his expression, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. The iron doors that appeared out of thin air closed towards the two. If you keep moving, you'll bleed to death, Hikari Kinji, you're already doomed to lose, no matter what jackpot you draw. The two dodged, and Kamo Noritoshi glanced at Yamaguchi Yuki, who had already passed through the ticket gate, and shouted, I made it! With Yamaguchi Yuki's shout, the third Saito Aya appeared behind Hikari Kinji. He also revealed a smile, and shouted, music, start! The body that had been injured was healed in an instant, the cursed energy that had been consumed in his body was restored to its peak in an instant, and a burst of music also rang out. Feeling this infinite cursed energy in his body, Hikari Kinji became intoxicated, shouting in his heart, it's here, this abundant cursed energy, I'm about to take off. Kamo Noritoshi and Ultimate Mechamaru looked at each other at this moment, and they didn't know what to say anymore. Every student from Tokyo School knew the reverse curse technique. What kind of game was this? Let's continue, our second round. Hikari Kinji twisted his neck, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Standing behind Kamo Noritoshi, he took a deep breath, and punched out violently. Blood manipulation, blood shield. Kamo Noritoshi had sensed that something was wrong the moment Hikari Kinji disappeared, and a blood shield as thin as a cicada's wing instantly appeared behind him. It blocked for a breath before being directly smashed through. the two also escaped from the spot. Your reaction is not bad, then let's change the scene. As Hikari Kinji said this, he snapped his fingers, and the original train station entrance disappeared directly. The three returned to the maze again. We're back again? Why did you deactivate the domain? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 59, JKNS, Chapter 59. 2,202 words. Kamo Noritoshi looked around. Although the location was different from before, they were still inside the maze. What he didn't understand was why Hikari Kinji had deactivated the technique. After all, everything was under his control inside the domain, so why leave? Hikari Kinji also saw the confusion in Kamo Noritoshi's eyes, and just smiled and said, "Of course it's to play a game of cat and mouse, after all, my personality is very twisted. If you don't run, I'll kill you." After saying that, he punched the wall next to him. The solid wall was instantly blasted through, and on the other side were Okatsu Yuta and Tadou Aoi, who were fighting. 3 pairs of eyes looked at each other, seemingly a little confused as to why the other side had appeared here. "Hikari-senpai, what are you doing here?" "Me, I just ended up here while fighting." Tadou Aoi glanced over and asked, "You were the one who unleashed that domain just now, right?" Okatsu Yuta asked in confusion, "Domain? What's that? Is it that thing that's like a curtain?" "Worthy opponent, you haven't touched that aspect yet, domain expansion is." Tadou Aoi began his long-winded explanation, to explain what the so-called domain expansion was. He also became increasingly curious about this person in his heart. After all, he couldn't even unleash this thing, to the point where he wanted to spar with him at this moment. Kamo Noritoshi and Ultimate Mechamara heard that Tadou Aoi had arrived, and their tense hearts immediately relaxed. They were also curious at the same time, where had Nishimiya Momo gone at this moment? After all, Tadou had come, so why wasn't she in sight? Was that a domain expansion just now? Yuki asked, sitting on Nishimiya Momo's broom. Yes. Nishimiya Momo's face was gloomy at this moment. She had seen him meditating with his eyes closed when she had passed over Yuki. She had originally thought it was a good opportunity to ambush him, but as soon as she got close, she was controlled by his spiritual-type technique. "Take me over there." Yuki wasn't polite, and grabbed her hair with his right hand. After all, if she dared to drop him, he wouldn't mind pulling her down with him. Anyway, his body was sturdy, and he was resistant to falls. "Got it." Tadou Aoi explained the principles of the technique and its extensions to Okatsu Yuta for a full 4 minutes, and Hikari Kinji didn't attack, but instead waited for him to finish explaining. After all, this was a friendly match, and he was teaching his own junior, so there was nothing wrong with it. As time passed, the BGM that Hikari Kinji had obtained from winning the jackpot slowly disappeared. As if it meant that the jackpot had expired, the feeling of abundance of that infinite cursed energy in his body also disappeared. "Oh, I see." Okatsu Yuta wrote it down with a serious expression. "Alright, I'll teach you up to here. Next is a battle between real men." Tadou Aoi looked at Hikari Kinji and asked, "You can still unleash it, right, the domain?" "Ha! Of course. After all, my luck is pretty good at this moment." The two looked at each other, adhering to the idea of a real man's 1v1 duel. They said to Okatsu Yuta, who was to the side, in unison, "Junior, worthy opponent, stay away." "Oh." Okatsu Yuta also knew that he was no longer needed here, and recalling Hoshi Karara, who was still unconscious, he left directly. Watching Okatsu Yuta leave the range of the technique, Hikari Kinji faced his hands towards each other, and said, "Are you ready to end my gambling spree?" "Domain expansion, idle death gamble." "Hey!" A loud bang in the sky, and sunset makes a shining appearance. Who used that domain expansion just now? The moment the domain was activated, Yuki fell from the sky, landing steadily between the two, and then he was also brought inside. The surrounding scene began to change, and since the technique inside the domain was guaranteed to hit, a large number of rules began to be forcibly injected into the minds of the two. After briefly sorting out the things that had suddenly appeared in his mind, Yuki gazed around, and found that they were standing at the train station entrance at this moment. Hikari Kinji was speechless. He had never expected that someone would fall from the sky, and asked, "Yuki-kun, why are you joining in on the fun?" "Hee hee, wasn't I curious about who had unleashed the domain? I came over to steal a move or two, but I didn't expect to get caught up in it. How about, you let me out? Yuki scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, he knew the personalities of the two. If they started fighting, they wouldn't allow outsiders to interfere. After all, Mechamaru was a lesson from the past. Let you out, do you think that my domain expansion doesn't consume cursed energy? Hikari Kinji knocked Yuki on the head and said, go watch from the side, just don't interfere in our battle. Oh. Yuki covered his head and walked to the side. In front of the awesome upperclassman, he was like a weak and easily bullied sheep, appearing harmless. Tadu Aoi, who had roughly understood the rules of the game, revealed a smile at this moment, and said, let's begin. Of course. Hikari Kinji threw out 2 steel balls from his pocket, one disappeared as the start of the animation performance, and the other turned gold and was stored as a retained ball. I'm going to be late, I'm going to be late. The protagonist Yamaguchi Yuki walked past the two with a briefcase in his hand. Tadu Aoi touched it, and found that it was a phantom, so he clenched his fist and directly punched at Hikari Kinji in front of him. This was the lowest expectation value, and he had just activated his domain. Obviously, even if he used sudden change in chance time at the same time, the probability of winning the jackpot was 1/60th. Adding the so-called opportunity to increase the chance of winning the jackpot, it would be at most 1/50th. Besides, the items inside the field were all made of cursed energy, so he could hit them. Tadu Aoi had conceived the current situation in just an instant. Hikari Kinji also knew that it would be difficult to win the jackpot like this, so he directly used chance time to shorten the time. The protagonist Yamaguchi Yuki didn't successfully pass through the ticket gate, and a Saito Aya number 1 card appeared behind the 2 Kirasaki Yum number 2 cards. The first animation performance ended, and the stored retained ball appeared at this moment, starting the second animation performance. And Hikari Kinji was entangled with Tadu Aoi, exchanging punches and kicks. Yuki, who was to the side, felt his hands itching as he watched. He also wanted to go in and fight, but he just couldn't get in. But this domain was really interesting, just like the name of the technique, imprisoning murdering game. A gambler who gambled with fate, it really fit Hikari-senpai's personality. Betting everything on fighting with others, passion, excitement, and the gambler's bold personality that didn't panic in the face of danger. So this was the so-called domain expansion, bringing the world you imagined in your heart into reality. Yuki hadn't learned any theoretical knowledge related to domain expansion, it just felt like that. He also didn't want to enter his inner world, it was too dark. Steel balls were thrown out one after another, and the animation performance accelerated again and again. But Hikari Kinji still didn't win the jackpot, and the numbers on the cards behind him were spinning rapidly. Are you stacking up your luck? Tadu Aoi unleashed a punch, and directly sent him from the train station entrance into the station. TCH, my luck is a little bad today. Tadu Aoi wiped the blood from his nose, and threw out another steel ball. 2 Shimizu Suzuka number 5 cards appeared behind him, and the ready state started again. Yamaguchi Yuki appeared inside the station, waiting for the train to arrive, and the train slowly entered the station, the train doors appearing with golden light. Gold means times 3, a total of 7 cards, is the probability 3/7? It's a little risky. Sensing that something was wrong, Tadu Aoi clapped his hands, and directly switched positions with the chair behind Hikari Kinji, and kicked him. This kick directly sent Hikari Kinji, who hadn't reacted, into the wall. Tadu also didn't want to waste time, and prepared to directly defeat him to forcibly deactivate the domain. He clapped his hands again, and the chair next to him disappeared instantly. Hikari Kinji was lying on the ground at this moment, a little dazed. Tadu Aoi kicked directly towards his head. Thump! The ground cracked, and the train entered the station at this moment. The doors opened, and Yamaguchi Yuki, who was preparing to enter, saw Asagi Ryum inside, and said a little embarrassedly, hello. Asagi Ryum responded with a blush, Hikari Kinji, who was lying on the ground and had completely lost consciousness, had the last card behind him start to jump. 5 Shimizu Suzuka. 3 of the same cards were collected, and the jackpot appeared. With the music starting again, Hikari Kinji, who had lost consciousness, woke up instantly, and grabbed Tadu Aoi's foot, which was continuing to follow up with attacks. He said, that really hurt, it looks like my luck is really good today, I actually drew the jackpot again. Just as he finished speaking, Tadu Aoi leaped up, and kicked both feet towards the back of Hikari Kinji's head, and then quickly left. And Hikari Kinji got up slowly from the pit as if nothing had happened. The wounds on his face were healing quickly, and the cursed energy in his body had returned to its peak. Twisting his neck, he said, you really don't hold back at all, you kick people in the head as soon as you get the chance, don't you know that constantly kicking people in the head will make them stupid? Taduaoi looked at Hikari Kinji, who was using reverse curse technique, and based on the music from a few minutes before he had activated the domain, he instantly understood this domain, repositioned himself and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, Takata-chan said that it's better for boys to be a little stupid. Go to hell. I'm a man." Hikari Kinji disappeared from the spot in an instant, and kicked Taduaoi. At this moment, he had returned to that invincible self. Taduaoi, who had roughly understood the principle of the technique, didn't plan to entangle with him anymore, and prepared to retreat for a while, to drag it out for those few minutes and see. Prediction: Hikari Kinji would be accompanied by music every time he drew the jackpot, and he himself couldn't use reverse cursed technique, because if he could, he would have used it the moment he had been kicked into the wall. The reason why he could use reverse curse technique on his own should be because of this jackpot. In theory, it would end in about 4 or 5 minutes. As long as he persisted until this jackpot ended, then he would have to draw the lottery again. Thump! Hikari Kinji kicked the ground to pieces, and chased after Taduaoi. The majestic cursed energy made him feel omnipotent at this moment, and within these 4 minutes and 11 seconds after winning the jackpot, he was immortal. In theory, as long as he was lucky enough, he could even wrestle with the strongest, Gojo Satoru. A chase battle began from here, and Yuki was watching with great interest at this moment. After all, he wasn't the one getting beaten up. Until, the system panel popped up. Mission: persist for 2 minutes while Hikari Kinji has won the jackpot. You cannot faint or run away during the process, otherwise the mission will be considered a failure. Mission reward: 30 points, 200 cursed energy permanently increased. System: are you afraid that I'll live too long? Can't you see what state Hikari Kinji is in at this moment? He can punch me through with one punch. Yuki looked at Hikari Kinji, who was chasing Taduaoi, and his eyes twitched. Every time he attacked, a deep pit would appear on the ground, and he didn't suppress his cursed energy at all, directly unleashing it with all his might. Looking at the mission given by the system, he hesitated for 10 seconds, and Yuki took the first step. A path to seek death. Damn it, I'm going all out today. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update: Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 60, JKNS, Chapter 60. 1,671 words. Yuki roared, "Hikari-senpai. You can't catch up to Taduaoi anyway, how about we spar a little? Get lost. Or I'll drag you along and beat you up." Hikari Kinji, who had already gone crazy fighting, didn't care who he was. At this moment, he only had Taduaoi in his eyes. He had to crush him. How dare he kick his face? Alright. Faced with absolute strength, Yuki chose to listen to his heart. Listening to the deafening roars inside the station, and looking at the mission given by the system, Yuki's heart was aching at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he felt that it wasn't bad to get these rewards for taking a beating. Taking a beating, he was good at that. Yuki slowly got up, did a few simple stretches, and then charged over. He kicked Hikari Kinji in the waist, and shouted, "I'm just lacking a beating, you can't leave today if you don't beat me, Hikari-senpai." Thump! Hikari Kinji plunged headfirst into the wall, and the wall instantly disintegrated under the pressure of the huge force. Yuki landed safely, and revealed a smile as he watched the countdown on the system panel begin to tick. After all, he had already done it, he couldn't help but smile. Damn you, you really want to die? Then I'll play with you. Hikari Kinji threw aside the rubble on his body, and adopted an athlete's starting posture, his legs pushing off the ground violently. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yuki, his fist arriving like the wind, reaching Yuki's face. So fast. Yuki instantly activated his Tsutomo, and after barely dodging this attack, a 2-hit combo landed on his abdomen and forehead. Creating a brief moment of air control, and then a strike from his elbow aimed at his chest. Knowing that he was in a nearly invincible state at this moment, Yuki didn't hold back either. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and said in his mouth, "Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, fire style, great fire annihilation." Just as he took a breath, before the fire could be exhaled, Hikari Kinji charged out of the rubble, and directly pressed his forehead against the ground. Thump! The back of his head collided with the ground violently, and his head buzzed. Yuki spat out a mouthful of blood, and almost rolled his eyes. Forcing down the pain, he used reverse curse technique, gritting his teeth and retracting his leg to kick Hikari Kinji away. This stunned Taduaoi, who scratched his head and asked, "Best friend, what are you doing here?" "My hand itches." Yuki was grimacing in pain at this moment, holding the back of his head. He almost suffered a concussion from that just now. "Huff, he's alright after that?" "It shouldn't be." Hikari Kinji exhaled, and touched his head in confusion. He was also doubting his life at this moment, that just now should have been able to force his brain to shut down. Why was he still standing? 135. 134. Yuki glanced at the time, and feeling that the pain in the back of his head had dissipated, he waved his hand and said, "Speaking of which, we haven't fought before, have we, Hikari-senpai?" "You just want to spar?" "Yuki-kun, are you sick? Can't you wait until the competition is over?" "No, after all, you're the strongest at this moment." "I know reverse curse technique, Hikari-senpai, you don't have to hold back. Why is this junior so stubborn?" Hikari Kinji said inwardly, feeling speechless. But on second thought, he couldn't catch up to Taduaoi anyway, and the junior wanted to challenge him, so why not fulfill his wish? He looked at Taduaoi and said, "I'll settle the matter of you kicking my face later, I'll settle the matter of you kicking my kidneys first." Taduaoi's mood was complicated at this moment, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Was reverse curse technique all over the place now? Everyone knew it. He then sat down on the ground and sighed, whatever, I'll just see if my guess is correct. 105. 104. Hikari Kinji took a deep breath, and looking at Yuki, who was already prepared, he reminded him, "Don't die, after all, I'm very irritable at this moment." "Of course." 1 o'clock. The two disappeared from the spot at the same time. Yuki, who knew that his strength couldn't match him, was more inclined towards technique. He used his Sharingan to find Hikari Kinji's weaknesses, and then gave them heavy blows. Hikari Kinji didn't have any intention of dodging. Any slight intention to dodge would be expressing distrust in his immortality at this moment. On the contrary, after learning that Yuki knew reverse curse technique, he attacked even more decisively than before. After all, people who knew reverse curse technique were difficult to kill. As long as their head wasn't taken off their neck, even if they lost their heart, they could recover in an instant. Hikari Kinji didn't know the principle of reverse curse technique, and hadn't deliberately practiced it either. However, he would possess endless cursed energy during these 4 minutes and 11 seconds that he had obtained the jackpot. It was this endless cursed energy that would protect Hikari's body from harm, and his flesh would use reverse curse technique reflexively. This was why he dared to call himself immortal. Prepare to receive a beating from your senpai. Hikari Kinji found an opportunity, and unleashed a punch. Yuki, who couldn't dodge in time, was hit in the chest by the punch, and even though he used cursed energy to resist this heavy blow, 3 of his ribs were still broken. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out again, and slammed into the wall. Huff, it should be over, right? No matter what, reverse curse technique can't be used forever, right? Hikari Kinji deactivated the domain, and his invincible time was almost up at this moment, and he would have to reactivate the domain in a while. As the domain dissipated, Yuki, who had been stuck in the wall, fell to the ground at this moment, his head covered in blood. Although his consciousness was a little dazed, he hadn't fainted, he was just sitting on the ground, staring straight at Hikari Kinji. 003. 002. 001. Midnight. Mission complete, mission rewards are being distributed, 30 points, 200 cursed energy permanently increased. His cursed energy was increased, and Yuki directly used reverse curse technique to recover his body's injuries. He didn't have much cursed energy in his body when he had come, he had just felt that it was probably enough, so he had come. The moment his ribs were broken, the amount of cursed energy in his body could no longer support the continued use of reverse curse technique. "I'm tired, let's draw a lottery." Yuki was lying on the ground at this moment, acting like a corpse, not moving. Anyway, the mission had been completed, and all that was left was to spin the gacha. He opened the system panel with his back to the two. Host, Yuki. Cursed energy, 1300, grade 2 sorcerer. Stamina, 21. Pupil technique, 2 Tomo Sharingan. Ninjutsu, fire style, great fire annihilation, fire style, great fireball technique, summoning technique, body replacement technique. Taijutsu, self-defense technique, military fist, Sanda, Jeet Kyun Do, February sky sword technique. He took a brief look, and after finding that nothing had changed, he entered the Ninja World Roulette. He had 62 points at this moment, and after entering -8, he had 54 points left. It was enough for him to draw a lottery. Entering the Ninja World Roulette, points -8. "Are you alright, best friend?" Taduaoi's voice came from behind him, and Yuki replied simply, "Yeah, it's just that the cursed energy in my body is empty." Just treat me like air, I've already been defeated. As he said this, he rubbed his legs, and continued to draw the lottery. If he didn't get something good today, he would be sorry for the beating he had taken. 10 consecutive gotcha. Yuki skillfully clicked on the 10 consecutive, and the roulette and pointer began to spin. In less than a minute, the pointer and roulette stopped. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining A-rank ninjutsu, Raisengan. Raisengan, formed by high-speed rotation and compressed cursed energy, it will crush whatever it touches, can easily break through ion plates, and will explode after touching it, no hand seals required. Consumes 200 cursed energy, no upper limit. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining B-rank ninjutsu, Earth Style, Earth Wall. Earth Style, Earth Wall, injects cursed energy into the earth to form a strong earthen barrier. Consumes 150 cursed energy, no upper limit. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining C-rank ninjutsu, Water Prison Technique Fragment. 5 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu. Thank you for your patronage. Yuki was dumbfounded at this moment, not knowing what to say. 2 ninjutsu in 10 consecutive draws. A Raisengan that he had dreamed of, and an earth wall that he could use for defense. Was he really this lucky? Was he going to use up all the luck in his life here? Yuki suppressed the urge to cheer wildly, and clicked on another 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage, ×9. Congratulations on obtaining S-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Style, Chidori Fragment. 40 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu, you already have 2. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 61, JKNS, Chapter 61. 1970 words. Yuki's expression at this moment was like he had eaten shit, looking at this 10 consecutive draws with a ferocious expression, and the veins on his forehead bulging. Looking at the only 34 draws left, Yuki sighed and comforted himself inwardly, don't be angry, anyway, the last 10 consecutive draws had 2. It's nothing if you don't get anything this time, I should be immune to being scammed by the system so many times. After comforting himself, he clicked on another 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage, ×9. Congratulations on obtaining S-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Style, Kirin Fragment. 40 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu. Damn it! Yuki got up instantly, scaring Hikari Kinji and Tadou Aoi, who were to the side. The two asked, Yuki-kun, best friend, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, I just have a bit of a headache. Yuki covered his head, and closed his eyes. He was already regretting drawing this thing at this moment, he should have chosen a good day to draw it. What was this, only one S-rank ninjutsu fragment in 20 draws? Did the first 10 consecutive draws really use up all the luck in his life? Yuki, who didn't believe in evil, clicked on another 10 consecutive draws, watching the spinning roulette and pointer. He didn't believe that he was this unlucky, he wasn't this unlucky even when he was a traveler in his previous life. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations on obtaining C-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Style, Lightning Fong Fong. Lightning Style, Lightning Fong Fong, forms controllable lightning fangs to attack enemies, and causes a paralyzing effect, the duration of the effect varies from person to person. Consumes 100 cursed energy, no upper limit. Thank you for your patronage, ×3. Congratulations on obtaining ninjutsu, Painful Sky Kick. Painful Sky Kick concentrates cursed energy in the feet to unleash powerful destructive force. As long as one foot stomps heavily on the ground, it can unleash the power to split the earth. Thank you for your patronage, ×2. Congratulations on obtaining C-rank ninjutsu, Fire Style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet Fragment. 5 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu. You already have 2. Congratulations on obtaining Taijutsu, Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Hurricane, the power depends on the user's body strength. A spinning kick unleashed with amazing speed and power. Taijutsu, huh? It was the first time he had drawn it, the first one seemed to be Tsunade's signature Taijutsu. The second one should be Guy's. Never mind, he couldn't remember it very clearly. Anyway, it was good that he got something. There were 14 draws left. Let's see what good things he could draw. Yuki clicked on another 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on obtaining Almighty Summoning Scroll. Almighty Summoning Scroll contains all summoning beasts from the ninja world, which can be summoned to accompany the user in battle. Each random summoning costs 100 cursed energy. Cooldown time is 5 hours, can be reset with 5 points. Specified summoning depends on the strength of the summoning beast. Thank you for your patronage, ×2. Congratulations on obtaining C-rank ninjutsu, Fong Passing Fong. The author is not too sure. If it's wrong, please remind the reader. Fong Passing Fong, a ninjutsu that needs to be completed together with canine ninja beasts. Consumes 100 cursed energy, no upper limit. Congratulations on obtaining S-rank ninjutsu, summoning technique, Impure World Resurrection Fragment. 40 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu. Congratulations on obtaining B-rank ninjutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique Fragment. 10 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu. Thank you for your patronage, ×4. Congratulations on obtaining S-rank ninjutsu, Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken Fragment. 40 fragments are needed to synthesize the ninjutsu. Yuki was dumbfounded at this moment, his eyes completely attracted by the almighty summoning scroll. The system also began to distribute the rewards the moment he finished drawing, and with a loud thud, a thick scroll appeared next to him. Yuki turned his head and glanced, and a huge ninja character appeared on it, along with a circle of seals. The scroll was wrapped in a red linen cloth, and could be carried on his back, and there was an unknown piece of black wood inside. Driven by curiosity, just as he was about to open it and take a look, Hikari Kinji and Tadu Aoi walked over, and asked together, "What is this thing?" They didn't want to fight at this moment either. For Tadu Aoi, breaking Hikari's domain was quite simple. As long as he was unlucky enough, he could kill him in a short amount of time. It didn't matter if he won the jackpot, he could just run him around. Hikari Kinji felt that he might not be able to draw the jackpot even if he continued to activate the domain. His face was a little dark today, and it wasn't suitable for big gambles. My Shikigami. Yuki raised the almighty summoning scroll and put it on his back. The scroll just reached his waist, and wouldn't affect his combat. Although it was a little heavy, it didn't matter. After all, it was useful. Shikigami? Best friend, isn't your technique fire-based? Why can you summon Shikigami? Tadu Aoi asked, a little confused. Shikigami? Don't you have a Shura already? You've raised other Shikigami? Hikari Kinji asked a little curiously. The two finished speaking at the same time and were stunned for a moment, and then began to wonder what his technique really was. In normal reason, a sorcerer only had one technique. And it was an innate ability, which couldn't be changed after birth. It just depended on how you developed the technique, and whether your imagination was big enough. But the things that Yuki had unleashed already had many kinds: fire, Shikigami, etc. It was already difficult for people to know what kind of technique he possessed, although this was also a person's secret, and he didn't have to tell others at all. But the two were just a little curious. Yuki didn't want to reveal anything, and just raised his right index finger and put it to his lips, saying the word secret. He didn't want to draw the remaining 4 points either, and would come back to test the scroll later. Buzz buzz buzz. The loudspeaker rang, and Gojo Satoru's voice came from it. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the competition, and at the moment only Okatsu Yuta has caught the rat. Everyone has to work hard. The three were stunned for a moment, and instantly remembered that their theme was to catch rats, and scattered in all directions. Sitting in the broadcasting room, Gojo Satoru leisurely crossed his legs, and drank the soda he had just bought, saying, "These students really make people worry." "What are you worrying about? It's almost over. Why don't you hurry up and untie me?" Iori Yutaheim complained. Alright, let me say one thing first. If you come to attack me after I untie you, I'll continue to tie you up. As Gojo Satoru said this, he snapped his fingers, and the rope on Iori Yutaheim's body broke instantly. She didn't move him, but just picked up the drink that Gojo Satoru had brought her on the table, saying, "These students are pretty good. Right? I'm not like you, who focus on the bloodline of the students. As long as I think they can do it, I'll try my best to train them. Students should express their nature, and not be restricted. TCH, what a load of crap. If I didn't hate you, I should be working at Tokyo School now. Your words are so hurtful." 10 minutes passed. The team battle ended. Tokyo School 2:1 Kyoto School. Tokyo School 1, preparing for tomorrow's individual battle. After simply saying goodbye to everyone, Yuki comforted the frightened Shura and returned to his new home. Everyone was just curious about the sudden appearance of the scroll, and didn't ask too much about it. After all, this was a person's secret, and if he didn't want to say it, it meant that it was very important to him, and there was no need to ask about things he didn't want to say just because they were curious. Alright, don't be scared, we're at our new home. Yuki patted Shura's dog head, and then left him alone to study the almighty summoning scroll. Shura? Shura felt unloved at this moment. He used to get delicious food when he was comforted. Now he was only comforted with a sentence, and then he left. No. It must be because I performed too weakly this time that my master doesn't love me anymore. I have to work hard to cultivate, so that my master will love me again. After Shura thought this, he opened the door and ran out. He had to find a suitable training place to hone himself. What is this stupid dog doing? Yuki heard the sound of the door opening and glanced over, and saw that the door wasn't closed, so he walked over and complained, is he in heat? He even forgot to close the door after going out. I'll ask him about it when he gets back. After closing the door, he returned to the bed and continued to study the almighty summoning scroll. He took off the red cloth that was binding the scroll, and opened the scroll to take a look. Inside were various densely packed and difficult to understand sealing techniques, but there was a blank space left in the middle, seemingly for him to sign a contract with this almighty summoning scroll. Yuki recalled the blood oath of the summoning technique, although he didn't know if it would work, but the two should be similar, after all, they were both summoning techniques. He then bit his index finger and wrote his name on it. The moment the name was finished, the sealing technique, which had originally been written in black, suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling white light. What is this? Yuki instantly activated his Sharingan, observing what changes were happening to the scroll at this moment. He saw that the name he had written earlier was like red ink dissolving in water, dyeing the sealing technique, which had originally been written in black, red. After a moment, the name disappeared, leaving only the two characters summoning. Although I don't understand what just happened, it should be a success at this moment, right? Yuki thought this, and just as he was about to form hand seals to use the summoning technique, he remembered that Shura was the one who had been bound by the blood oath at this moment, and using the summoning technique would summon him back. After thinking for a moment, Yuki, not knowing what to do, tried placing his hand on the two characters summoning. Suddenly, an unknown force pulled him into a dark space. The space was silent, and Yuki was taken to a scarlet iron gate. He looked up at the iron gate, which was nearly 10 meters high, and the two characters summoning engraved on the iron gate. Yuki's heart was shocked at this moment, and his right hand subconsciously touched the iron gate. Something inside the iron gate seemed to notice, and roared, "Get out! You brat!" At first, Yuki was startled, and then he realized that this scroll was already his. In other words, he was the master. What kind of thing was he to be scared by a summoning beast? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 62, JKNS, Chapter 62. 2,108 words. Yuki kicked the iron gate and shouted, "What the hell do you think you are? Shut up for me, I'm the master. You want to die, just say so. You brat." The guy inside seemed to be enraged. The sound of iron chains colliding came out, and the earth began to tremble. Chapter 90, The Might of Kurama, seeking recommendations, seeking monthly tickets. Hearing that the guy inside was bound by iron chains, Yuki became even more fearless. Anyway, he couldn't reach him. He cursed him as trash and stopped paying attention to him, letting him rage however he wanted. He then began to study how to open this big iron gate, according to the hints given by the system. This contained all the summoning beasts from the ninja world, but each summoning was random, and they wouldn't listen to him. Whether it was an illusion or not, he heard a voice saying someone's coming from this space, which he didn't know if it had an end. Seemingly awakened by the guy inside the iron gate, more and more voices came from all directions. At that time, scarlet iron gates appeared one after another. The originally dark space seemed to have life, and Yuki just stood there blankly, watching this endless corridor made up of scarlet iron gates. He also knew at this moment that this scroll might not be as simple as he had thought. It wasn't opening the door to connect with the ninja world. But this scroll was connected to a different space, which contained all the summoning beasts. Then, as their master, should he first make a self-introduction? Yuki cleared his throat and shouted, "Hello everyone, my name is Yuki. I'm your master." Silence. There were still some voices coming from inside the iron gate, but after Yuki shouted that, it became extremely silent. The iron gate next to him was the first to make a sound. "Ha, you're killing me, old man. Although I don't know why I suddenly appeared here, but you're worthy of being my master? I'm Manda. Once I break free of these damn chains, I'll come out and eat you." As he said this, the sound of iron chains rattling came from inside the gate. Yuki didn't pay attention to him, but instead began to think about that sentence he had said, "Although I don't know why I suddenly appeared here." The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and he muttered in a low voice, "This system wouldn't have directly copied those things from the ninja world, and then dumped them here and left, right?" Which was similar to the so-called soul transmigration, copying all the memories like data and backing them up, and then transferring them to someone else, and that person would think that they had transmigrated. But the original body still had self-awareness, living in the eyes of everyone. If that's the case, it's not unacceptable, which means that the previous me didn't die. Yuki felt much more at ease when he thought of this. After all, if he had really died and transmigrated here, how sad would Liu Yang be? After thinking about it, Yuki shouted again, "If you want to get out, listen to me, otherwise you'll stay here forever." Huff. Whether it was an illusion or not, a strange sense of oppression came from afar. Manda, who had been barking like a dog, instantly wilted, and there was no more movement. The space, which had originally been noisy with Manda, became silent at this moment. "Shut up! Don't disturb my slumber." A roar came, and Yuki's eyes went black in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the real world at this moment. What the hell? Yuki was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. He had been kicked out with just one shout? What kind of world-destroying summoning beast? He closed the scroll, and Yuki got up and washed his face to clear his head. His dazed brain also began to calm down. That voice was undoubtedly Kurama's. If he randomly summoned him, wouldn't he be slapped to death? Hiss, why is my head starting to hurt? Yuki covered his forehead, and some memories that hadn't existed before suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the hand seal sequence for the Almighty Summoning Scroll? And specified summoning, it needs a blood oath. After digesting the things that had suddenly appeared in his mind, Yuki seemed a little tired at this moment, and then began to sort out the things that had been added to his mind. This blood oath didn't conflict with Shura's blood oath, the two weren't even the same hand seal sequence, and he needed the Almighty Summoning Scroll to summon them. But the trouble was that he needed a blood oath, not to mention Kurama, who had directly kicked him out of the different space with just one shout. Even Manda looked down on him. It was a little troublesome, it looked like he was still too weak. After calming down, Yuki decided to go out for a walk. He was preparing to try out the ninjutsu he had drawn from the system. He returned to the bedside, put the scroll in the red cloth, and then put it on his back. After all, this wasn't his school, although he felt that they wouldn't touch this thing. But this guy was his lifeline at this moment, and he would only feel at ease if he was in charge of it himself. He put on his shoes and walked out of the house. Looking at the empty training ground, Yuki sat for a while and then got up and left. After all, tomorrow was almost the end of this exchange event. He had learned a lot, and also left behind some pretty good memories. Just as he took 2 steps, he met a girl who looked similar to Maki. He just glanced at her a few more times, and that woman took out a revolver from her pocket and aimed it at him, saying, "Have you never seen a woman before? Don't do that, Mai, it's not good to hurt people." The blue-haired girl next to her quickly stood in front of Mai. "Mai?" Yuki stroked his cheek with his left hand, and then thought of the possibility of twins, asking, "Do you know Zenin Maki?" "I know her, why? Are you her classmate?" Zenin Mai asked curiously. "Yes, I'm a..." Thump! Before Yuki could finish speaking, Mai in front of him directly pulled the trigger on the revolver in her hand. And Yuki himself subconsciously had cursed energy wrap around his body, directly blocking the bullet. He hadn't even reacted, it was like an instinct. Looking at the bullet that had been blocked by cursed energy on his chest, he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "You reacted pretty quickly." Zenin Mai retracted her revolver and said, "It's nothing, the bullet I shot at you was specially made, it won't kill anyone, it'll just hurt. I just wanted to test your reaction speed, and see what kind of teammates that trash Maki has." Yuki's face was gloomy at this moment, and he also knew who this person was to Maki, either her older sister or her younger sister. Zenin Mai continued, "It must be tiring to team up with a trash who doesn't have any cursed energy, right? She's like that at home too, being ostracized everywhere because she doesn't have cursed energy. What's wrong? You're also a first year, is she too embarrassed to come over?" "That's right, someone like her." "Stop talking, Mai. He's getting angry." Miwa Kasumi shouted inwardly, but she didn't know how to speak at this moment. "Have you said enough? If you haven't said enough, I'll let you take this mouth into the grave and say enough." Yuki instantly acted and grabbed her mouth, continuing, I don't know if you're Maki's older sister or her younger sister, but she's not as useless as you say. She's always been the most hard-working of us, if you dare to tarnish her name again, I'll kill you. You. Zen and Mai frowned, and before she could finish speaking, a blade flashed, and the hand that had been grabbing her mouth disappeared instantly. Miwa Kasumi, who was to the side, was holding the hilt of her sword, saying, I'm sorry, although I know that Mai is wrong, I won't allow you to touch her. Chapter 91, Sudden Appearance of a Girl, Seeking Recommendations, Seeking Collections. You're going to die. Yuki twisted his neck, his scarlet pupils staring intently at this blue-haired girl. That slash just now was indeed good, the sword was swung quickly and steadily, and there was no shaking when she stopped the sword, which showed that her swordsmanship was solid. I'm going to die. Does this person like to kill people? This is bad, this is bad. Miwa Kasumi shouted inwardly, but the hand holding the sword was still steady. She took a deep breath and said, if you kill me, you'll be wanted by the entire Jujutsu world. After saying that, she stared intently at the eyes of the man in front of her. Her master had once said that a person's eyes often reflected their mood at this moment. She could feel that the man in front of her was very strong. He was very confident in his strength, and he had reacted the moment she had swung her sword just now. Every move had composure, seemingly thinking that she couldn't hurt him. Although it was a little infuriating, there was nothing she could do. After all, she was trash, she felt that way from the bottom of her heart. Alright, I admit that this matter was my fault, I'm sorry. Zenin Mai scratched her head and said, I really didn't expect that Trash Maki would actually have a companion like you, say hello to her for me. After saying that, she pulled Miwa Kasumi and left directly. Eh? You're leaving just like that? Miwa Kasumi asked in surprise. Mai, don't talk nonsense, you don't want to fight him, do you? Miwa, and no. I don't want to. Yuki just watched, and didn't step forward to stop them. He could hear the concern in Mai's words just now, perhaps this was their unique way of chatting, loving each other but unwilling to express it. Hiss, it seems like I've thought of something fun. As Yuki said this, he took out his phone from his pocket, and happily sent a message to Maki. Me, who is Mai to you? 2 minutes later. Maki, you met her? She's my sister, she has a super twisted personality, did you help me clean her up? Me, yeah, but I don't hit women, she told me that she has a crush on you. Maki? Maki, are you making things up? Maki, answer me. Maki, you're dead, don't come back. Maki, if you don't answer me, I'll burn your house down. Yuki glanced at it and happily put his phone away, humming a little tune as he looked for a place where there was no one to try out the ninjutsu. The next day. What is going on? How are there so few trees after just one night? In the principal's office. Masamichi Yaga was looking at the photos that had been sent from the sky above the forest. The place that had been burned by the fire had now been made into a maze, which was Tokyo School's compensation for the forest fire. But one night had passed, and another area of trees had been ravaged. He could tell from the claw marks left on the trees that this was the work of canines, and there were also remnants of cursed energy left on the field. Masamichi Yaga immediately thought of Yuki's dog at this moment. After all, there were no other canines in the school besides him. He then began to have a headache, and cursed inwardly that this guy had never stopped causing trouble. The big one set fire to the forest, and the dog he raised was the same, had a problem with his trees? Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 63, JKNS, Chapter 63. 1,705 words. He, good morning Principal Yaga. How are we going to do the individual battles today? Gojo Satoru pushed open the door, looked at Yaga Masamichi, who had a gloomy face, and asked, what's wrong? Which guy made you old man angry again? Who else but your student? Yaga Masamichi threw the photo in his hand to Gojo Satoru, saying, all of this was done by that kid Yuki's dog, you have to give me an explanation today, and suspend him from school. Oh dear, it's been destroyed so badly. How about I help you build another maze? Gojo Satoru took the photo and sat on the sofa. Don't change the subject. This kid must be suspended from school for rectification. What should we play today? How about playing basketball? Baseball sounds good too. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who continued to talk nonsense, Yaga Masamichi didn't know what to say anymore. Sometimes people who protect their own students to the death were the most headache-inducing, and then he took out a box and said, according to the past competition rules, whatever you draw is what we'll compete in for the individual battles. Is there baseball in there? Faced with Gojo Satoru's curiosity, Yaga Masamichi said sternly, no. Then I'll add a baseball in there. As Gojo Satoru said this, he picked up the paper and pen on the table, finished writing, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the box, and then took out the paper ball again, saying, Tada. This is what we'll be competing in for today's individual battles. Do you believe that I'll get Yaga to beat you up? Yaga Masamichi said speechlessly. Don't be so unreasonable, today is the last day. Gojo Satoru's eyes were serious, and he said with a smile on his face, the students are all tired from competing. And this is an exchange event. Killing and fighting, isn't that not the original intention of the exchange event? The exchange event should be like this, it's just that you're bored and always mixing in some inexplicable things. Yaga Masamichi said inwardly, feeling speechless, recalling the past. Weren't the exchange events of that time just competitions of the strength of the students from both schools? Although the principals of both schools each proposed a method of competition. But at least Yaga would still pretend to do something in previous years. This year, he didn't even bother to pretend, and directly let Gojo Satoru replace him. Sigh, he couldn't beat him anyway, never mind, never mind. He then said, baseball is fine, at least it's better than destroying the forest. Alright, then I'll go prepare. Gojo Satoru said and got up and left directly, as if he was afraid that Yaga Masamichi would go back on his word. Tokyo School at this moment. Yaga Masamichi, who was originally investigating the whereabouts of Geto Suguru, met a girl at the school gate, walked over and asked, what's wrong? Seeing someone coming, the girl immediately took out a photo from her pocket and asked, excuse me, does Yuki study here? Yuki? What did that kid do again? Yaga Masamichi took the photo, glanced at it, and it was indeed Yuki. He then asked, who are you to him? What are you here for? He's my benefactor, my name is Mafuyu Himura, I'm 15 years old. I want to come and study at your school next year. Rejected. Yaga Masamichi rejected her directly without even thinking, although this was Jujutsu High, a place specializing in learning about curses. But the external image was that of a private religious school. Doesn't your school need people? Why are you rejecting me? Mafuyu Himura asked in surprise. How should I say it, we do need people, but we don't need people like you. What do you mean by not needing people like me? Am I too ordinary? Mafuyu Himura was stunned, and then said in a low voice, how is that possible? My parents died when I was 14, and I've been struggling to get here on my own, and I can usually pretend that I don't see those dark monsters. That kind of dark monsters. Yaga Masamichi heard the key point, and immediately changed his tone, saying, come in and talk to me, Miss Mafuyu Himura. I'm the principal of this school, Yaga Masamichi. Oh, what the heck? Mafuyu Himura felt inexplicable at this moment, he had just rejected her, how had he agreed at this moment? How is it, can you see this thing in my hand? Inside the principal's office, Yaga Masamichi was holding a cursed spirit in his hand at this moment. I can see it, but isn't it disgusting? Its tongue seems to be licking your hand. Mafuyu Himura looked at the cursed spirit in Yaga Masamichi's hand with a disgusted expression, and then said with some surprise, you can actually kill it? I've never seen anyone kill those things before. Alright, you can enter the school next year. Yaga Masamichi directly crushed the cursed spirit in his hand, and got up and left. This stunned the girl who was sitting in place, she had also tried to touch these little guys. After all, some people also had this thing on their bodies, but she had never thought of killing them. What kind of school is this exactly? Come, take a look at this agreement. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Let me say one thing first, you'll die. Die? Yaga Masamichi handed the enrollment procedures to the girl in front of him, sat on the sofa, crossed his arms, and continued, let me put it simply, this is a place to learn about curses. That guy you saw just now is called a curse, or a cursed spirit. And we're responsible for exorcising those things, so there will be life-threatening dangers, so, will you still come? Gulp. Mafuyu Himura swallowed, looked at the documents in her hand, and then said in a trembling voice, what's the mortality rate? 70%, although it's gotten better in recent years. But that doesn't mean that the future will be peaceful, you can treat it as a job, you won't only not have to pay for entering the school, but you'll also get a salary every month. Then, let me think about it, I'll contact you in a few days. Mafuyu Hamura took the documents and stood up to leave. It's okay, think seriously about your future life. If you've thought it through, the school gates will be open for you at any time. By the way, is Yuki in school? I want to see him, the police said that he's blind. Just as she walked out of the principal's office, Mafuyu Hamura turned around and asked. Blind? Yaga recalled that Yuki's eyes had indeed been blind for an afternoon before, and glanced at the clock on the wall, saying, no, he should be holding an individual competition at the school next door at this time. 10 o'clock. Nice. High fly ball. Gojo Satoru shouted. Nishimiya, don't run. Iori Utaheim, who was the pitcher, shouted. Ha! Why? Nishimiya Momo, who was the number 1 outfielder, asked in confusion, isn't it supposed to run when the ball is hit? You should have said that you didn't understand the rules earlier. Alright. Change players. Gojo Satoru shouted. Humph. Tadou Aoi, who was number 4, stood in the pitcher's position, looked at Yuki, who was walking over with a baseball bat, and shouted, as expected of my best friend, we're on the same wavelength, let's decide the winner. Although I haven't played baseball before, it doesn't feel bad. Number 3 Yuki stood in the batter's position, swinging the baseball bat in his hand. Just as he was about to activate his Sharingan, he was warned by Gojo Satoru. You're not allowed to use cursed energy, Yuki-kun. Yuki glanced at Shura, who was to the side, and said in his heart, go wander around Tadou in front of him for me. Woof. Alright. Receiving the order, Shura immediately got up and ran in front of Tadou Aoi, and then circled around him. You're so devious, Yuki-kun. Hoshi Karara, who wasn't participating in the competition, complained. Is it really okay for you to do that, Yuki? Okatsu Yuta, who was the catcher, asked worriedly. It's alright. I think he's enjoying it. Yuki made a reassuring gesture. Tadou Aoi wasn't affected at this moment, and instead stroked Shura's dog head, saying, good boy, watch how I defeat your master. As he said this, he threw the ball in his hand violently, and shouted, watch my surprise attack. Thump! Go die, surprise attack. Yuki directly swung the baseball bat and hit Tadou Aoi. Plop! The ball instantly hit Tadou Aoi's face, and Gojo Satoru shouted, alright. Accidental hit. Accidental hit my ass, that was clearly intentional. Everyone complained inwardly. Cough. Tadou Aoi slowly raised his right arm, and gave a thumbs up, saying, good ball. Everyone, good ball your ass. Your nose is bleeding, hey. Yuki wiped his nose and looked up at the sky, mocking himself, that's inevitable. Everyone, have some shame. This individual competition was spent in laughter, and also left a good memory in everyone's minds. Tokyo School 2 o'clock Kyoto School. The 29th Sister School Exchange Event. Winner, Tokyo School. Afternoon. Kyoto Jujutsu High School Gate. Tadou Aoi held Yuki's and Okatsu Yuta's hands, seemingly very reluctant to part, with tears in his eyes, saying, best friend, worthy opponent, we must be together at next year's exchange event, and then we'll watch Takada-chan's performance together. Let's return to the fun of middle school together, reading books under that beautiful cherry blossom tree. We didn't seem to be in the same school in middle school. Okatsu Yuta reminded him. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 64, JKNS, Chapter 64. 2072 words. Yuki was numb at this point, and complied, saying, yes, let's watch the cherry blossoms together next year. Don't cherry blossoms bloom in February? It's only. Alright, let's go back to school, it's getting late. Gojo Satoru interrupted. Oh, okay. Okatsu Yuta glanced around, and found that Hikari Kinji and Hoshi Karara hadn't arrived yet, and asked, but Hikari-senpai and Hoshi Karara-senpai haven't come yet? Them? The two of them have already left. Left? Where did they go? Did they go back to school first? Seeing Yuta's confused look, Gojo Satoru explained, people have different goals, and the paths they take are also different. Do you understand? Hearing Gojo-sensei say this, Okatsu Yuta also knew where this left was going. Yuki didn't have much feeling, after all, he knew from the first time he saw them. Those two weren't the kind of people who were willing to follow arrangements, let alone being in a state of suspension from school, who knew what kind of mess they had made with those higher-ups. Although it was a little regrettable that he didn't see them one last time, these days memories would always exist, and he hoped that they would meet again in the future. In this world full of cursed spirits, who knew when they would die because they weren't strong enough. This separation at this moment might be temporary, but it also seemed permanent. At this moment, on the street. Achoo! Who's thinking about me? Akari Kinji sneezed. It must be those cute juniors. Hoshi Kirara said with a smile. Them, although it feels bad to leave suddenly, it's better than saying goodbye in person. As he said this, Akari Kinji wiped his nose. Yeah, but where are we going next? Hoshi Kirara asked with some worry. How about we open our own casino? It feels like it would be very interesting. By the way, how about being my girlfriend? Are you serious? It's not because you just broke up that you're starting to give up on yourself? Hoshi Kirara said with a smile. Yeah, after all, I deeply love passion, and liking you isn't a kind of passion either? Faced with Hikari Kinji's confession, which seemed like a joke, only Hoshi Kirara, who had been with him for a long time, knew that he was serious at this moment. He sighed and said, really, I understand. When everyone returned to school, Yuki patted Shura's head and muttered in a low voice, Son, go back and see if Maki is camping out at our house. Woof. Okay. Receiving the order, Shura ran towards the school, and Okatsu Yuta, who had just gotten out of the car, asked, What's Shura going to do? Of course it's to protect my little life. Yuki said with a smile. Oh dear, really? It's been a long time since I've had Yuki-kun's cooking, I must have a good meal today. Gojo Satoru got out of the car and stretched. Woof. Master, help. In his mind, Shura's words came. Yuki knew that Maki was going to destroy him, and decisively left directly, saying, If that's the case, I'll go buy groceries, see you tonight. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Just as the two were wondering why Yuki was running so fast, Zenin Maki dragged Shura out of the school, and was holding a naginata in her right hand. She glanced around and asked, Where's Yuki? Where did he run off to? He left. The two pointed to the road down the mountain. Ah. You're making me so angry, I must kill him tonight. Zenin Maki locked Shura's dog head tightly with her left hand. Shura was still shouting, Master, help me. I can't breathe. Do your best, son. Overcome the difficulties at this moment. After encouraging Shura, Yuki headed towards today's destination. He would buy groceries, visit his parents' graves, and then bring some things to the neighbors nearby. After all, they had watched him grow up. 2 hours later. Yuki walked to his parents' graves with offerings, placed oranges, apples, and other things in front of their tombstones, and then lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them in front of the tombstones, and also placed a cup of sake in front of his father. He wasn't good with words at this moment, and just quietly looked at the 2 tombstones. Seemingly recalling something, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Finally, he put his hands together, knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, saying, I've grown up, and I've also made good friends, you don't have to worry about me in the future. After saying that, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, took one last look at the 2 portraits above, and left directly. Little Yuki, you've grown up too. When I saw you expressionless, I thought the blow had been too great. Yeah, I'll face the future bravely, Sister Kaige, please don't cry. Yuki looked at the woman in front of him, who was crying with pear blossoms in the rain, and handed over the gifts he had bought in his hand. She was a good friend of his mother, and often took him out to play when he was a child. Because she thought that auntie was too old, she always made him call her sister. I'm sorry, the past is already in the past, I shouldn't have brought it up again. The woman dried the tears from the corners of her eyes, opened the door and said, Do you want to come in and sit, and have dinner together? Your brother will be off work in 2 hours, we can chat. No, I still have some things to do. I won't bother you, Sister Kaige, I'll come and bother you and brother next time when I have time. Is that so? The woman looked at Yuki, who was clearly much more mature in personality, and felt relieved, saying, If you're tired, you're welcome to come back, your sister has raised you for a while after all. Okay, goodbye, Sister Kaige. Yuki bowed and left directly. This was the last family among the neighbors who had been close to his parents in his memory. Having done all of this, he felt that the things he had been worried about in his heart had lessened a lot. This was the first time he had felt this feeling. On the way back to school, when he passed a crepe shop, a voice that couldn't help but attract attention rang out, Geto Suguru-sama, this crepe is super delicious, you should try it too. Yuki turned his head to look over, and his eyes met with Geto Sugiru's. He seemed to be very surprised to meet him, and ran out of the shop, saying, "What a coincidence, do you want to come over and have a crepe together?" Yuki-kun. There were also two girls who felt about the same age as him next to him, and they asked, "Who is this?" "Geto Suguru-sama. Yuki, he's a student from Tokyo School. If I hadn't defected back then, you would have been brought to Tokyo School as students." Geto Suguru said with a smile, but for the two, he was an enemy. Nanako, who had a white bun, instantly pointed her phone at Yuki, and opened the camera. Mimiko, who had short black hair, took out a rope from the doll in her hand, her eyes staring intently at Yuki, seemingly wanting to kill him. Yuki also expressed helplessness at this, ignored the two and walked to Geto Sugiru's side, saying, "I can only accompany you for half an hour, Geto-sensei, I'm in charge of cooking at school today." "It's okay, half an hour is fine. Mimiko and Nanako, put away your techniques, he's a guest, we can't be so rude to guests." "But Geto Suguru-sama, he's an enemy." Just as Nanako finished speaking, Geto Suguru stroked her head to comfort her. "He may be an enemy in the future, but he's a guest at this moment. Put away your techniques, don't use them on guests." "Okay." Nanako closed her phone, and looked at Yuki with a resentful expression. "Geto-sensei, you're still so polite." Yuki wasn't too afraid of Geto Suguru at this moment, after all, there was a big guy inside the scroll behind him, and at worst, they would die together. Geto Suguru also saw the difference in Yuki at this moment, glanced at the huge scroll behind him, and said, "Let's go in and talk, the crepes here are very delicious." "All right." The four walked into the crepe shop, bought some crepes, and then sat at a table inside the shop. Geto Suguru simply set up a soundproof barrier, picked up a crepe and said, "Do you want to participate in my plan? Kill all humans? I'm not interested." Seeing Geto Suguru get straight to the point, Yuki also clarified, "A sharp decrease in the number of entrances doesn't benefit me, I'm more concerned about my current life." Geto Suguru wasn't angry, and continued, "Think about it again, I've also thought about the suggestion you made before. Killing all humans at once would indeed cause some inconvenient confusion, so I plan to leave 10%. In this way, the number of curses born every year will be greatly reduced, and then I'll train all of that 10% to become Jujutsu sorcerers, or let their descendants become Jujutsu sorcerers. Isn't that good? Gojo Satoru, how are you going to deal with him?" Yuki made his words completely clear, saying, "I believe that Geto-sensei, you should have thought about it." Okatsu Yuta. Geto Suguru took out Okatsu Yuta's student ID, and placed it on the table. Saying, "As long as you can persuade him to join me, I'll have a 90% chance of making Gojo Satoru disappear." Yuki glanced at the student ID on the table, the four big characters special grade sorcerer were reflected in his eyes. He then rubbed the bridge of his nose with a headache, and slowly opened his eyes, saying, "This is between us, if Geto-sensei wants to involve my best friend, then don't blame me for turning against you." After saying that, his pupils turned scarlet. "A grade 2 sorcerer wants to fight a special grade, it looks like you've grown a lot these days." Geto Suguru stared intently at the huge scroll behind Yuki, and didn't have any intention of attacking, sighing, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious." "Your concerns are also normal, can you pretend you didn't hear those words just now?" "All right." Yuki agreed readily, if they really fought, it would only end in mutual destruction. He could tell that Geto Suguru liked these two girls who were about the same age as him, and he could attack in just an instant, creating a Rasengan and going all out. It was more like a psychological game of cat and mouse at this moment, he couldn't show his weaknesses. He had to show his strengths, and if he dared to attack, he would hijack one of them to achieve the effect of retreating. "Good, let's continue eating crepes. Chatting about everyday life is also good." Geto Suguru wasn't worried that Yuki would tell Gojo Satoru, after all, the transactions between Jujutsu sorcerers were cursed. If he violated it, the price would be high. 20 minutes passed, Yuki pushed open the door of the shop, and turned around and said to Geto Suguru inside, "Thank you for your hospitality, the crepes were very delicious." "It's nothing, go back early, don't keep your friends waiting." Geto Suguru waved his hand, until Yuki left. Nanako, who was to the side, asked, "Is it really okay?" "Geto Suguru-sama, he wanted to attack you just now." "Yeah, how about we kill that kid?" Mimiko said and took out her phone. "It's okay, you can interact with him more in the future. He's still worth getting to know, and you can't beat him anyway." Geto Suguru said and reached out to stroke the heads of the two. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 65, JKNS, Chapter 65. 2,199 words. The two said with happy faces, "Don't underestimate us, Geto Suguru-sama. We'll tie him up and bring him back to base in a few days." Geto Suguru just smiled at this and didn't say anything. Yuki, who was far away from Geto Suguru, felt physically and mentally exhausted at this moment. The pressure was too great, and he almost couldn't keep up the act. He thought, "It looks like I need to get stronger quickly, I only have 4 points left now, I'm a broke ass." Just as he walked to the school gate, he saw Zen and Maki, who was blocking the door. She was holding her naginata with both hands at this moment, and Shura was lying on the side with a wronged expression. I was just joking, there's no need to block the door, right? Mai told me to say hello to you." Yuki touched his head helplessly. "What do you think?" Zen and Maki looked at the scroll that had suddenly appeared behind Yuki, and asked a little curiously, "What's that?" "Let me see it. This is my lifeline, I'll just let you take a look, and then don't hit me." As Yuki said this, he took off the scroll behind him, and then slowly opened it. "You're so neurotic." Zen and Maki looked at the densely packed, difficult to understand characters inside the scroll, and asked, "What kind of ghost stuff is written in here? Why is it like chicken scratch?" "Good stuff." As Yuki said this, he closed the scroll, and then put it back on his waist. The whole process was careful, as if he was afraid that this thing would be damaged. Although he knew that the things given by the system weren't so easy to break, this thing was his lifeline at this moment. No. His lifeline wasn't as important as this thing. Mere procreation, how could it compare to this awesome almighty summoning scroll? This made Zen and Maki not know what to do, although she could tell that this thing was very important to Yuki. If she didn't know what this thing was, she would be so curious that she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. She asked, "What's this thing used for? A special grade curse tool?" "You can say it's a special grade curse tool. When I become stronger, I'll show it to you. I'm not qualified to control this thing yet." Hearing that it was a special grade curse tool, Zen and Maki suddenly became interested, and asked, "That's good, how did you get it?" Curse tools, like Jujutsu sorcerers, were divided into different grades. Among them, special grade curse tools would possess some special abilities. Like the sword that Yuki usually carried was a grade 3 curse tool. The naginata in Zen and Maki's hand only had the head part as a cursed tool, and the rest of the body was a relatively sturdy piece of wood, which was considered to be spliced together. "It should be passed down from my family." Yuki scratched his head, glanced at the sun that was about to set on the sky, and continued, "Alright, it's about time for me to prepare dinner, can you let me through?" "Humph. I'll let you off today, hurry up and cook." Zen and Maki put the naginata on her shoulder, and walked towards the school. Shura, who had been lying on the ground with a wronged expression, became lively and energetic as soon as he saw Maki leave. As if he had been acting just now, he ran to Yuki's waist and rubbed against him, saying, "Master is really, Makine almost took my dog life." Alright. Yuki patted Shura's dog head, and said, "Go train for a while, come eat in a while." "Okay." Shura, hearing the word train, was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and ran away immediately. This made Yuki not know what to do. Looking at Shura's leaving back, he muttered, "Is he in heat? Why is he so excited? Shouldn't he have to procrastinate a few times before he's willing to leave? It looks like I need to let him vent. After all, there isn't a single female dog in the entire Tokyo school." After finishing cooking, it was already 8 o'clock at night. Everyone sat around the table, celebrating the great victory of this Kyoto Sister School exchange event. Gojo Satoru then told everyone how powerful Okatsu Yuta was, which made everyone look at him with new respect. Panda patted Okatsu Yuta on the shoulder and said, "Oh. Yuta Aniki, please take care of your little brother in the future." Okatsu Yuta said a little embarrassedly, "Don't say that, I'm not that great." Zen and Maki said with a smile, "Don't be so humble, Yuta Aniki. Inumaki Toj, salmon. Yuta." Okatsu Yuta placed his last hope on Yuki, hoping that he wouldn't call him that. "Yuta Aniki, please accept my bow, I can feel the pressure of your majestic cursed energy from hundreds of meters away." As Yuki said this, he was about to kneel down and kowtow, and also pulled Shura along. "Ah! Don't do that!" Okatsu Yuta's unbearable appearance made everyone laugh, and after everyone had eaten and drank their fill, they cleaned up the leftovers on the table, and then waved goodbye and left. Click! The door opened, and Yuki returned to his long-lost home. He instantly pounced on the bed, rubbing against the warm quilt. Warm? Sensing that something was wrong, Yuki smelled the scent on the quilt. It was the scent of something that had been sung not long ago. Could it be that Maki and the others had also helped clean up the house? Thinking of this, Yuki couldn't help but reveal a smile. After resting for a while, Yuki took off the almighty summoning scroll behind him, and prepared to go in and explore again. After all, he had returned empty-handed yesterday, and he had to sign a blood oath with a summoning beast today no matter what. Otherwise, if he randomly summoned Kurama, he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. He opened the scroll, and his right hand touched the two characters summoning. As his consciousness dissipated and then gathered, when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived inside the scroll. The huge red iron gate still existed, and Yuki placed his right hand on it, saying, "Open the door." As the iron gate opened, Manda's appearance was revealed at this moment. His black and purple body was intertwined, and there were horns on his forehead, seemingly about to transform into a dragon. Manda heard someone open the door, and slowly moved his body. His emerald green snake pupils stared intently at the person who had come in, but the voice he spoke in wasn't as loud as before, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Contract." Yuki got straight to the point, saying, "I want a contract with you. Get lost. I will never submit to you, you little brat." Manda cursed and closed his eyes. The iron chains on his body were too strong, he didn't know what they were made of, and what was even more terrifying was that the tailed beast was also suppressed here. It made him not dare to speak loudly. Then goodbye. Yuki saw that this guy was stubborn to the death, and didn't want to continue wasting time. He had opened the door because he had forgotten what this guy looked like, and just wanted to see him. Close the door. With a soft shout, the iron gate began to close. Manda opened one eye, staring intently at the back of the boy, until the iron gate closed. Just as he walked to the next iron gate, before he could open his mouth, a woman's voice came out. "You want to make a contract, right? Please make a contract with me. I'm really bored staying here, let me go out and find someone to chat with, anything is fine." "Who are you?" "I'm the slug sage, although I don't know why I can't feel hungry, but it's really boring here, please make a contract with me." Yuki put his hand on the iron gate, saying, "Open the door." As the iron gate opened, a slug that was dozens of times larger than Manda appeared in front of him. There were no iron chains binding her body, but a somewhat transparent rope. The slug sage saw the person who had come, and quickly said, "Please be sure to make a contract with me, I'm going to die of boredom if I stay here any longer. I know some healing techniques." "Ha! Why does it feel so strange? It feels like I've forgotten something." Seeing the slug sage's confused look, Yuki knew that it was the system's doing. It might have erased the memories about the ninja world, and forcibly added the theory of the jujutsu world, to prevent her from saying some inexplicable things. "It's reverse cursed technique, don't think too much about it, lower your head, I'll sign a contract with you," Yuki reminded her. "Oh. So it's reverse curse technique? Look at my memory, quickly make a contract with me and let me out." The slug sage couldn't stand being in this dark space for even a second longer at this moment, although this kid couldn't summon her main body out. But it was fine to send out a small slug, the vision was shared anyway, it was better than staying here. Yuki jumped onto the slug sage's head, bit his index finger and wrote his name on top of her head. The moment he finished writing, the somewhat transparent rope that had been binding the slug sage disappeared instantly, and the blood oath was completed. "Alright, the contract is complete." Yuki stroked the slug sage's head and said, "I won't close the door, I'll summon you out in a while." "Okay, don't make me wait too long. By the way, can I call you little Yuki?" You can." Yuki jumped off the slug sage's body, he really didn't expect this blood oath to be so simple. He also didn't expect the slug sage to be such a chatterbox, the kind who would die if she didn't find someone to chat with. He would see if there were any other similar summoning beasts, this one was only suitable for support. He didn't know how long he had walked, but no summoning beasts had been called by Yuki, they were all silent. And the corridor was as long as if it had no end, he didn't know how long he had walked, but Yuki finally arrived at the end. A huge red iron gate blocked the way, and the sound of breathing was coming out from inside from time to time. Yuki recalled the situation where he had been persuaded to retreat with just one shout before, and swallowed. He put his hand on the iron gate, and said, "Open it." Buzz! The huge iron gate slowly opened, and Kurama, who was sleeping inside, slowly opened his eyes, his scarlet vertical pupils staring intently at the person who had come, and the 9 tails behind him tugged at the huge iron chains. Yuki slowly opened his mouth and said, "Hello, Kurama. My name is Yuki." Weakling. Kurama just glanced at him, and after finding that he was pitifully weak, he stopped paying attention to him, and continued to close his eyes and sleep. Yuki knew that he wasn't welcome, cleared his throat and continued, ahem. Can you listen to me for a moment? I want to make a contract with you. Brat! Don't disturb my sleep. Seemingly very annoyed, Kurama suddenly erupted, his scarlet vertical pupils staring intently at the brat in front of him, who had spoken wildly. His mouth opened, and a black ball slowly condensed. Holy shit! Tailed beast bomb! Close the door! Yuki waved his hand, and the iron gate slowly closed. Before the door was completely closed, a pitch-black-tailed beast bomb instantly cut through the air and shot out from the side. Yuki was so scared that his pupils shrank, and this tailed beast bomb cut straight across the corridor. The slug sage, who was walking in the corridor, sensed that something was approaching rapidly, and turned around to take a look. Seeing that it was a tailed beast bomb, she shouted in surprise, "Oh my god! A tailed beast bomb!" Then, her huge body quickly split into small slugs, and all of them lay on the ground to dodge this attack. Since this tailed beast bomb was fired quickly, Kurama didn't inject much cursed energy into it. It just bloomed into a 20-meter-high mushroom cloud and ended hastily. Oof, it actually missed. Kurama complained and continued to fall asleep. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 66, JKNS, Chapter 66. 1984 words. Yuki himself had already left the inside of the scroll, and was lying on the bed, complaining loudly, that scared me to death. My brain didn't react, and I didn't retreat in the first moment, I almost ate my first tailed beast bomb. Shura, who had already prepared his goat milk, saw his master suddenly lying on the bed and shouting, and thought that his master was hungry, asking, "Do you want to drink goat milk together?" Hearing Shura's words in his mind, Yuki responded, "Thank you, but I don't need it, you drink it yourself." He then remembered the matter of summoning the slug sage, got up and sighed. Looking at the almighty summoning scroll on the bed, he bit his right thumb and dripped blood on the 2 characters summoning on the scroll, quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and then opened his right hand with his fingers spread out and placed it on the scroll, shouting, "Summoning technique, come out, slug sage." The system panel popped up. Summoning complete slug sage, 400 points, 8,000 cursed energy. Summoning 50% slug sage, 200 points, 4,000 cursed energy. Summoning 10% slug sage, 40 points, 800 cursed energy. It is recommended that the host summon 0.01% slug sage, 1 point, mandatory consumption, 100 cursed energy, mandatory consumption. Yuki looked at the system panel, and couldn't help but sigh that he was a big weakling, with all his cursed energy, he could only summon 10%. But he was also relieved, after all, she was 10 times bigger than Manda. How could he just summon someone of the sage level so casually, it wouldn't be high class at all. He then chose to summon the 0.01% slug sage. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and the slug sage's gentle voice came out, "That's great, I've finally left that dark space. That tailed beast bomb just now was really terrifying, if it had hit me, wouldn't I have lost a layer of skin? As expected of a sage, if that had hit me, I wouldn't have had to lose a layer of skin, I would have gone straight to the west." Yuki complained inwardly. Although he only summoned 0.01% of the slug sage's main body, it was still big enough, as long as his forearm. The slug sage curiously glanced around, and finally locked her gaze on Yuki, saying, "Little Yuki, how about chatting with me? I was almost suffocated to death there alone." "All right." Yuki also chatted with the slug sage with great interest, but he slowly began to regret it. They chatted from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the morning before she let him go, and she still seemed to be enjoying it. Yuki couldn't take it anymore anyway, and fell asleep first. The slug sage saw that little Yuki had fallen asleep, shook her head helplessly and said, "This child sleeps so early, I still wanted to talk to him about what I've heard before." Turning her head, she saw the big black dog staring intently at her. And then, as if she had found a new successor, she walked over and said, "What's your name?" "My name is Slug Sage. Do you want to chat?" One night passed. Yuki woke up as usual, and after only sleeping for more than 4 hours, he was sitting on the bed, feeling sleepy. The slug sage, who had chatted with Shura all night, saw Yuki wake up, and asked, "Do you want me to brew you a pot of wake-up tea?" "No, there's no tea at home." Yuki slowly got up, and glanced at the scroll on the bed. He then went to the bathroom and took a cold shower, although the weather was gradually getting colder, it didn't matter to Yuki. After simply washing up, he walked out naked. Looking at Shura, who had a tired face, Yuki knew that he hadn't slept all night because he had been tortured by the slug sage. He squatted down and stroked his dog head, comforting him, "Go to sleep, I'll take the slug sage out in a while." Aha. Cough cough cough. The sudden voice startled Yuki, and Shura seemed to be testing his voice. He spoke in human language, saying, "No need, master. I feel like I've learned a lot this night, I want to continue learning knowledge from Slug Big Sister." Holy shit. Shura, you can actually talk? What the heck? Yuki asked in surprise. Humph. Of course I taught him. By adjusting the frequency of the sound vibration with cursed energy, you can then talk. The slug sage proudly raised her head. Yuki didn't know what to say anymore. Wasn't it said that animals weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country? What was this? Yuki, not knowing how to explain it, attributed everything to the system. After all, it was it who had given him the summoning technique. And it was common for summoning beasts in the ninja world to speak, but it just seemed strange in Jujutsu Kaisen. Fushiguro Megumi Shikigami didn't seem to be able to speak. Never mind, you two continue. Just keep an eye on the scroll, I'm going out for a run. Yuki, not knowing how to explain it, chose to escape, leaving it to his future self, put on his clothes and ran towards the training ground. Looking at the leaving master, Shura lay on the ground and said, "Slug Big Sister, I want to get stronger. Can you teach me how to get stronger?" Get stronger, huh? Let me think. The slug sage didn't know how to get stronger either. After all, she had lived for too long, and slowly lost her natural enemies. But she knew sage art, and said, "How about I teach you sage art?" Sage art? Shura felt that these two words sounded very NB as soon as he heard them, and quickly nodded, saying, I want to learn. If you want to learn, you have to change places. I'll go put away the summoning scroll. We'll go train in another place where there's no one in a while. As the slug sage said this, she climbed onto the bed, and covered herself on the surface of the summoning scroll, and then took it away together. At the training ground. Panda and the others had already come over at 6 o'clock, Maki, Yuta, and Toge were running and warming up on the playground at this moment. Panda looked at Yuki, who was walking over with dark circles under his eyes, and got up and shouted, "You're so late, Yuki-kun. You guys came too early." Yuki jogged to the training ground, looked at the people who were running, stretched his body muscles and asked, "How many laps has Maki already run?" "She's already run 10 laps, Yuki. If you want to catch up, you have to hurry." 10 laps, huh? Watch me speed up. As Yuki said this, he got into a sprinting position, and then charged onto the track. Just as he passed Zen and Maki, she grabbed him in a headlock, saying, "I'll settle the old scores separately, I'm very vengeful. It's already been 2 days, there's no need." Just as Yuki finished speaking, he was forcibly stretched by Zen and Maki. "Ouch, my waist. It's broken. Seeing Okatsu Yuta and Inumaki Toge passing by from the side, he shouted, "Good brothers, save me." "Cheer up, you'll be saved when Maki calms down. Salmon, bonito flakes." The two finished encouraging him, gave a thumbs up, and left. Yuki pounded the ground with his right hand and shouted, "You ungrateful guys. Ouch. What are you shouting about? I'll help you stretch your ligaments." Inside the Tokyo principal's office. Gojo Satoru looked at the people on the training ground through the window, and said with a smile, "It's good to be young, it reminds me of those happy times when I was a second year. Shoko, me, and Geto. Geto Suguru has been missing for decades, now he's appearing in Tokyo again, is he going to do something big?" Yaga Mazamichi stroked the beard on his chin, seemingly not understanding what he was suddenly appearing for at this moment. And there had been no progress in the investigation these days, he suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. It was really a headache, but he couldn't pretend that he hadn't seen it. After all, he was the special grade Jujutsu sorcerer who had massacred hundreds of people 10 years ago, and hadn't even spared his own parents, Geto Suguru. Although he had taught 2 special grade sorcerers at that time, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't proud. But he would still feel regretful about Geto Suguru's defection, and he didn't understand it. After all, he had been very kind back then. At least he wouldn't be surprised if Gojo Satoru, this guy, was a traitor, not to mention how terrible he was. Being arrogant wasn't something that had only been happening for a day or two, and he had restrained himself a little now. He used to want to look down on people with his nostrils, and even wanted to attack Master Tengen. It should be known that the barriers that allowed the high schools to become strongholds in the Jujutsu world, as well as the barrier techniques of many assistant supervisors, were all thanks to Master Tengen's power, and their strength had been greatly improved. If Master Tengen died, then the barriers of the entire Japan would become vulnerable. His goal. Gojo Satoru paused, and his eyes locked onto Okatsuyuta, who was working hard to run, saying, he should want to obtain Okatsuyuta's power, and then kill all humans, creating a world with only jujutsu sorcerers. What a madman. Yaga Masamichi finished speaking and paused for a moment, looking at Gojo Satoru, who was standing by the window, and asked, this time, you'll personally end him, right? Gojo Satoru gazed out the window, seemingly not wanting to answer the sensitive question. After watching the students in the training ground for a while, he said, yeah, this time I won't hold back. Afternoon. Yuki went out to buy groceries as usual. Just as he walked into the shop where he usually bought ingredients, he noticed that something was wrong. He seemed to have a feeling of being watched, someone was following him. The foot that had just walked into the shop paused for a moment, and he turned his head to look around. That sense of déjà vu disappeared instantly, which made Yuki even more certain that someone was following him. After thinking for a moment, as if he had thought of something, the corner of his mouth rose, and he walked directly into the shop. Inside the alley. He's really sensitive, I thought we were going to be discovered. It's okay, I've already taken a picture of him, Mimiko. We'll tie him back in a while, and let Geto Suguru-sama look at us with new respect. Nanako looked at Yuki's back in the phone, and the scene of Geto Suguru stroking her head had already appeared in her mind. Half an hour later. The shop door opened, and the shop owner walked out respectfully. He bowed to Yuki, who hadn't walked out yet, and said, thank you for always patronizing my shop, I guarantee that the ingredients that are transported over are fresh and delicious. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 67, JKNS, Chapter 67. 2,311 words. Okay, thank you. Yuki nodded and left directly. Mimiko and Nanako, who had been squatting for more than half an hour, saw Yuki leave, and quickly followed behind him. They were preparing to find a place where no one was paying attention to knock him unconscious and take him away. Yuki stopped, turned his head and glanced around, and walked towards an alley. Before he had walked for long, a strange feeling came, as if something was strangling his neck. Is it that little girl with the doll? I remember her name should be Mimiko. Just as Yuki was preparing to grab the rope that was strangling him, his body suddenly couldn't move. Then, the rope that had only been strangling his neck began to spread over his body. Until he couldn't move at all. Yuki stood there calmly, without resisting, and waited for the two to appear with his hands clasped. Isn't this very simple? Let's take him back and ask Geto Suguru-sama for credit. Indeed, we restrained him easily. The doll in Mimiko's hand was bound by ropes at this moment, and the way it was tied was exactly the same as Yuki. Nanako was holding her phone, and it seemed that the reason why he couldn't move just now was related to her. Seeing the two appear, Yuki asked, is Geto-sensei planning to let you two go to your deaths, or get beaten up? I feel like it's the latter. TCH, you're about the same age as us, but you're talking big. If Geto Suguru-sama didn't value you, you would have been hanged by Mimiko just now. As Nanako said this, she put her phone in her pocket. Don't talk nonsense with him, Nanako. Let's take him back quickly. Just as Mimiko finished speaking, the doll's stomach and right hand in her hand shattered directly, and the rope that had been binding him shattered instantly. What? Sensing that something was wrong, Nanako was just about to take out her phone when a hand grabbed her neck directly. When she looked up, Yuki's abdomen was bleeding at this moment, and his right hand had been severed directly. She also suddenly understood why he was able to break through Mimiko's restraints. This was a person who would hurt himself directly when he got ruthless. Yuki was calculating reverse curse technique rapidly at this moment, to repair his right hand and abdomen that had been blasted by the Rasengan. Looking at Nanako, who had a terrified expression, he touched her forehead with his newly grown right hand and said, you lost, if you want to play with me next time, just say it directly. Oh, Nanako, who was being choked, didn't know what to say, she only knew that he was so scary at this moment. Mimiko, who was to the side, saw that the technique had been broken instantly, and directly waved her thin fist, saying, you bastard, don't touch Nanako. I won't touch her, I really won't. Why are kids so touchy these days? Yuki quickly let go of his hands, and retreated backwards, as if he was afraid of hurting them. Seeing this, Nanako quickly took out her phone, and took a picture of herself and Mimiko. Then, holding Mimiko's hand, she said you wait and disappeared from the spot instantly. Yuki didn't care either, anyway, he hadn't intended to touch these two. Besides, Geto-sensei, don't watch anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the depths of the alley. Geto Suguru, who was wearing a kasa at this moment, was holding a black bead in his hand. He swallowed it directly, and said, "Thank you, Yuki-kun. Those two girls won't shed tears until they see the coffin, don't be too heavy-handed. It's nothing, it's all small matters." Yuki took off his damaged clothes and said, "Reimburse me for the money for these clothes, 100,000 yen, I bought a special custom-made model." Geto Suguru was silent for a moment and said, "I didn't bring any money with me today, next time. That's all for now, bye-bye." Seeing Geto Suguru disappear into the darkness, Yuki complained, "It looks like those two kids he's raising usually cause a lot of trouble, he can't even come up with 100,000 yen now." After saying that, he looked at his right hand, which had regrown with reverse curse technique, and muttered, "It's really amazing, it can even regrow bones. Maybe when my eyes evolve into Mangekyo, I can just pluck them out when they go blind, and then use reverse curse technique to regrow new eyes, to use a BUG." Thinking of this, Yuki's heart became happy again. He then threw the matter of the 100,000 yen to the back of his mind, and happily walked out of the alley, plunging into a clothing store. At this moment, in the forest of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Shura was closing his eyes and comprehending the so-called sage art. His long hair was covered in mucus, although it was very uncomfortable. Slug Big Sister said that he couldn't move. Only in this way could he more clearly feel the other powers contained in the air. The slug sage to the side said, "Although I feel that shaving the hair off your body would allow you to feel it faster, it wouldn't look good if you were bald. Make your heart like still water, and imagine yourself becoming one with nature." What does make your heart like still water mean? Shura didn't particularly understand Slug Big Sister's teachings. It was like a first-grade elementary school student seeing a question on a test paper that could only be touched in middle school. Naturally, his eyes would go black, and he wouldn't know anything. But Shura also had advantages. That was that he was stupid. After all, only a fool wouldn't overthink. In other words, he wouldn't be affected by external factors. As time passed, the slug sage saw that natural energy was slowly approaching Shura, and praised inwardly, "He's already feeling it and starting to gather it into his body so quickly, that's really good." She then continued, "Fuse this external power with cursed energy in a 1-to-1 ratio, this is sage art." As soon as it involved mathematics, Shura's brain directly froze. It was just this moment of distraction, and the natural power that had entered his body began to riot, making Shura howl in pain. The slug sage saw that Shura had failed, and hit him with her tail. The uncontrolled natural power in his body dissipated instantly. She looked up at the sun, which was already setting in the west, and said, "That's enough for today, you haven't slept in a long time. Get some sleep to replenish your energy first, and we'll continue tomorrow." "Oh yo, what kind of guy is this? How come I say that there seems to be something new in the barrier, a talking slug?" Gojo Satoru, wearing his old-fashioned sunglasses, walked over, squatted down and looked at the slug sage, asking, "Are you Yuki Shikigami?" "Shikigami? What kind of thing is that?" "I'm little Yuki's summoning beast, my name is Slug Sage, who are you to little Yuki?" The slug sage looked at the man in front of her with some curiosity. She could feel that he was very strong. "Slug Sage, right, I'm Yuki's teacher, my name is Gojo Satoru, it's nice to meet you." Gojo Satoru was looking at this creature who called herself the slug sage with great interest at this moment. Her intelligence was already no different from humans. It was hard to imagine how a slug, which had almost no ability to think, had become like this today. And Yuki, this student, was a mystery to begin with. He was always messing with strange things and techniques. But with his teaching philosophy, he really couldn't participate too much. He was just a lamp lighting up the student's journey. "So you're a teacher, how does little Yuki behave usually?" The slug sage subconsciously started chatting about everyday life. "He's alright, oh. Little Yuki, he really likes to cause trouble." The two met and talked about the recent situation like Yuki's parents. Shura was too tired, and had already fallen asleep on the side. Gojo Satoru also learned some useful knowledge from the slug sage. For example, the summoning beasts in her mouth, there weren't just the two of them, but there were many of them. It was just that Yuki hadn't signed a contract with them at this moment. As long as he signed a contract, he could summon them from that summoning scroll. The slug sage was still sighing at this moment. "That space is really too dark, too boring, and Manda next to me wouldn't chat with me. If little Yuki hadn't come early, I would have died of depression in there. There was also a nine tails, that tailed beast bomb almost hit me, it really scared the slug. Sigh, it's still better in the outside world." The slug sage felt that it was about time to go home, and continued, "Can you help me send Shura back?" Of course, of course. Oh dear. What you said just now was really interesting, I was so engrossed in listening. Gojo Satoru picked up Shura, walked in front and continued, "Slug Sage, what are you teaching Shura?" "Sage art, do you want to learn it?" "Seeing as you're little Yuki's teacher, I can teach you." "Oh." Gojo Satoru became interested at this moment, and slowly asked, "Is this sage art very strong?" "It depends on the person." The slug sage didn't feel that there was anything wrong with casually teaching others sage art. After all, it was one thing for her to teach, and it was another thing whether others could learn it. And if they secretly came into contact with natural energy without her supervision, but couldn't control it, they would turn into slugs. After all, she was using her mucus to come into contact with natural energy. The risks were extremely high. "It depends on the person, huh? Never mind then. I'm already invincible myself, I'll give others some space to catch up." Gojo Satoru finished speaking and took a step over the steps, walking out of the forest. "Gojo-sensei, what are you do, ing?" Okatsu Yuta, who was passing by, saw a big slug following behind Gojo Satoru, and had a shocked expression on his face. "What are you blocking the way for?" Zenin Maki kicked Yuta away, and then saw a slug that was as long as her arm, and complained, "What the heck is this again? A new Shikigami that Yuki is raising? Oh. It's the first time I've seen such a big slug." Panda ran over directly, and was curiously watching from the side. "Inumaki Toge, bonito flakes, salmon? What is this, a giant slug?" Zenin Maki responded, "I don't know, it's probably a new Shikigami that Yuki is raising, after all, he's always messing with strange things." "Maki, why did you kick me?" Okatsu Yuta said, covering his butt. "You were blocking the way, it was affecting my view of this giant slug." Zenin Maki said seriously. "Who are these people?" The slug sage looked at Gojo Satoru with a puzzled expression. "The slug is talking," Panda said in surprise. "Bonito flakes. It's actually talking," Inumaki Toge said in shock. Zenin Maki was already numb. After all, Yuki was always messing with those strange things. Okatsu Yuta, who would ask if he didn't understand, asked, "Is this a new cursed corpse that the principal made?" "It can actually talk like Panda." "Cursed corpses can't be made like this, Yuta," Panda explained. "Eh? Then she's a real slug?" "Slugs can actually talk." Okatsu Yuta was shocked for 100 years. Ahem. Gojo Satoru cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, saying, "This is Slug Sage, she's Yuki's summoning beast, oh. They're also my students, Yuki's classmates. So you're little Yuki's friends." The Slug Sage said happily, and then said, "Why don't we all go to your house and chat? Let me learn about what little Yuki is like usually? Is this Yuki's mother?" floated across everyone's minds. "What are you all surrounding here for? Is there anything to see?" Yuki, who had jogged back, asked curiously. The slug sage heard that little Yuki had returned, and spat out the almighty summoning scroll from her body. She pushed it in front of Yuki, saying, "Little Yuki, I've kept your scroll safe." Everyone looked at the slug sage, who had shrunk in size by half after spitting out the scroll, and were all dumbfounded, thinking inwardly, "It can fit inside? Okay, thank you, slug sage." Yuki picked up the scroll on the ground, and put it on his shoulder. Looking at Shura, who was covered in saliva in Gojo-sensei's hand, he asked with a disgusted expression, "Why is this guy covered in mucus?" "Sage art, oh, Shura asked me how to get stronger. I don't have anything to teach, so I can only teach him sage art." The slug sage's words made Yuki crack instantly. Naruto could learn sage art, how could he learn it in Jujutsu Kaisen? The two cultivation systems were different, was he sure that there wouldn't be any problems? But he was also embarrassed because she was a sage, and there shouldn't be any problems with this kind of thing. After all, how should he say it? She was a sage, and had seen a lot. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 68, JKNS, Chapter 68. 2,253 words. Is this stuff really learnable? Are you sure it won't explode on the spot? Yuki asked curiously. It is, Shura has already drawn natural energy into his body. Do you want to learn too, little Yuki? Hearing that it was really learnable, Yuki became interested instantly. After all, he could greatly improve his combat power in Sage mode. It was the best choice for fighting opponents above his level, and he could activate Super Saiyan mode with one click. Wait, wouldn't ninjutsu enhanced by Sage mode become very awesome? What Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, Sage Art, Great Fire Annihilation, etc., he could dominate the masses. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What Sage Art, drawing natural energy into the body, making sure it wouldn't explode on the spot. They didn't understand anything about the conversation between the one person and one beast. They just felt that it sounded very awesome just from the names. What is Sage Art? Panda asked with a dumbfounded expression. Let the slug sage explain it to you. I'm going to go wash the mucus off Shura's body. Yuki took the sleeping Shura from Gojo Satoru's hand, and then walked towards the dormitory. In his heart, he was thinking about forming a group to cultivate Sage Art tomorrow. He originally thought that he couldn't cultivate in this world, so he didn't ask. But he didn't expect that Shura, this guy, had learned it secretly first, and had already sensed natural energy, sighing, sigh. People these days aren't as smart as dogs. The slug sage looked at the four people in front of her, who were full of anticipation, and said, Sage Art is the product of combining cursed energy and natural energy in a 1-to-1 ratio. When all the cursed energy in your body is converted into Sage Art, you can enter Sage mode. In Sage mode, your strength, defense, and perception will all be greatly improved, and the power of the taijutsu and techniques you use will also be greatly improved. But the disadvantage is that there's too little natural energy here, and the more cursed energy you have in your body, the slower you'll enter Sage mode. And the fusion process is also very dangerous. If you're distracted, the natural energy will run wild in your body, and if you can't discharge it from your body in time, you'll all turn into slugs. In short, this is a double-edged sword, and it's very difficult to learn. I don't recommend that you waste your time here. If you want to learn, you have to exclude Panda and that girl with glasses first. What? You're discriminating against pandas? Panda shouted. Maki didn't feel anything. After all, she didn't have any cursed energy in her body, so it was normal that she couldn't learn it. And she didn't like this thing either. Who would give you time to activate a buff in a fight? Okatsu Yuta thought for a moment, and also decided not to learn. After all, Rika had too much cursed energy, and it wouldn't be of any use for him to learn it. Inumaki Toge wanted to learn, and raised his hand, shouting, Bonito Flakes, Bonito Flakes. Panda translated, Toge says he wants to learn it and see. Is that so? The slug sage thought for a moment and said, then come here to gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let's call it the Sage Art Learning Group. That's all, I'm going back first. He. Everyone watched the slug sage leave, humming a little tune. Panda looked at Inumaki Toge and asked, it sounds pretty dangerous, do you really want to learn it? Inumaki Toge nodded, saying, salmon, bonito flakes. Of course, I want to get stronger. Then why aren't you learning it, Yuta? It sounds pretty awesome. Faced with Panda's question, Okatsu Yuta touched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, Rika has too much cursed energy, I can't use it in actual combat. By the way, why did the slug sage reject Maki? Ah. Yuta, you don't know yet? Gojo Satoru, who was just about to leave, asked curiously. Know what? Maki doesn't have any cursed energy in her body. What? But if she doesn't have any cursed energy, how can Maki see cursed spirits? Okatsu Yuta asked curiously. Gojo Satoru then glanced at Maki, who was silent to the side, and the scene became silent. Gojo-sensei, you're really talkative, Zenin Maki complained and took off her glasses, looking at the ground and the lenses as if she was describing the past, saying, I was born into the Zenin family, one of the 3 major families, which is known as an elite jujutsu family. But I was born with extremely low cursed energy, even worse than an ordinary person. I can only see cursed spirits thanks to these glasses, and the cursed tools I use also originally possess cursed energy. But, it's also thanks to this that I was able to leave that house. The food was hard to swallow, and the bedroom was small. And there were unfamiliar greasy uncles walking around, the living environment was too harsh. And then I became angry, and thought in my heart that I had to become a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer, and then slap the faces of those guys at home hard. And then completely destroy the Zenin family from within. Maki. Okatsu Yuta had tears in his eyes, saying, I didn't expect that you had such a hard time in the past, Maki, I shouldn't have asked, I'm really sorry. Yeah, Maki. Panda had tears in his eyes, saying, if you want to cry, just lie in my arms, don't hold it in. Inumaki Toge agreed, saying, salmon. Cry your ass. You haven't heard it before. And you're still trying to be sentimental here. Zen and Maki kicked Panda over, and swung the stick in her hand directly.
Isn't it that I want to cry every time I hear it? Panda caught the incoming stick with both hands. Die. Oh dear, it's getting late. Let's take a picture to commemorate it. Gojo Satoru took out his phone, took a picture and left quickly. Okatsu Yuta burst into laughter after seeing this. Ha ha ha. The next day. 7 o'clock. The slug sage saw that the two people and one dog had arrived, and walked towards the forest, saying, "There will be more natural energy in the forest, which will also make it easier for you to feel it. When you get there in a while, take off your clothes, I'll cover your whole body with mucus, and then just close your eyes, calm your heart, and merge with nature. If you can't control the natural power well, I'll expel it from your body in time, don't worry." After saying that, the three had arrived at their destination. Shura had sharp eyes, and had a determination to succeed. After Slug Big Sister's careful teaching in the morning, he finally knew what this so-called 1:1 meant. "Your eyes look good," the slug sage praised. "Woof woof woof." Of course, Slug Big Sister. Because Yuki was afraid that everyone wouldn't be able to accept Shura suddenly speaking, he specially told him in the morning not to speak human language in front of Maki and the others, saying that it wouldn't be too late to give them a surprise after everyone got used to it in a few months. Shura also nodded in agreement. Yuki also hung the clothes he had taken off on the tree, leaving only his underwear. Turning his head and seeing that Inumaki Toad seemed a little embarrassed, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He went up directly to help him take off his clothes. Inumaki Toad struggled, saying, "Bonito Flakes. Don't do that. You're all guys, what are you afraid of? No girls will like you if you're so slow." A moment later. Yuki took off all of Inumaki Toad's clothes, and hung them on the tree with satisfaction. To be honest, Inumaki Toad's figure was alright, although it wasn't particularly obvious, he still had muscles. Shura was already lying on the ground covered in mucus at this moment, and the slug sage walked up to the two and asked, "Which of you two wants to go first?" "I'll go first." Yuki sat cross-legged, put his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes. The slug sage climbed onto Yuki's body, and covered his whole body with her mucus. Then she looked at Inumaki Toad and said, "It's your turn. Feel natural energy. Become one with nature." Yuki, who was covered in slug mucus, was using his skin to feel the wind flowing in the air. At this moment, he could only feel the curse contained in the air. It was black. He didn't know how long had passed, his brain had been completely emptied, and he was silently reciting the word nature in his heart. His body seemed to have become one with nature, and he could feel that unique power contained in nature. The trees were lush and green, and they radiated green vitality. No wonder he always felt happy whenever he entered the forest. It turned out that it was these green things, and he then opened all the pores on his body, drawing this natural energy into his body, and converging it with the ball of cursed energy in his abdomen. He allowed the two to collide gently, merging into one, to give birth to the so-called sage art. Oh! Little Yuki is really amazing, he's already started absorbing natural energy into his body after meditating for 10 hours. The slug sage said silently in her heart. At this moment, she had split herself into 3 parts again. This way, they wouldn't be flustered if they made mistakes. After all, even a second late in expelling that natural energy would cause great damage to the body. Although she knew reverse curse technique, the cursed energy consumed by the treatment was still borne by Yuki. As for Inumaki Toad, his talent didn't seem to be very good. It was as if he was thinking too much and his heart couldn't be completely calmed down. She wanted to wake him up, but she couldn't disturb the other two. It was really helpless. Shura's progress was also good. He had already sensed it yesterday, and today he had already started to combine it with the cursed energy in his body in a 1-to-1 ratio little by little. If this continued, the two of them should be able to unleash Sage Mode in less than a month. After all, feeling natural energy and combining Sage Art were only the first steps. Her mucus could effectively help them feel natural energy, but once their bodies were completely familiar with natural energy, the mucus definitely couldn't be used anymore. At that time, it would be even more difficult to absorb it into their bodies based on their own senses. Could it be that you would let others stand there and wait for you to enter Sage Mode for 2 hours during a fight? Wouldn't your head be bashed in? The fastest would be a month, and the slowest would be indefinite. Sage Mode was so difficult to train, and that was why she had suggested yesterday that they shouldn't learn it. Without talent, it was equivalent to wasting time, and there was no effort. As the sun set in the west, Inumaki Toad was exhausted from hunger at this moment. He couldn't enter that empty state, and the mucus on his body made him very uncomfortable, and then he slowly opened his eyes. The slug sage saw that Inumaki Toad had woken up, climbed onto his body and said in a low voice, "Come with me, so as not to disturb others."
Inumaki Toge nodded, turned his head to look at Yuki and Shura, who were still comprehending, with their eyes closed. Strange texture had already appeared on Yuki's face, and his breathing was silent, as if he had become one with nature.
Is this sage mode?
Inumaki Toge said silently in his heart and followed the slug sage away, arriving at a place where speaking wouldn't disturb the one person and one dog. The slug sage said, "You can't calm your heart at all, can you explain the reason?"
Inumaki Toge squatted down, and wrote words on the ground with his index finger.
The mucus on my body makes me uncomfortable, I can't ignore it. The slug sage glanced at it, and said, "Is that so? That's really difficult." After thinking for a moment, she then thought of the toad oil of the Toad Clan, and continued, "Then I'll try to communicate with the people of the Toad Clan, and borrow some toad oil, this way you shouldn't feel uncomfortable."
Toad oil? Inumaki Toge asked in confusion. How should I explain this?
My mucus is to help you feel natural energy, and then you absorb it into your body on your own. And toad oil is to force natural energy to enter your body. By the way, you'll turn into a toad statue if you fail. Oh. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 69, JKNS, Chapter 69. 1872 words.
My mucus is safer than toad oil, but I can't help it if you can't calm your heart. I'll go borrow some toad oil for you.
I won't really turn into a toad statue, will I? With me here, you won't.
Inumaki Toge, go back and wash your body first, have a meal and get a good night's sleep. Hearing this, Inumaki Toge was relieved, and wrote the words "thank you" on the ground before going back to get his clothes. The slug sage looked at the leaving Inumaki Toge, and her main body inside the scroll also began to move, saying, "See where those toads are locked up, I'll call little Yuki over in a while." On Yuki's side, as the last bit of cursed energy in his body completely merged with natural energy to form sage art, he opened his eyes. Looking down at his hands, he could feel it. He could instantly kill his self from yesterday at this moment. Just as he was about to test the power of the ninjutsu, the slug sage to the side said in a low voice. "Sure, I can't be disturbed at this moment. If you want to try out the power in your body, please go to another place, preferably a little further away."
Yuki nodded.
He disappeared from the spot instantly, and came to a place 1 kilometer away in less than a second. Looking at the dense forest around him, he said, "I hope Principal Iago won't kill me tomorrow." After saying that, he opened his right hand with his fingers spread out. A Rasengan that consumed 200 sage art instantly appeared. Compared to an ordinary Rasengan, this one was a purer blue, and its destructive power was even more terrifying. As sage art was slowly injected, the Rasengan in his hand also began to slowly grow larger. After injecting about 400, Yuki stopped. After all, he still had to do other tests in a while, and he couldn't empty all the sage art in his body for a single, sage art, super big ball Rasengan. Looking at the huge Rasengan in his hand, Yuki patted the tree to the side and shouted, "Sage art, big ball Rasengan." The moment the Rasengan touched the tree, it instantly expanded from its original basketball size to 4 meters in size. Everything it touched was reduced to ashes, and the destructive power was extremely terrifying. Gulp, Yuki swallowed. This power was really awesome. It even dug a big pit in the ground. With just this one attack, he could definitely instantly kill a grade 1 cursed spirit. After experimenting with the Rasengan, Yuki also had a bottom line for the amplification of ninjutsu. There was no need to release fire style, otherwise Principal Iago would really kill him tomorrow. Sage art, painful sky kick. Yuki covered his feet with sage art, and kicked the ground. With a bang, the originally neat ground cracked inch by inch, forming a pit with a destruction radius of up to 2 meters.
He hadn't even used his full strength, it was just a stomp. Sage art, leaf hurricane.
After Yuki simply borrowed strength, his body spun rapidly, and he directly broke a 1 meter thick tree in half with one kick. It could be seen how great the amplification of this sage mode was.
Next is, Sage Art, Earth Style Wall.
As he quickly formed hand seals with both hands, he slapped the ground. A 5 meter long, 1 meter high giant rock appeared in front of him, and from the enemy's perspective, there was also a dog head.
That was Shura's. Sage Art, Lightning Fong Fong.
10 minutes later, Yuki, who was tired from playing, sat on the ground, and the sage markings on his face had already disappeared.
He opened his system panel and took a look. Host, Yuki. Cursed Energy, 1300, Grade 2 Sorcerer. Physical strength, 21. Eye technique, 2 Tomo Sharingan.
Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Summoning Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Rasengan, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, Lightning Style, Lightning Fong Fong, Fong Passing Fong. Taijutsu, Self-Defense, Military Fist, Sanda, Jeet Kune Do, February Sky Knife Technique, Painful Sky Kick, Leaf Hurricane.
Oh whoa!
Shura, who had entered Sage Mode one step later, howled at the sky. His mouth opened, and a dark green ball slowly condensed, and then it grew larger and larger.
The slug sage to the side exclaimed, "What the heck? A miniature version of the tailed beast bomb?"
As the ball in his mouth became as big as a fist, Shura held it in one bite, and a golden light shot out. Buzz, shoo. The majestic energy caused the air to twist, and a huge shockwave shot out into the distance, hitting the barrier above the sky directly. Then the two collided, causing bursts of rumbling sounds.
This is...
Yuki, who was lying on the ground resting, only saw a burst of golden light shoot out, and then hit the barrier of Tokyo High School.
Holy shit! Could it be Shura's cursed energy cannon? I'm done for, Principal Yaga will definitely kill me this time.
Yuki got up immediately, and ran towards the training ground.
What's going on?
Yaga Masamichi, who was busy sewing cursed corpses, felt the shaking of the barrier, and immediately pried open the window and jumped out of the principal's office. Gojo Satoru, who was walking on campus, looked at the white smoke in the sky, and sighed. He's causing trouble as soon as he starts learning, as expected of you, Yuki. Maki, Panda, Yuta, and Toge all noticed the shaking of the barrier, and thought that an enemy had invaded, and took up their cursed tools and ran out of their homes immediately. Don't worry, it's just Yuki causing trouble as usual. Go to sleep if you want to sleep, and come watch if you want to watch. Remember to bring some drinks out of Yuki's fridge.
Just as Gojo Satoru finished speaking, a roar came. Yuki, you brat actually dared to use a technique to blast the school barrier.
Are you tired of living?
Yaga Masamichi was running towards the forest at this moment.
Everyone was speechless, and also put their cursed tools at home. Then they jumped down from the third floor and went to watch the show. Panda went to Yuki's house to get cold drinks from the fridge. Slug big sister.
How was the power of my move?
Shura was jumping up and down happily at this moment, jumping 3 meters high with every jump, and breaking a tree trunk with one palm, but it didn't break off. It's alright, it has 1/3 of the power of that tailed beast bomb I saw before. The slug looked at the barrier in the sky, and seemed to know that she had caused trouble, and continued, I'm going back to sleep first, Shura, go home after you're done playing.
Okay.
As Shura said this, he began to charge up for the second shot in his mouth. A voice came from afar, you stupid dog.
Shut your mouth. Hearing his master's voice, Shura's sage art in his mouth scattered.
He sat on the ground and wagged his tail frantically, as if he was waiting for his master's praise. Yuki, who had rushed over, looked at the piles of trees that had been destroyed on the field, and didn't know what to say anymore.
Master. How was it? Am I awesome?
I destroyed so many trees with one move. Looking at Shura, who didn't seem to know where he had gone wrong, Yuki didn't know what to say either. After all, how should he say it? He was just a child who was less than half a year old. If he said it too seriously, it might hurt his confidence, and sighed helplessly, walking forward slowly and stroking his head, saying, You did a good job, but next time you test this move, you have to use it against the ground. We have to protect the trees.
Okay. Shura rubbed his head against Yuki's hand, seeming to be enjoying it very much. Yuki revealed a wry smile. He was afraid that he would be scolded to death when Principal Yaga rushed over in a while. He got up and picked up the pants hanging on the branches, and then put them on. There was no need for a shirt, after all, he was covered in mucus. Yuki. Yaga Masamichi came out holding a tree trunk, and looked at the trees that had been destroyed on the field, saying, What is that kid doing? A mistake, the barrier is fine, isn't it? Yuki touched his head and said with an awkward smile. What if something happened? Yaga Masamichi finished speaking and locked Yuki's neck with his right arm, saying, You're the one who's always causing trouble, you're just like Gojo Satoru was back then. A mistake, this was really a mistake, I guarantee there won't be a next time. I can't breathe. Yuki quickly patted Principal Yaga's arm. Crack. Gojo Satoru and the others, who had rushed over, were opening soda and watching from the side at this moment. Is this the so-called sage mode? Gojo Satoru looked at the markings on Shura's nose, and if he didn't pay attention to him specifically, it would be difficult to notice him. He seemed to have become one with nature, and there was a very strong power in his body. Satoru. Don't stand there acting like it's none of your business, you're next to be scolded after he's done. Gojo Satoru complained, I knew I shouldn't have come. Yaga Masamichi glanced at the slug sage on the ground, and Gojo Satoru had also told him about this. He muttered in his heart, a slug who claims to be a sage, huh? Woof. A bark made Yaga Masamichi feel as if he was facing a great enemy, and he turned his head to look at Shura, who had walked to his side at some point, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he seemed to have become one with nature, and it was easy to be ignored if he didn't pay attention to him deliberately. He also had black markings on his nose. Could this be the sage mode that Gojo Satoru had mentioned? He said, if you dare to blast the barrier again next time, I'll suspend you from school for half a month to reflect on yourself. There won't be a next time, I guarantee it. Today was just a small mistake. Just as Yuki finished speaking, Yaga Masamichi let go of his right arm and looked at Gojo Satoru, who was watching from the side, saying, "Come to my principal's office." No way, is it really coming? Gojo Satoru asked in surprise. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 70, JKNS, Chapter 70. 1874 words. Yaga Masamichi grabbed the back of Gojo Satoru's collar and said, "The student makes a mistake, the teacher gets scolded." Then why didn't the principal scold you when I made a mistake back then? That's because you didn't see me getting scolded, don't dawdle. Everyone watched Gojo-sensei being dragged away, and complained, he ate himself to death while watching the show. Alright, everyone go back to sleep, we have to get up early for training tomorrow. Yuki stretched, he hadn't eaten all day, and he was starving to death at this moment. Salmon. Inumaki Toge said and wrote on the ground with his index finger, "Thank you for the toad oil." Toad oil? Yuki was dumbfounded, and after thinking for a moment, he thought of the toads on Mount Mayaboku, and looked at the slug sage, asking, "Did you promise Toge that you would bring this thing out?" Yeah, after all, Inumaki Toge can't accept my mucus. I can only use toad oil, don't worry, my main body has already found where those toads are locked up, I'll go over there tonight. Your two clan sage modes aren't even the same form, why can you ensure that he won't have any problems? Yuki complained inwardly. The people to the side were listening with dumbfounded expressions at this moment, but they were too embarrassed to ask. After all, they weren't practicing sage art. Can't bring it? Inumaki Toge wrote again. You can bring it, Toge, go back to sleep first. The slug sage had already said it, it would be too hurtful if he said that he couldn't bring it now. Click. The door opened, and Yuki, who was covered in mucus, walked into the house. Shura plunged straight into the bathroom, and turned on the shower. After locking the door, Yuki took off his underwear and pants covered in mucus and threw them into the washing machine, and after simply washing his body, he took out the spare instant noodles from the refrigerator. This was today's meal. Shura also consciously prepared goat milk. Isn't the sage mode on Mount Mayaboku different from yours, slug sage? Are you sure there won't be any problems using toad oil to train? They are different, but toad oil just forces the human body to absorb natural energy, it's essentially an auxiliary prop, there's no difference. Is that so? Yuki lifted the mattress, and took out the almighty summoning scroll that was stored inside. This bed was originally solid, but now Yuki had used the Rasengan to chisel out a hole to store the scroll. Then Slug Sage, what's your estimate, when will I be able to instantly activate Sage Mode? To instantly activate it, that'll probably take a year or 2 of training. After all, this requires extremely high control over natural energy, and without my mucus to help, it'll be difficult for you to feel the natural energy in the air. A year or 2, huh? Yuki looked at the instant noodles being soaked in hot water, and sighed inwardly that this thing was really difficult to train. After eating the instant noodles, Yuki opened the scroll. He placed his right hand on summoning, and his consciousness gradually dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived inside the scroll. The sound of snoring came from the door to the side, and Yuki carefully left. After all, the Ninetales could shout him out with just one shout, it made him not even know who was the master of the scroll. Before he had walked for long, he saw the Slug Sage's split body standing in front of an iron gate at this moment. He asked, "Slug Sage, who's locked up in here?" "It's Gamabunta, little Yuki." "Kid, I'm not that chatterbox of a slug. If you want a contract with me, you have to show me your strength, otherwise I'll kill you." A deep voice came from inside the door. Ah, I know. But I'm just here to borrow some toad oil today, we can talk about fighting later. Yuki shouted. Have a fight, if you win, I'll give you the oil. Let's go, next house. Yuki didn't hesitate at all, and turned around to leave. Just kidding, this was his territory. If he didn't want to, he'd lock him up forever, he could contract or not contract, he didn't even want it. Who did he think he was? He had the slug sage here. There's really no way, it looks like you'll be lonely for the rest of your life, Gamabunta. The slug sage sighed and followed him away. Gamabunta was silent for a moment and shouted, You brat, I'll give it to you. Open the door. Oh yo. Yuki retraced his steps, and asked, Why are you giving it again? Clang. Gamabunta tugged at the iron chains, and said, I'll contract with you, you let me eat this hateful slug. Eek. The slug sage said as if she had seen a ghost, We can't contract, little Yuki. Isn't your main body here? What are you afraid of him for? Yuki complained and placed his right hand on the iron gate, shouting. Open the door. That's right, my main body is here, what am I afraid of him for? The slug sage, who had reacted, quickly called her main body over. Because toads countered slugs, slugs countered snakes, and snakes countered toads. The slug sage followed her instincts to escape the first moment she heard Gamabunta wanted to eat her. But this kind of restraint relationship was only in the case of the same size, her main body was 5 times larger than the two of them combined, so naturally, she wasn't afraid. As the iron gate slowly opened, a huge long sword that was dozens of meters long came into view. The sharp blade radiated bursts of cold air, and was stuck straight into the ground. Gamabunta was holding a pipe in his mouth at this moment, and his limbs were tightly bound by iron chains. His yellow frog pupils stared intently at Yuki and the slug sage at the door. He was wearing black clothes, had a black sword hilt around his waist, and had a scar on his left eye, exuding an overbearing aura. Kid, I agree to contract with you. But when you summon me out, I'll have a fight with you first. Okay. Yuki also agreed readily, after all, who knew when he would be able to use him? When he had mastered Sage Mode, he would directly summon the complete Slug Sage. Wouldn't she be more awesome than this toad? As Gamabunta lowered his head, Yuki jumped onto his head, and after writing his name, the iron chains on his body also disappeared. Oh dear, my body is almost rusting from not moving for these few days, I'll eat some slug to whet my appetite. Gamabunta directly pulled out the short sword stuck in the ground, and swung it at the Slug Sage, who was standing at the door. Help! The Slug Sage turned her head and ran. It was obvious that her main body hadn't arrived yet. Don't run! You actually dared to mock me, old man, I'm going to make you into slug sashimi today. Gamabunta jumped dozens of meters away with one leap. Don't ah! The Slug Sage shouted, Save me, little Yuki. This stinky toad wants to eat me. Ha ha ha. Yuki laughed loudly, he didn't stop them. But instead, he felt that this situation was quite interesting. Although Gamabunta said that he wanted to eat her, he didn't swing his sword, he was just chasing her for fun. As the Slug Sage's main body arrived, Gamabunta also stopped chasing. He sheathed the short sword in his hand, and twisted his neck, saying, You brat, how much do you want? Not much, Yuki thought for a moment and said, Slug Sage, you split off 5 times the size of that one outside, this is already the limit of what I can summon. Okay. A small slug split out from the Slug Sage's body. Alright, and then fill it with toad oil and I'll summon you out. I'll go find a container first, you can fill it up later when you're ready, thank you, Slug Sage. Yuki finished speaking and disappeared instantly, his consciousness returned to the real world. He then got out of bed and went to the bathroom to get an extra large wash basin, and said to the Slug Sage, who was lying on the bed, I've already prepared it. Okay, summon that part of my body over, I've already filled it with toad oil. Alright. Yuki bit his thumb, and sprinkled blood on the scroll. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and slapped the 2 characters summoning, shouting, Summoning technique. System notification, points -1, mandatory consumption, cursed energy -100, mandatory consumption. With a bang, the Slug Sage, whose body was filled with toad oil, appeared on the bed. She slowly climbed to the side of the wash basin, and spat out all the toad oil in her body. After spitting it out, she said, It's really disgusting, the toad oil was actually spat out from his mouth, I really want to kill that dead toad. You're not much better. Yuki complained inwardly. To be honest, the sage modes cultivated by toads, slugs, and earth dragons were all different. But they were all quite disgusting, one was the mucus on the surface of the body, and the other was saliva. He didn't know about the earth dragon, but it was estimated that it wouldn't be much better. The next day, Yuki put the toad oil in the basin into a small bottle, so that Inumaki Toge could apply it himself later.
He had also curiously tried using toad oil yesterday, and the natural energy in the air kept drilling into his body. It was too fast, and it hurt him so much that he couldn't take it. And the place that touched the toad oil also began to turn into toad skin. It was thanks to the slug sage that the uncontrollable natural power was expelled from his body, otherwise he would have turned into a toad statue that night.
This thing is really damn dangerous.
After complaining, Yuki sealed the bottle cap, and then called the slug sage and Shura to go out. The original morning run had now turned into eating breakfast, and after simply eating, it was almost 7 o'clock.
He met up with Inumaki Toge at the old place and walked towards the forest. Salmon. Yuki.
Inumaki Toge, who had specially brought paper and pen, wrote.
Has the slug sage's body gotten a lot bigger? Is there anything inside?
No, this size is only 6/10,000ths of the slug sage's main body. I can't summon the main body. Here, this is toad oil.
Yuki handed the bottle to Inumaki Toge.
Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 71, JKNS, Chapter 71. 2076 words. Salmon. Thank you.
Inumaki Toge took it and glanced at it. The yellow liquid inside was exactly the same as ordinary cooking oil. He put it in his pocket and continued to write.
So awesome, why is the slug sage so big? Could she really be a sage?
Anyone who knows sage art can call themselves a sage, Toge. You can call yourself that too when you learn it, Yuki said with a smile. That's right, as long as you know sage art, you can call yourself a sage. The slug sage nodded and said, actually, the title of sage is dispensable, slug is me, and slug sage is also me. There's no difference between the two, of course. I like to be a little high-end, so I call myself slug sage.
Oh. Then can I call myself Sage Inumaki Toge in the future? Inumaki Toge's eyes lit up at this moment, and he seemed to be very interested in this title. You can, oh.
Everyone arrived at the old place, and Inumaki Toge couldn't wait to open the bottle of toad oil in his hand. Yuki reminded him, use a little less, after all, the effect of this thing is really too strong. I almost turned into a toad last night.
Salmon. Got it.
Inumaki Toge lightly touched the toad oil with the index finger of his right hand, and applied it to the back of his left hand. As soon as he finished applying it, there was a cool feeling, and then he felt something was rushing from the back of his left hand into his body. The place that touched the toad oil began to show toad characteristics, and the natural power that entered his body was completely disobedient and rushing around everywhere. Just as the slug sage was about to interrupt Inumaki Toge's current state, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't move." As the power of his cursed speech took effect, the violent power in his body was forcibly suppressed. The slug sage, who was preparing to slap him, was also frozen in place at this moment, including the leaves falling from the sky. Yuki didn't struggle either. After all, it would hurt Inumaki Toge if he did. Having gained a moment to breathe, Inumaki Toge sighed and began to control the violent natural power in his body. He said, "Move." Perhaps because he was eager to master this power, he had been using cursed speech. When the power in his body began to get out of control, he would make them stop, and then continue to move. The slug sage couldn't stand it anymore, and slapped the natural energy in his body out with her tail, saying, "You're going to disturb little Yuki and Shura's training like this. Let's go train in a place that doesn't affect them. There's no need to rush, only people with calm hearts can master sage art faster, rushing is useless." Bonito flakes. Sorry, Inumaki Toge lowered his head, and seemed to realize that he was too anxious as well. It's okay, Yuki said with a smile, waving his hand and saying, "There are times when you're anxious during training, take it slow." Your package. Yuki. Zenin Maki's voice came, "Oh. It seems to be a pretty good curse tool. If you don't come out, I'm going to take it." Cursed tool? Yuki thought for a moment and remembered the cursed tool that Kumo Noritoshi was going to compensate him with, and quickly got up, shouting, I want it. Maki, don't take it. That's mine. A week had passed. Yuki was called by Gojo Satoru early in the morning to carry out a mission. 6:40 a.m. On the street. How's the Sage Mode training going? It's alright, I can already enter Sage Mode on my own, but it takes 2 hours. Yuki sat on a long chair, looking at the various people walking on the road, rushing to work.
He asked, aren't we carrying out a mission? Who are we waiting for now? Just as he finished speaking, a steady voice came from behind him. Gojo-sensei, is this the junior I'm going to be taking on this mission? Yes, please take care of my student. I'm going on a business trip for a few days. Gojo Satoru finished speaking and drank the drink in his hand in one gulp, and then threw it into the trash can. Yuki looked up, and a man wearing a white suit, with light yellow glasses, and yellow parted hair was standing behind him. He was also looking down and sizing him up. He waved his hand and said, hello. My name is Yuki. The man pushed up his glasses and said, hello, my name is Kento Nanami. I feel like you'll be very compatible, then I'll be going first, bye-bye. Gojo Satoru didn't forget to shout as he left. Yoo-hoo! Going on vacation. Yuki said speechlessly, Gojo-sensei is really something, going on vacation every now and then. Gojo-sensei is still the same as always, acting on a whim. This is what I dislike about him, but it's also why I trust him. Ha! Nanami Kento's statement left Yuki dumbfounded. He continued. Last night, Gojo-sensei asked me to assist you in completing the mission to exorcise a Grade 1 cursed spirit, and then recommend you to become a Grade 2 sorcerer. To be honest, I really hate you nepotism cases. The so-called equality for all is basically bullshit. So I will supervise you more strictly, to see if you're qualified to become this Grade 2 sorcerer. Now let's talk about the mission. The mission location is a high school. 10 students went missing last night, and someone saw what appeared to be a baby's placenta in the sky. It's temporarily identified as a Grade 1 cursed spirit, and it may become a special grade imaginary cursed spirit soon. To be honest, this was originally my mission. I didn't agree to let you follow at the time either. After all, it's impossible for a Grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer to exorcise a Grade 1 or even a special grade cursed spirit, but Gojo-sensei still shoved you to me. There's a high probability that you'll be instantly killed, and I won't be able to save you. That's about it for the mission. You can choose to withdraw now. Do you have any questions? After finishing speaking, Nanami Kento stared intently at Yuki's eyes, wanting to see his attitude towards death. After all, every Jujutsu sorcerer will die one day, most of them are killed by cursed spirits, and very few Jujutsu sorcerers can die peacefully in their sleep. He could choose to escape, after all, he would die. But he couldn't keep escaping, he had to face it one day. If he withdrew decisively subconsciously, then his suggestion to him would be, go back and be an ordinary person. No, thank you very much for letting me carry out this mission. Yuki slowly got up, his eyes didn't have the slightest hesitation. He put the black backpack that was placed on the long chair on his back, and the clean and tidy school uniform added a touch of maturity to this young man. Very good. Nanami Kento pushed up his glasses and said, let's set off now. 7 o'clock. I'm relieved that you're here, Nanami-sensei. There aren't enough Jujutsu sorcerers these days, especially for this kind of special grade. Yuri Kiyotaka, who was wearing a suit, pushed up his glasses and said, it's nothing, it's just work. I've already understood the specific situation, you just need to set up the veil when we go in a while. Is he going in too? Yuri Kiyotaka pointed at Yuki in surprise. After all, he had last seen him as a Grade 3 sorcerer. Hi. Long time no see, Yuri-sensei. Yuki waved his hand. Long time no see, Yuki sorcerer. Don't be so frivolous, this is work time. Nanami Kento finished speaking and walked in directly. Making a face makes you look older. Gojo-sensei is so young, even though he's almost 30, he's still like a child. Yuki quickly followed behind him. That's why I hate him. Watching the two enter, Yuri Kiyotaka raised his right hand, and held up his index and middle fingers, saying, I wish you both good luck in battle. Born of darkness, darker than black. Defilement and filth, be cleansed away. The black veil slowly descended. Yuki took out the long sword from the backpack behind him, and Nanami Kento stood not far behind him, observing. On the school's playground, humanoid cursed spirits stared intently at the two who had entered the school. Huge humanoid heads grew limbs, but they didn't have bodies. The fist-sized eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Yuki, who was slowly approaching, and finally shouted, what the hell are you staring at me for? Die. Yuki glanced at them, and with a wave of his hand, he directly killed all 4 cursed spirits in an instant, and then walked towards the school building. Nanami Kento evaluated inwardly, not bad, normal level. Pushing open the door, Yuki frowned. From the outside, this teaching building was only 3 stories high, but it was like an inner space here. High-rise buildings rose up, and intricate stairs connected the high-rise buildings. This is troublesome. This is a domain expansion in progress open with cursed energy. This cursed spirit has already reached special grade, huh? Nanami Kento took out a short sword from his handbag and slowly tore off the tie around his neck, wrapping it around the blade. He walked in front of Yuki and said, "Step back, this is no longer something you can handle, retreat back to the playground now, and leave the rest to me, an adult. Gojo-sensei said that you, Nanami-sensei, are here to assist me in exorcising the cursed spirit. I haven't even fought yet, how can I let you go up, Nanami-sensei?" Yuki wanted to clash with this special grade now, not just on a whim. But he wanted to know, how much difference was there between him and a special grade at this moment. Cursed energy couldn't represent everything about a jujutsu sorcerer, it had to be considered from many aspects, he just wanted to feel out his foundation. "You'll die, I'm not joking with you." Nanami Kento originally thought that he would retreat if he threatened him with death. But he didn't expect that this young man would say such a thing. "If I'm going to die, then I'll try my best to survive. Gojo-sensei recommended me to come here, which means that I have the ability to handle this matter. Besides, I'm no longer the kid who could only use fire a few months ago, Nanami-sensei, you seem to have a misunderstanding about my strength, I'm not weak." Poof. Looking at the young man in front of him who was spouting big words, Nanami Kento thought of his former companions. He pushed up his glasses and said, "Alright, I respect your choice. Let's make this clear first, don't resent me if you die." "Of course." Yuki looked up at this domain expansion in progress that hadn't been completed yet, and chose to continue moving forward. "After all, the enemy was walking back and forth in your living room, would you let it go?" The corridor was narrow, and the visibility was dim. Only the sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of the two, and there were human remains from time to time on the ground. There were those who had been forcibly crushed into human balls, those who had been dismembered, and even those whose legs and arms had been severed, but they were still alive. He heard the sound of footsteps echoing in his ears, and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing someone approaching, he gritted his teeth and murmured, "Save me, I'm still alive." Yuki looked at the young man who only had a breath left, and slowly squatted down, preparing to use reverse curse technique to help him recover. "Run! Underscore 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 underscore." For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 72, JKNS, Chapter 72. 1989 words. Seemingly sensing something, Nanami Kento shouted. Boom! Yuki was splattered with blood, and his right hand and the man in front of him were instantly crushed by something, and were forcibly squeezed and exploded directly. Hello? He didn't know when, but the cursed spirit's voice echoed in his ears. Yuki's pupils contracted sharply, and a large hand grabbed his head, and threw him away directly. Boom! Yuki! Nanami Kento's pupils contracted, looking at the place that had been buried by the ruins. The veins on his right hand, which was holding the short sword, bulged. Had the junior that Gojo Satoru had entrusted to him just died like this? His trembling left hand slowly pushed up his glasses. The special grade cursed spirit at this moment seemed to be very happy, looking at the blood on the ground and saying, "This is so much fun, another one died." Just as Nanami Kento was preparing to attack, he heard the sound of rubble collapsing from the rubble pile behind him, and stopped his actions. The special grade cursed spirit also looked over with an unbelievable expression. Damn it, that hurt my head. Yuki slowly pulled away the rubble that was pressing on his body, his crushed right hand recovered as before at this moment, and he directly pulled out the steel nail that was stuck in the back of his head, and after throwing it on the ground, he wiped the minced meat that had splattered on his face. His originally black pupils had now turned into 3 rotating tomo. His cold eyes stared intently at the special grade cursed spirit who had almost killed him just now. He had really almost died just now. A steel nail had been stabbed straight into his brain, and his consciousness had dissipated directly. If he hadn't subconsciously used reverse curse technique to recover before losing consciousness, he would have gone to the west. You grandson, you threw it in such a good spot. The system task popped up. Task, kill the special grade imaginary cursed spirit. Task reward, 35 points, permanent increase of 400 cursed energy. It has been detected that the host's Sharingan has evolved into 3 tomo, and will begin its eternal evolution when it reaches Mangekyo. Yuki wasn't paying attention to the system rewards at this moment, he was just sighing that this 3 tomo was different from the 2 tomo. He could see the flow of cursed energy in the special grade imaginary cursed spirit in Nanami Kento's bodies clearly. He could feel the true power of these eyes. If they evolved into Mangekyo, what kind of scene would that be? You? Nanami Kento hesitated. Yuki's mental state seemed to be a little off at this moment. And Gojo Satoru hadn't told him that Yuki knew reverse curse technique. It was really surprising, he hadn't been so strong when he had seen him before. This junior was rising too fast. You're not dead? Then die again. The humanoid special grade imaginary curse spirit clapped its hands together, and it seemed that something invisible was rapidly falling towards Yuki. Cursed energy burst out in Yuki's eyes, and the rotating Sharingan became even more scarlet. Then he took a step forward, and stuck the sword in his hand into the ground. Boom! The ground behind him was smashed into a 2-meter deep pit. Even though Yuki was still in front of him, the special grade imaginary curse spirit sneered at this moment. You're dead, right? I'm going to crush you into mincemeat. He. Nanami Kento didn't know what to say at this moment. Yuki was clearly in front of him. Why had he already determined that he was dead? Yuki squatted down at this moment, picked up the steel nail that had pierced his head before, and reinforced it by injecting cursed energy. Then he threw the nail behind him, clenched his right fist, and the cursed energy in his body began to overflow out of his body. He threw a punch out suddenly, and at the moment it touched his face, the red cursed energy burst into black in an instant, and space twisted. Black flash. Put. The special grade imaginary curse spirit's face was flattened, and the back of his head was directly pierced by the steel nail that had been reinforced with cursed energy. Boom! The ground cracked inch by inch, and the special grade imaginary curse spirit's roars echoed throughout the domain expansion in progress. It hurts so much. What is it? It hurts so much. Tears swirled in the special grade imaginary curse spirit's eyes, and then he saw a foot attacking him. Painful sky kick. Boom! The cursed spirit's entire head was plunged into the ground, but it didn't die, and the wails continued. After all, it's just a newly born special grade cursed spirit. It doesn't have much of a brain, and its mental strength is weak. A simple illusion can settle it. Besides being fast and resistant to hits, it's no different from a grade 1 cursed spirit. No, in some ways, it's not even as good as a grade 1. As Yuki said this, he began to condense a Rasengan in his right hand, until it was the size of a basketball. He raised his right foot, and kicked it towards the special grade imaginary cursed spirit's stomach violently. You deserve to die. The special grade imaginary cursed spirit, who had almost become immune to pain, directly grabbed Yuki's right leg, and broke it. Click. The crisp sound echoed on the field. This attack, which looked painful, was just a matter of reverse curse technique for Yuki, and the Rasengan in his hand pressed towards his head at undiminished speed. Big ball Rasengan. Buzz. At the moment the Rasengan touched the cursed spirit, the compressed cursed energy was infinitely amplified, although it wasn't as good as Sage Art. But the powerful tearing sensation made the special grade cursed spirit's face grind to pieces. No! As the Rasengan dissipated, the special grade imaginary cursed spirit only had its body left at this moment. Huff! Yuki sighed, and the 3 tomo in his eyes closed. Perhaps it was because that sense of excitement had passed, he felt a little tired at this moment. The broken leg bone began to heal, and then he went to pick up the sword stuck in the ground. Nanami Kento didn't know what to say anymore. Yuki's fighting style was already close to being pathological. He completely disregarded his own pain, and forcibly killed the enemy by trading injuries for lives. And he was also very vengeful, and most importantly, he had learned Black Flash and Reverse Curse technique. He was really too young. Was this junior a monster like Gojo Satoru? Never mind, he would recommend him to become a grade 2, his strength was already sufficient. As the special grade imaginary curse spirit completely died, the domain expansion in progress that was being constructed also began to dissipate. The 10 people who had disappeared were lying on the ground at this moment, all dead. Task completed. Task rewards are being distributed, 35 points, permanent increase of 400 cursed energy. Yuki put the sword in his backpack, and looked at the 10 corpses lying in the corridor. He muttered, they're all dead, although it was expected. After adjusting his mood, he asked, the mission is complete, Nanami-sensei, how do you think I performed? It's alright. This is my praise for you. Nanami Kento took off the tie that was wrapped around the blade, and put it in his backpack together, continuing, next is my criticism of you. What was our mission? To exorcise the cursed spirit, but I've already exorcised it, what's the problem? Nanami-sensei. The problem is very big, you just made a serious mistake. That is saving people, if you were carrying out the mission alone. This kind of mistake is fatal, the battlefield is changing rapidly, don't think that you can't die just because you know reverse curse technique. If the enemy knew that you knew reverse curse technique, they would have just crushed you to death just now, and wouldn't have given you any chance to fight back.
So we should prioritize protecting ourselves, and saving people is just doing our best.
Don't think I'm cruel, this is the truth. Alright, that's about it, I hope you can keep my criticism in mind. I will recommend you to become a grade 2 sorcerer, the mission is over. Nanami Kento pushed up his glasses and left directly, his expression was only serious. After all, he had to be a steady, reliable adult. He wouldn't deliberately praise or belittle, following the facts, and being strict with himself was his principle. Watching Nanami Kento leave, Yuki also knew the mistake he had made just now.
Sensing that the blood on his face was about to dry, Yuki turned around and went to the back of the teaching building to wash his face. He sighed, he's really a mature and reliable adult, it just feels like he's living too tired. Sizzle. Yuki took the water flowing from the water pipe and washed up, a voice came from behind him. It's really a coincidence, I originally wanted to collect the special grade imaginary cursed spirit, but I didn't expect that you would exorcise it one step ahead of me, that Nanami guy is still so reliable. I also realized the difference between me and a special grade today. I have to thank you, Geto-sensei, for teaching me reverse curse technique. After washing his face, Yuki turned off the faucet and looked at Geto Suguru, who was wearing a kasa, asking, is there anything else? There must be something big if you, Geto-sensei, made a special appearance. Of course, I'll be starting the night parade of 100 demons on December 24th, and I want to reach a contract with you. Just hearing that it was such a big deal, Yuki regretted it a little. He braced himself and said, I'll forget everything you just said, can you not say it? That won't do, after all, this is a very important matter. From the moment I saw you, I knew that you were a rule-abiding kid, you have to listen to this matter, and reach a contract with me, otherwise I'll kill you now. Yuki, who didn't have much cursed energy in his body after fighting, chose to submit, after all, he was surrounded by piles of cursed spirits at this moment. Alright, now listen to what I have to say. What's wrong, you're coming out so slowly. Nanami Kento was standing at the school gate, waiting for Yuki to come out. It's nothing, I just went to wash my face. Yuki said with a smile. You haven't eaten breakfast, have you? Nanami Kento took out an unopened bread from his handbag, this is the bread for you, it's considered my reward to you. Thank you. Yuki took the bread, he really hadn't eaten breakfast this morning. He had been called over by Gojo Satoru early in the morning. He tore open the bread and asked, Nanami-sensei, you're Gojo-sensei's junior, right? Yes, I'm 1 year younger than Gojo-sensei, I entered society after graduating from high school. Nanami Kento pushed up his glasses. Work? Could it be that the salary of jujutsu sorcerers wasn't high back then? Yuki asked doubtfully. After all, in his opinion, sorcerers were one of those professions where you get paid a lot but don't have the energy to spend it. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 73, JKNS, Chapter 73. 1907 words. It's not. Nanami Kento sighed and said, it's because I realized during my studies at Jujutsu High that Jujutsu sorcerers are just shit. And then after working in society for so many years, I realized that labor is just shit. I'm now surrounded by these 2 piles of shit. Nanami-sensei, you're really realistic, Yuki complained, looking at the sandwich in his hand. That's how life is, as far as I'm concerned. I'm an adult, and you're a child, I have an obligation to protect you. But I chose to believe that you could protect yourself, until you almost died. I'll reflect on whether my expectations for you are a curse, anyway, I don't like being with you. But I'll try my best to correct the mistakes on your body, after all. I'm an adult. A reliable adult, huh? Yuki muttered inwardly. He finished the sandwich in his hand in big bites, and said, thank you for today, Nanami-sensei. It's nothing, let's exchange phone numbers. You're very tired today, go back and get a good night's sleep, the adults still need to handle the following handover work. Okay. Yuki took out his phone, exchanged phone numbers, and then followed Yuri Kiyotaka back. Clang. Yuki got into the special car back to school. Yuri Kiyotaka, who was responsible for driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Nanami-sensei said to give you the salary he earned from that mission, Yuki sorcerer. Huh? Yuki was puzzled for a moment, and then the car started.
Nanami Kento, who was standing at the school gate, waved at Yuki, who was leaving, and said, "How can an adult take what belongs to a child?" Looking at Nanami Kento, who was waving, Yuki was silent for a moment and then revealed a wry smile. This was the adult of adults, Nanami Kento, huh? Beneath that serious and harsh expression was a gentle heart. How much despair had he experienced to achieve this kind of personality? To be honest, compared to him, Gojo-sensei was just a child who would never grow up. Forever 18 years old? Sitting in the car, Yuki boredly opened the system panel. Host, Yuki. Cursed Energy, 2000, Grade 2 Sorcerer. Physical Strength, 22. Eye Technique, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Summoning Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Rasengan, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, Lightning Style, Lightning Fong Fong, Fong Passing Fong. Taijutsu, Self-Defense, Military Fist, Sanda, Jeet Kyun Do, February Sky Knife Technique, Painful Sky Kick, Leaf Hurricane. The words that Geto Suguru had said to him echoed in his mind. If I die, can you help me take care of Mimiko and Nanako? He was really a very terrible person. He had already calculated that he would die, and still threw these two girls to him. Family and career, he had ultimately chosen the latter? Although it troubled Yuki a lot, he had also agreed. After all, he couldn't have gotten out if he hadn't agreed. Dozens of cursed spirits would have surrounded him and killed him, and special grade Jujutsu sorcerer Geto Suguru was standing there. Not even a mosquito could fly down. Looking at the scenery flashing past the window, he sighed helplessly. The following days were also spent in cultivation and missions. Other than having to deal with the stubborn Nanako and Mimiko when buying groceries, everything else was pretty good. The Grade 2 Sorcerer certificate arrived a week later, and the first thing Yuki did when he got it was to show it off, and then he was caught by Zen and Maki, this Grade 4 Sorcerer, and was beaten up. A party was also held that night. On the 10th day, Gojo-sensei gave him a mission to exorcise a cursed spirit. But they were just low-level cursed spirits, not qualified enough for the system to issue a mission. On the 11th day, Inumaki Toge, whose talent was mediocre, also entered Sage Mode. But there was a little accident. It was the Toad Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. The Slug Sage's conclusion was that he had used too much toad oil. Inumaki Toge was speechless as he looked at the yellow eyeshadow and frog pupils in the phone. Yuki's sage markings were at least just a few black lines. Was he going to turn into a frog? Although he didn't like it very much, he changed his mind after using Sage Art, Cursed Speech. It was too awesome. What was even more amazing was that Cursed Speech had changed from a passive skill to an active skill, and he could speak freely. That day, he said all the words he hadn't said in these 10 years, and the original mute god instantly transformed into a chatterbox. And theoretically, Sage Mode could be maintained all the time. As long as the Sage Art in his body wasn't empty, this state could exist all the time. It was just that the meaning of cultivation was in how to enter Sage Mode quickly. After entering Sage Mode, Yuki would usually use up all the Sage Art in his body, and then continue to absorb natural energy. On the 15th day, Megumi, who was looking for Shikigami, finally returned. He challenged Yuki, and was mercilessly beaten up. The next day, he left a note saying that he was going out to look for Shikigami and left. On the 20th day, Nanako and Mimiko, who would usually lie in wait for him when he went grocery shopping, had never appeared again. It seemed that they were preparing for the so-called night parade of 100 demons to destroy all the humans in Japan. A month later, Yuki's Sage Mode had squeezed from 2 hours to half an hour, and he was praised by the Slug Sage as a genius. On the 35th day, he was arranged by Gojo-sensei to exorcise a cursed spirit. He was in a group with Zen and Maki, but the cursed spirit was too weak, and was killed by Maki in a few strikes. 2 months later, Geto Suguru seemed to have disappeared, and there was no news. All that was known was that the strange incidents of cursed spirits hurting people had decreased significantly. At this moment, in a certain church in Japan, Geto Suguru, who was holding a black orb, looked at the 2 monkeys who were leaving with a contemptuous expression, and said, "Monkeys who don't understand jujutsu. You've revealed your true form, Geto Suguru-sama." The sudden voice startled Geto Suguru. The woman said, "The executives are all here. Please move to the conference room." "Is that so? Then I can't spread the monkey odor to everyone." Geto Suguru took out a bottle of disinfectant from his casa and sprayed it on his body a few times. After spraying it, he smelled it, and said with a happy expression, "I'm so happy, it's been so long since everyone has been here. I've been preparing for this day for decades. By the way, let's take a group photo as a souvenir. Where's the SLR?" Hearing this, the woman instantly took out an SLR camera, and said, "It's here." Geto Suguru took the SLR, put his arm around the woman's shoulder and took a few photos. A shout came from afar, "Geto! Geto, come out!"
Soon, a fat man wearing a suit ran in, sweating profusely, and pointed at Geto Suguru, saying, "Geto, you bastard."
Geto was surprised to see the visitor, saying, "Isn't this Mr. Kanamori? What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Don't play dumb with me."
The man shouted, "Quickly exorcise the curse on my body."
"Do you know how much money I spent on you?" "How much?" Geto Suguru looked at the woman to the side.
The woman opened the black notebook in her hand, and checked, "Almost 150 million, but you haven't donated in the last 6 months." Hearing this, Geto Suguru sigh, "It looks like you've reached your limit."
"What did you say?"
Perhaps because he had run too anxiously, the man felt short of breath at this moment. Monkeys each have their own uses. Geto Suguru took out a black orb from his casa and swallowed it, continuing, "There are monkeys who raise funds, and monkeys who collect curses. You belong to the former."
"But you don't have money, which means you're useless." After saying that, Geto Suguru snapped his fingers. A huge cursed spirit appeared behind him, and put its right hand on the man's neck. The man roared, "What are you?" Crack!
The sound of bones breaking echoed in the corridor. After the man died, he was swallowed by the cursed spirit in one gulp, and then disappeared.
The woman looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and said with a disgusted expression, "It's too dirty. Are they really the same as us humans?"
"That's why I said it a long time ago, non-jujutsu sorcerers are just monkeys."
Geto Suguru walked to a large door, took a deep breath and adjusted his mood.
Then he pushed open the door and shouted, "The time has come, family members.
Let us end the era of monkeys, and build a paradise for jujutsu sorcerers together." Inside the room,
there were 7 people in total, including Geto Suguru. Mimiko, who was wearing a black JK uniform, a man with scars on his face, a beautiful man who was naked and wearing breast pasties, Nanako, who was lying on top of him, and a black man who was wearing white clothes. Geto Suguru, who was being watched by everyone, said with a sneer, "First of all, the first step
is to capture the center of the jujutsu world, Jujutsu High. Tokyo Jujutsu High.
Humph. After these 2 months of training, I can now activate Sage Mode in 15 minutes, Yuki said with a loud laugh.
I can also do it in about an hour, but I feel like it's difficult to break through. It's pretty good this way, I can still talk, Inumaki Toge said.
Inumaki Toge had already given up. He basically used it for speaking, except for when he needed to expend Sage Art to go out and carry out missions. After all, he hadn't opened his mouth in more than 10 years. Actually, I still miss the old Toge. After all, I could be a translator. Sob, Panda cried. What are you crying about? Zenin Maki knocked Panda on the head with a stick and said, Don't only think about your own feelings, Panda. Toge hadn't spoken for so long, and he was often mispronouncing words that day. That's right, Toge was in tears when he could speak freely at that time. You're being too much, Panda, Okatsuyuta said.
Panda said aggrievely, I'm just lamenting.
There are cursed spirits approaching. Inumaki Toge, who was activating Sage Mode, clearly sensed something approaching, and turned around to gaze at the sky.
Everyone also stopped and looked at the barrier in the sky. Yuki sighed inwardly, that day is still coming, night parade of 100 demons. Inside the principal's office.
Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 74, JKNS, Chapter 74. 1835 words. Yaga Masamichi looked at the students who were looking up at the sky, and asked, what are they doing?
I don't know, they're probably wishing on a shooting star.
Gojo Satoru, wearing his old-fashioned sunglasses, leaned out and glanced at the sky.
Then, as if he had seen something, his originally amiable expression became serious, and he said, Geto Suguru is here.
What? Yaga Masamichi was shocked, and quickly moved, shouting, that guy actually dares to come.
All quasi-grade 1 or higher sorcerers in the school, gather at the front roundabout. A cursed spirit pelican broke through the perception barrier, and approached Okatsuyuta and the others.
Geto Suguru, who was standing on the pelican, jumped down.
Zenin Maki saw that it was a man wearing a casa, took out the Naginata from her backpack, and said, judging by the clothes, he's not a staff member of this school, huh?
Panda took out his gauntlets and said, I've never seen that kind of cursed spirit. It feels like an enemy. Inumaki Toge pulled down his scarf. Wow! What a big bird! Okatsu Yuta always noticed things that were different from everyone else. Yuki looked on without speaking, there was nothing to be surprised about. They were so familiar that they were almost asking each other what color their underwear was. Jujutsu High is still the same as always, huh? Geto Suguru, who hadn't been back in a long time, said with a disgusted expression. The pelican opened its big mouth, Nanako leaned out and looked around, and shouted with a surprised expression, eh? Geto Suguru-sama, is this really Tokyo? It's too rural. Mimiko, who was holding a new doll, said, Nanako, that's impolite. It's like this to begin with. Nanako glanced at the crowd, and saw Yuki, who was at the very back, at a glance, and shouted, you bastard, you're going to die this time. Yuki saw Maki and the others turning their heads to look at him, and said after a moment of silence, no, I don't know you. Mimiko said, you bastard has already destroyed 5 of my dolls before, I'll strangle you next time. Don't blow up the truck. I'm already pretending that I don't know you, why do you have to do this? Yuki couldn't express his suffering at this moment, it made him seem like a spy. He felt that in a sense, he really was a spy. Alright, don't make things difficult for Yuki. Geto Suguru said with a smile. I think it's you, Geto-sensei, who's really making things difficult for me. Never mind, let's just destroy it. Yuki was completely speechless, these people were going to completely screw him over. Do you know these people? Faced with Zen and Maki's question, Yuki told the truth, I've met them a few times, his name is Geto Suguru. Geto Suguru. Panda, Maki, and Toge were all terrified when they heard this. After all, this was the special grade Jujutsu sorcerer who had massacred a village, Geto Suguru. Okatsu Yuta, who didn't know this, asked in confusion, who is Geto Suguru? He's very famous judging by your expressions? Of course. Panda said in a low voice, this is the special grade Jujutsu sorcerer who was being hunted down by the entire Jujutsu world, Geto Suguru, who once massacred more than 100 people in a village, and even didn't spare his own parents. What? Zenin Maki gripped her Naginata tightly, and said with a serious expression, this is Tokyo Jujutsu High, and Gojo Satoru is still in the school at this moment, hurry up and Leah. Shut up, monkey without cursed energy. Just as Geto Suguru was about to slap her, suddenly a hand grabbed his robe tightly, and Yuki's voice came. Don't make things so difficult for me, Geto-sensei. Turning his head to look at Yuki, whose pupils had turned scarlet, Geto Suguru retracted his left hand, and said, sorry, I was too irrational just now. Inumaki Toge, who had reacted, shouted, get away, Geto Suguru. With the curse speech enhanced by Sage Mode, Geto Suguru was as if he had been hit by something heavy, and flew dozens of meters away directly. Geto Suguru-sama. Nanako and Mimiko rushed over when they saw that Geto Suguru-sama had been blasted away. It's okay. Geto Suguru got up and sat on the ground, looking at Inumaki Toge, who had just used cursed speech. He said, not bad, you dared to use cursed speech on me, a special grade, has the cursed energy in your body reached grade 1? It's none of your business, I won't let you come over carelessly. Inumaki Toge stared intently at Geto Suguru. He's talking? That's really surprising, can the people of the Inumaki family still speak normally? Wait, frog pooples? Geto Suguru didn't understand, after all, in the minds of the sorcerers in the entire Jujutsu world. Anyone who could use cursed speech couldn't communicate verbally. And what were these frog pupils? Colored contacts? It didn't seem like it either. What are you doing here, Geto? Gojo Satoru, who had appeared instantly, stood in front of the students. I'm here to deliver a declaration of war. Geto Suguru slowly got up, and patted the dust off his kasa, saying, everyone gathered here. Clean out your ears, and listen carefully. On the upcoming December 24th, we will start the night parade of 100 demons at sunset. The location will be the Cauldron of Curses, Tokyo Shinjuku. The Jujutsu Holy Land, Kyoto. We will release thousands of cursed spirits in various places, and the order we give them will naturally be to kill everything. If you don't want to witness hell with your own eyes, then desperately stop us. Let us enjoy mutual curse killing to our heart's content. Ah! Nanako, who was holding her phone, shouted, Geto Suguru-sama, the store is going to close. Is it already so late? Then I'm sorry, Satoru. Geto Suguru turned around and said, these two girls have been clamoring to eat Takeshita street crepes, so we'll take our leave first. You think you can leave, Geto? Gojo Satoru just held up his fingers, preparing to activate his technique. I advise you to save it. Dozens of cursed spirits instantly surrounded Yuki and the others, and a huge cursed spirit jumped out. It was similar to a human form, its hands were pinching a technique, and more than a dozen heads of people who had died tragically were hanging on the pendant around its neck, and an eyeball was staring intently at everyone on the field. Geto Suguru walked towards the pelican and said, "Your lovely students are within my attack range, oh. Then goodbye, everyone. See you on the battlefield." As Geto Suguru and the others left on the pelican, that huge cursed spirit also flew up out of thin air, following behind them, and the cursed spirits surrounding everyone disappeared instantly. TCH, that guy. Yaga Masamichi gazed at the departing Geto Suguru, and shouted, "Call back the second, third, and fourth year students who have left the school. All the teachers come with me to discuss an emergency meeting. First year students, don't go out for the time being, especially you, Yuki. Don't run around." "What does it have to do with me?" Yuki muttered in a low voice. "You're the one who likes to cause trouble, dismiss." Yaga Masamichi finished speaking and hurried towards the principal's office. Gojo Satoru also left following him. Panda looked at Yuki and asked, "Yuki, how are you so familiar with Geto Suguru? He's a special grade cursed spirit who's wanted." After Panda finished speaking, everyone looked at Yuki curiously. "I know, but I can't say this matter. Even if you're my close friends, give me some private space." Yuki revealed a wry smile. After all, those questions were restricted, and he would be punished if he said them. "It's fine if you don't want to say it." Zenin Maki looked at Yuki, who had a helpless expression, and recalled the scene of him grabbing Geto Suguru's clothes just now, and actually had a sense of security for some reason. "By the way, Yuki, come with me for a moment, let's talk about some men's stuff." The gossipy panda put his arm around Yuki's shoulder and walked to the side, looked back at Zenin Maki, who hadn't followed, and said in a low voice, "Yuki, what kind of woman do you like? Is it someone like Maki?" "Someone like Maki?" Yuki thought about it, although he didn't know why Panda was asking this question. The type he liked seemed to be someone like this. After all, he didn't like those weak girls, who didn't have any personality. He said, "Something like that, what's wrong?" "Whoa!" Panda turned around and made a heart shape at Zenin Maki, shouting, "Yuki said he likes you." "Eh?" Yuki quickly waved his hand and explained, "It's not like that, what I said just now was that I like Maki's frank personality, I didn't say that I liked her." "Panda, you said something like that, so don't hide it. After all, you were protecting Maki faster than anyone else just now. Die. You stinky panda." Zenin Maki swung the stick on the ground and chased after him. "Hey, don't hit me, Maki." Inumaki Toge and Okatsu Yuta, who were left in place, looked at each other, and shrugged helplessly. Inside the conference room, Yeri Kiyotaka posted the information about Geto Suguru on the wall. The teachers who had received the news also arrived one after another, and discussed in low voices. Yaga Masamichi looked at Gojo Satoru, who was to the side, and said, "What do you think about this matter?" "I think Geto Suguru wouldn't lie, and there's no need to. It doesn't fit his personality to lurk for decades just to come over and tell a lie. That madman." Yaga Masamichi also rubbed his forehead with a headache. After all, 2,000 cursed spirits wasn't a small number. If they were thrown into other places and there wasn't enough time to provide support, those places would turn into hell. As all the teachers who could come had arrived, this meeting also began. Yeri Kiyotaka, who was responsible for explaining, said, "Geto Suguru, a special grade cursed spirit user who uses cursed spirit manipulation. He can subdue naturally generated cursed spirits that don't have master-servant restrictions, and control them. He established a religious group, and relies on believers to collect cursed spirits. Adding the cursed spirits he originally possessed, the number is said to be over 2,000, and it's likely not just a bluff. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 75, JKNS, Chapter 75. 1814 words. And the number of curse incidents has decreased sharply recently, which can be attributed to Geto Suguru subduing cursed spirits, preparing for the upcoming night parade of 100 demons. But Yaga Masamichi interjected, although 2,000 cursed spirits sounds like a large number, most of them are probably just trash below grade 2. The number of sorcerers under his command won't exceed 50 at most. As long as he doesn't throw them into other places, we can crush them all. That's what makes it even more terrifying. Gojo Satoru said, he can't be actively starting a war that he's sure to lose. TCH, damn it.
Yaga Masamichi thought for a moment and shouted, notify the alumni and the 3 major families, and also send out an invitation for assistance to the Ainu's Jujutsu Alliance.
This is an all-out war. This time, we must completely exorcise this curse, Geto Suguru. December 10, 2017.
14 days until the night parade of 100 demons. Some of the high-grade students who had gone out were returning.
It's been a year since we've been back, Murakami? Yeah, I wonder what this year's first-year students are like. Let's go take a look. To be honest, I'm a little sleepy.
Katana Murakami yawned. He had short black hair and a scar on his left eye. He wasn't wearing the Jujutsu High uniform, but instead, he was wearing casual clothes, he had a strong build, and was carrying a black backpack.
After all, we rushed overnight, I'm also sleepy as hell.
But I can still hold on. If I can personally capture Geto Suguru, I estimate that I can be promoted to a grade 1 sorcerer. Taichi Kaneda stared at his dark circles. He seemed to be constantly sleep-deprived. He was wearing black casual clothes, had a thin build, and messy hair. When they passed the training ground, they saw the first-year students who were training, and walked over with interest. Panda glanced at the 2 who were walking over, and shouted, hello, seniors.
Holy crap, the panda's talking.
Katana Murakami originally thought that it was a doll, and was startled.
Is it a cursed corpse made by the principal? Taichi Kaneda looked at the lines on Panda's body and said. Panda, who was a little embarrassed by the 2 staring at him, asked, are you 3rd year or 4th year seniors? We're 4th year seniors, my name is Taichi Kaneda.
This senior who got scared is called Katana Murakami.
Katana Murakami was speechless, but he had indeed been scared just now.
Then he looked at the 4 people on the field, and realized that 2 of them were sitting cross-legged, and had strange markings on their faces, and asked.
Panda, what are those 2 doing meditating? That's Yuki and Inumaki Toge, they're cultivating a very strong technique, do you 2 seniors want to try it out? Panda was smiling very simply, as if he didn't have any bad intentions. Wouldn't that be too much bullying?
Katana Murakami touched his head and said, after all, the juniors are only first-year students, and I've already been out practicing for half a year. But those 2 are both grade 2 sorcerers, are you 2 seniors sure you don't want to try it out?
Grade 2, X2.
Taichi Kaneda and Katana Murakami said in unison, looking at the 2 who were meditating on the field with serious expressions. After all, they had only been judged to be grade 2 sorcerers when they were 3rd-year students, and now there were 2 first-year students.
Do you want to fight? Panda said.
He was just worrying that Yuki didn't have a sandbag after activating Sage Mode, and here were 2 4th-year students. The 2 looked at each other.
Katana Murakami touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, is it really okay?
Of course.
Panda got up and shouted, Maki. Yuta. Come over here for a moment, there are 2 4th-year seniors who want to spar with Yuki and Inumaki Toge, clear the field. Have these 2 gone crazy? Maki slowly stopped, and wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, fighting Yuki and Inumaki Toge under Sage Mode? Is Panda trying to trick them? Huff.
Okatsu Yuta also slowly stopped, panting heavily. He said, Maki, let's go out and rest for a while, I can't take it anymore. The 2 left the track, and picked up the water that was placed on the chair and began to gulp it down. Panda calculated the time the 2 had been meditating, and said, you 2 seniors wait for a while, just wait a few more minutes.
Okay, X2.
The 2 did want to see how strong this first-year junior was. Could he be stronger than them who had been out practicing for half a year? Their combat experience had all been honed little by little in battle. If they couldn't even beat 2 first-year juniors, they would just drop out of school and repeat a year.
3 minutes later. Yuki opened his eyes. Just as he was preparing to squander the sage art in his body, Panda shouted to the side, hey! Yuki! Come over here for a moment, there are 2 seniors who want to spar with you. Were you just about to say sandbag? Maki and Yuta complained inwardly. Seniors? Yuki looked over.
Because he had to wholeheartedly sense it when entering Sage Mode, and couldn't be disturbed by the outside world. So he had directly blocked his hearing, and wholeheartedly sensed natural energy. Panda saw Yuki walking over, and introduced him. These 2 are 4th-year seniors, Senior Katana Murakami and Senior Taichi Kaneda. Yuki looked at the 2, extended his right hand and said, hello, my name is Yuki, who wants to spar with me? What big words. The 2 looked at each other, and after exchanging glances. Katana Murakami extended his right hand and said, I'll go first. You became a grade 2 sorcerer as a first-year student, are you very arrogant? Always like this. Yuki didn't flatter him, after all, his arrogance was directed at people. He had shouted, do you also want to dance? When he was 1 tomo, and now that he was 3 tomo, he would be letting himself down if he wasn't arrogant. Of course, that excluded the known big shots. For example, Kinji Hikari, who had an invincible domain expansion, chased after him and hammered him, hammering him until he had bumps all over his head. Katana Murakami's eyes wrinkled, and he also secretly vowed in his heart. Today, he had to hammer this first-year student until he knew how to respect his elders. Inumaki Toge, who had slightly recovered some sage art, slowly opened his eyes, and looked curiously at the two seniors who had suddenly appeared, and asked, "Panda, who are these two?" "They're fourth-year seniors who came back today. Senior Katana Murakami has already chosen to spar with Yuki. Toge, you spar with Senior Taichi Kaneda in a while."
"Hello, my name is Taichi Kaneda."
Looking at the hand that was extended, Inumaki Toge shook it and said, "Hello, Senior, my name is Inumaki Toge."
In the training ground, Katana Murakami took out the katana from his backpack and said, "I won't bully you either, Junior, I'll let you have one move." "Really?" Yuki stretched his body muscles, and sage markings, like dark circles, surrounded his eyes. "Of course. After all, I'm a fourth-year senior." Katana Murakami patted his chest and said, "I'm done for, the senior is going to get killed in the opening move." Everyone complained inwardly. "Is that so? Then I won't be polite."
Yuki quickly formed hand seals. If he were to talk about a technique that had a large range and was difficult to kill people, then there was only it.
Sage art, great fire annihilation.
Yuki took a deep breath, his chest swelled high, and the sage art in his body dropped sharply by 1,000. Since it was all going to be wasted, he might as well play something big. Feeling the majestic cursed energy in his body being compressed, he then spat it out along with the air in his lungs. Buzz! As the flames spewed out of his mouth, the air was twisted from the heat, and the moisture in the air was instantly evaporated. The overwhelming flames rushed towards Katana Murakami, who was 50 meters away.
Clang!
The sword in Katana Murakami's hand fell to the ground. At this moment, he didn't know what to say about the current situation, and the word death appeared in his mind in big letters.
Quickly surrender! Taichi Kaneda, who was at the side, could feel the rolling heat wave, and quickly got up and shouted, "I surrender!" Katana Murakami surrendered immediately. The range of this move was too large. He had nowhere to hide at all. "What's going on?"
Yaga Masamichi, who was in the principal's office, felt the air suddenly become hot, and quickly walked to the window. Then he saw the fierce flames that were sweeping across half of the training ground, and didn't know what to say for a moment. It was only the second time he had seen such a large-scale destructive technique.
The teachers in the school also sensed the abnormality, and went out to check.
Gojo Satoru, who had a playful smile, stood on the corridor, looking at the flames on the training ground. He said, "That kid is really getting stronger and stronger. It looks like he can apply to become a grade 1 sorcerer soon." Katana Murakami put his hands in front of his face, and wrapped his body in cursed energy, preparing to resist this attack. Although he felt that it was useless, he would be cooked alive with just this temperature. Huff! Yuki also stopped, and the raging fire dissipated instantly. Only the scalding air was stimulating the skin of the people on the field.
Katana Murakami directly kneeled at this moment. What the heck was this grade 2 sorcerer? This was a grade 1, right? Could it be that the judging standards for Jujutsu sorcerers had changed after he had been out for half a year? Huff, I won.
Yuki walked up, looked at Katana Murakami, who was kneeling on the ground, and extended his right hand, saying, "A lucky victory."
But Katana Murakami couldn't help but laugh at the sentence. How was this a lucky victory? He had almost been killed in one move. Then he extended his right hand and said, "You're very strong, Junior." Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 76, JKNS, Chapter 76. 1,657 words. He's alright, he got beaten out of it. Taichi Kaneda looked at the two who had finished fighting, swallowed, glanced at Inumaki Toge, who was to the side, and asked, "You don't happen to breathe fire too, do you?" "I don't." Inumaki Toge shook his head and said, "That's good." Taichi Kaneda breathed a sigh of relief, and also lamented that he hadn't gone up first. After all, how could he have fought? Katana Murakami's technique could only be used in close combat. He had been completely crushed. Alright, second round. Panda cheered, first year Inumaki Toge versus fourth year senior Taichi Kaneda. The two entered the field, and Yuki walked to Panda's side and complained, "Aren't you trying to trick the seniors?"
"It's nothing, after all, free sandbags are hard to find, the seniors will understand."
"I feel like they won't understand." Yuki complained inwardly and looked at the training ground.
In order to prevent the kind of thing that had just happened from happening, Taichi Kaneda prepared to make a quick decision.
He pinched his hands together and then slapped the ground, shouting, "I won't let you have a move, senior." Earth Cage. Inumaki Toge stood in place, and 10 earth pillars rose up instantly, locking him in a small space. Double Earth Clap. 2 solid earth walls rose from the ground, and smashed towards Inumaki Toge, who was trapped. Inumaki Toge glanced with his frog pupils, pulled down his scarf and said, "Break." Crack. The earth cage turned into a pile of broken soil and fell to the ground, and the solid earth walls were disintegrated instantly. Just as Taichi Kaneda was dumbfounded, Inumaki Toge continued to say, "Kneel." Thump. Taichi Kaneda knelt down inexplicably, and was the kind who couldn't get up no matter what. "I won." Taichi Kaneda felt that he had lost inexplicably, he had only said 2 sentences. Looking at the technique engraved on Inumaki Toge's mouth, his pupils contracted violently. Snake eyes at the corners of his mouth and poisonous fangs on his tongue, wasn't this the fallen cursed speech clan? Wait. Then why could he speak normally? Taichi Kaneda felt that his head wasn't working properly at this moment, the yellow eye shadow and frog pupils could be considered personal quirks, after all, Jujutsu sorcerers were a group of strange people. What the heck was a cursed speech clan who could speak normally? Or had he fallen behind the times? Speechless, he had lost so miserably. He felt that he could go apply to drop out of school. Nice. Toge. Panda shouted. I won. Inumaki Toge cheered. Woohoo, Toge, you defeated the 4th year senior. So awesome. Panda and Inumaki Toge high-fived and cheered. Katana Murakami and Taichi Kaneda felt that they had lost face, they had lost the qualifications to be seniors, and turned around and left in disappointment. Let's go apply to drop out of school, I feel like there's no need to stay any longer. Yeah, let's drop out. The next day. Kinji Hikari and Kirara Hoshi were also called back. Really, if it wasn't for Gojo-sensei's sake, I wouldn't have come. Kinji Hikari began to complain as soon as he stepped into the school gate. Didn't you say before that you wanted to come see the juniors? Kirara Hoshi said with a smile. That's a different matter, my passion has already started to burn, I'm going to find a junior to spar with. Kinji Hikari and the others came to the training ground, and found that everyone was there, but Yuki was missing. He shouted, "Where's Junior Yuki?" Panda. Panda heard someone calling him, turned around and saw that it was Senior Hikari and Senior Kirara Hoshi, and responded, "He's in confinement, he can't come out before the 24th. Oh yo, I feel like I can invite Junior Yuki to join our casino, after all, his ability to cause trouble is also top-notch." Kirara Hoshi complained. What the heck? Kinji Hikari jumped down, and jumped in front of Panda. He asked, what trouble did Junior Yuki cause again? It's not a big deal either. Panda scratched his head and said, it's just that he beat 2 4th year seniors to the point where they went to Yaga to apply to drop out of school yesterday, and Yaga locked him up to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Although I was the one who instigated it. Is that so? Then where's Shura? I'll take him out to mate, no, I'll take him out for a walk for a few days. Kinji Hikari still hadn't forgotten about riding the dog, he had come back this time to breed. And then train Shura's son to be even more awesome, and become the dog king in the future. He's in the forest, Ohio. There's also a talking slug inside, called Slug Sage. Panda said. A talking slug. Kinji Hikari suddenly became interested, patted Panda on the shoulder and turned to leave, shouting, Hoshi, follow me to see the talking slug. A talking slug? What the heck? Although Kirara Hoshi felt inexplicable, he still followed. At this moment, inside the principal's office, Yuki was locked in a cage, holding a sign in his hand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bullied the seniors. I am guilty. Hi. Let's take a picture as a souvenir. Gojo Satoru stood outside the iron cage, and took pictures frantically with his phone. He also said, look at the camera, look at the camera. Keep smiling, after all, this is the iron cage I stayed in. Yaga Mazamichi drank tea calmly, and said, as expected, you won't cause trouble if I keep you by my side. Yuki said speechlessly, Inumaki Toge also crushed that 4th year senior, why was only I punished? because I only saw you breathing fire. Yaga Mazamichi looked at the branches floating in the tea, and asked, you seem to have made some kind of deal with Geto Suguru, can you tell me about it? Yuki was silent for a moment and said, I can't say, I'm restrained by a contract. Is that so? Then you'll just stay in the school during this night parade of 100 demons. Sorry, it's not that I don't believe in you, but the matter of exorcising Geto Suguru can't be delayed. I know. December 13, Yoshinobu Gakuganji, the principal of Kyoto High, came to Tokyo High to discuss the matter of Geto Suguru. Clang. Yoshinobu Gakuganji, who was leaning on a cane, pushed open the door, and looked at Yaga Mazamichi and Gojo Satoru, who were sitting on the sofa, and walked in. Yutahime Iori, who was following, closed the door. Just as Yoshinobu Gakuganji sat on the sofa, he saw Yuki in the iron cage, and asked, what did this kid do? That he could get locked up. It's nothing, let's discuss the main business. No, he's the main business right now. He destroyed 2 of my forests and nothing happened, but he's locked up now? Yoshinobu Gakuganji tapped his cane, and said, kid, do you want me to help you appeal? Yuki sat cross-legged, and dark shadows appeared in the corners of his eyes. He was entering sage mode at this moment, he couldn't hear anything, but he could sense everything, and he didn't want to care, it was as if he was nature itself. Don't shout, Yuki can't hear anything at this moment. He won't even have any perception if you hit him on the head with a stick, he's merging with nature. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. What the heck? Yoshinobu Gakuganji glanced at him, and then stopped paying attention to him. He looked at Yaga Mazamichi and began to talk about the main business. I think the matter of Geto Suguru is inappropriate. What if he doesn't attack these 2 places? What else can we do? We can only go provide support, the initiative isn't in our hands right now. Rather than dispersing jujutsu sorcerers to supervise various places in Japan, it's better to concentrate all of them in these 2 places. Yoshinobu Gakuganji continued to ask, how did the 3 major families and the Jujutsu Alliance respond? The Gojo family agreed, the others haven't responded yet, it seems that they're still considering. But if they still don't respond after 2 more days, I'll treat them like idiots. I can only let Gojo Satoru go over there myself, after all, this matter can't be delayed. Yaga Mazamichi said and glanced at Gojo Satoru, who was to the side. Hi. I'm Gojo Satoru, who grants every request. Gojo Satoru said with a playful expression. Is that so? I understand. Yoshinobu Gakuganji glanced at Gojo Satoru, and said, I'll summon the 4th-year students and alumni who are out to guard Kyoto. I hope your premonition is correct, Yaga. After saying that, Yoshinobu Gakuganji felt that there seemed to be one person missing in the field. He quickly looked at the iron cage where Yuki was. At this moment, the black lines at the corners of his eyes were becoming more and more obvious, and there was a round pupil on his forehead. Although he didn't know what this was, it would be difficult to sense his existence if he didn't look with his eyes. He asked, is this kid going to become an immortal? Gojo Satoru and Yaga Mazamichi couldn't answer this question. December 15th, forced by Gojo Satoru personally knocking on their doors to greet them, the Kamo family, the Zenin family, and the Jujutsu Alliance agreed to provide support. December 19th, For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 77, JKNS, Chapter 77. 1917 words. The residents began to evacuate. Kiyotaka Ejichi, please leave in an orderly manner, there will be a drill here in 5 days. We have already arranged temporary new residences for everyone, please evacuate in an orderly manner. December 22nd. All the ordinary people had been evacuated. Kiyotaka Ejichi was checking to see if there were any people who hadn't left yet, when his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Gojo Satoru calling, and answered, Gojo-sensei, is there anything wrong? How's the investigation into Okatsu Yuta's background that I asked you to do going? I'm done for, I forgot. Kiyotaka Ejichi shouted in his heart, but still responded, I'm still investigating, but it's been delayed recently. Thank you, hurry up. Okay. December 24th. The day of the night parade of 100 demons. The Tokyo school, which was raring to go, moved out in full force, a mighty group of dozens of people heading to Tokyo Shinjuku. Only a few people were left to guard the school.
Yuki was also released, and stretched as he walked through the school corridor. Although he was very interested in the battle on the front lines, he was powerless at this moment. Looking at the sky, which was gradually darkening, he said, "It's really a pity, I originally wanted to dominate the whole scene." "Don't be a pity, you were locked up for more than 10 days. Your Shura has been taken by Senior Hakari to breed." Zenin Maki, who was wearing white casual clothes and had her hair tied in a high braid, walked over.
Huh? When did that happen? Yuki had a dumbfounded expression. You were so engrossed in practicing Sage Mode that you went crazy, right? It was just 7 days ago. Zenin Maki kicked open the classroom door. Okatsu Yuta was sitting inside at this moment. Startled, Okatsu Yuta looked towards the door, and saw that it was Yuki and Zenin Maki. He said, "Isn't there a suspension of classes this week? Why did you guys come over?" "I was just released today." Yuki hadn't exited Sage Mode at this moment. He had been locked up for more than 10 days, and he felt that it was pretty fun to maintain this state all the time. Although he was locked up, he could come and go as he pleased. For example, going to the bathroom, going to eat, and of course, taking a shower. It was just that it was all done under the principal's supervision. "I was just bored and came over to take a look." Toge and Panda went out with the upperclassmen, and Senior Hakari and Kirara Hoshi went on an expedition to Kyoto. Zenin Maki sat on the desk, and said with a bored expression, "Is that so? Then I'll go to the forest to see Shura." Yuki got up and left. After all, his son had been bred. As his father, he didn't know, how negligent was that. Goodbye." Okatsu Yuta waved his hand. Zenin Maki looked in the direction that Yuki had left, and seemed to be very concerned. Seeing this, Okatsu Yuta asked, "Maki, do you have feelings for Yuki?" "Ah. No." Zenin Maki was a little flustered by the question, and then reacted and shouted with a somewhat red face, "Do you want to die?" "Yuta. If you like him, then go pursue him. You know Yuki's personality, Maki. He's always treated us as his best friends, and won't think about dating." As Okatsu Yuta said this, he looked at the ring on his finger. He had fallen in love with Orimoto Rika at first sight back then, so he could feel it. "I'm not going, I'm not too sure." Zenin Maki, who had been exposed, curled up her legs, her face flushed with shame. Seeing this, Okatsu Yuta just smiled, and said, "After I lift Rika's curse, I might become an ordinary person. During this time, I want to help you as much as possible." "What are you saying? You're like an idiot." Zenin Maki didn't want to talk about this kind of sentimental issue, got down from the desk, and said, "I'm going back to my room." Goodbye." Zenin Maki closed the sliding door, and said in a low voice, "Who would like that idiot," and left. Achoo! Yuki, who was in the forest, rubbed his nose. "Why do I feel like someone is scolding me?" "Master, I'm telling you, those few days were so awesome. I felt like I reached the peak of dog life. I want to go again." Shura wagged his tail, and told him about the things that had happened when he had gone out with Senior Hakari for those few days. Yuki was speechless. This kid had been completely led astray by Senior Hakari, becoming a heartless baby-making machine. The slug sage said helplessly, Shura hasn't been in the mood to enter Sage Mode these few days. It's making me very helpless." "Who's there? Quick, stop him." Geto Suguru easily killed the people who came to stop him, and muttered, "If we all went all out and clashed head-on, our side's chances of winning wouldn't exceed 30%. If the Jujutsu Alliance also came, then it would be less than 20%. But there's one method that can increase this minuscule chance of winning to 99%. That is to kill Okatsu Yuta, and obtain the special grade over Cursed Spirit Orimoto Rika. To think that they still deeply believe in the lies I told during my student days, what a bunch of naive guys. Regardless of whether there are master-servant restrictions or not, as long as I replace the person who's being possessed, then there's no problem with absorbing as many curses as I want. The chances of winning this battle are so high, so Jujutsu High won't use this trump card, Okatsu. Because he's a double-edged sword, and if they're not careful, they'll all be annihilated. And the real purpose of the night parade of 100 demons is to force Okatsu Yuta into a desperate situation where he has no help. Looking at the gates of Tokyo High in front of him, Geto Suguru slowly raised his right hand, and held up his index and middle fingers, saying, "Then, the new era should begin. Born of darkness, darker than black. Defilement and filth, be cleansed away." Black droplets condensed in the sky, and slowly set up the veil. The three people in the school sensed the abnormality at the same time. Yuki looked at the veil in the sky and said, "Geto's here, it looks like we're going to have a decisive battle." After saying that, he disappeared from the spot, and went to his room to get his cursed tools. Shura couldn't enter Sage Mode at this moment. He would only be killed in an instant if he went to clash head-on with Geto Suguru. It was better to stay and be a charging treasure.
The slug sage had been summoned too small, and didn't have much combat power.
Oh, you're here? Geto Suguru looked at Zenin Maki, who was holding an Ajinata. Can't I be? What are you doing here? Zenin Maki gripped her Najinata tightly and said, shouldn't you be on the front lines? Just asking, is Yuki here?
I think that kid is quite fond of you monkeys. Geto Suguru raised his right hand, and more than a dozen centipede cursed spirits slowly crawled out from underground, each of them was 3 meters long.
He's not.
Just as Zenin Maki finished speaking, Geto Suguru, who was 5 meters away, appeared in front of her in an instant.
Dozens of centipedes attacked from all directions, their speed was terrifying. Then I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry right now.
Geto Suguru's right hand took the Najinata that was being slashed, cursed energy formed a blade in his left palm, and directly slashed Zenin Maki's abdomen. The centipedes that had arrived wrapped around her legs, and directly twisted them off. In just an instant, Zenin Maki had been defeated, and was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The pain from her severed legs rushed straight to her heart, making her unable to say anything.
You're really weak, monkeys are just monkeys. I was originally thinking that I would let you go if you could hold out for 10 seconds, it looks like my world still doesn't need you. Just bleed to death like that.
Geto Suguru, who was holding the Najinata, broke the weapon directly, and threw it on Zenin Maki, who was on her last breath.
Thud.
Yuki, who had arrived holding a sword, looked at Zenin Maki, who was lying on the ground with her legs severed, and intense anger rushed to his head. His black pupils turned scarlet, and the tomo in his eyes rotated rapidly, changing from 1 to 2, 3, and even showing signs of condensing.
Yuki roared, Geto Suguru. The system task panel popped up.
Task, kill Geto Suguru. Task reward, 50 points, permanent increase of 400 cursed energy.
Oh yo, I thought you weren't here. Geto Suguru said calmly, in that case, I can only defeat you and then take Oramoto Rika. Swoosh.
Yuki disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he appeared again, a blue ball was spinning in his right hand. He shouted, Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan.
So fast. Looking at Yuki, who had already broken through to his chest, Geto Suguru quickly retreated backwards. Clang.
The blue Sage Art vortex appeared, destroying everything it touched. Seeing that he had forced Geto Suguru back, Yuki quickly picked up Zenin Maki, who was lying on the ground.
As the vortex dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground.
And Yuki and Zenin Maki had disappeared.
Did he run?
No, he should have used reverse curse technique to save that girl. He's really lost his mind, he knows how important cursed energy is at this moment, and he's still wasting it.
Geto Suguru stood in place, waiting for Yuki to reappear.
On a relatively hidden grassy area. Yuki put his hand on Zenin Maki's abdomen, but he found that he couldn't use reverse curse technique under Sage mode. Because cursed energy had turned into Sage Art, the negative times negative equals positive formula was no longer valid. Then he drew all the cursed energy from Shura's body, and used reverse curse technique.
Cough cough.
Zenin Maki pushed away Yuki's outstretched hand, and said in a weak voice, I'm fine, there's no need to expend cursed energy to use reverse curse technique to heal me. That guy's target is probably Oramoto Rika, he wants to kill Okatsu Yuta, go stop him quickly. Don't worry about it, just lie quietly on the ground.
With me here, I won't let any of you get hurt.
As Yuki said this, he calculated reverse cursed technique with all his might, and restored Zenin Maki's legs, which had been forcibly twisted off. After restoring them, he dislocated her hands.
Crack! What are you doing?
Zenin Maki felt that her arms had lost control, and asked. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter.
$20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter.
$40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 78, JKNS, Chapter 78. 1,776 words. In order to prevent you from running around, lie on the ground and don't move.
Yuki's scarlet pupils glanced at her and then disappeared from the spot.
Reattach them for me, you bastard.
Zenin Maki shouted. Dr. Shoko had once said to her that the cursed energy consumed by using reverse curse technique on herself and using reverse curse technique on others wasn't even comparable. And his forehead was obviously starting to sweat just now, that bastard who loved to show off.
Come back and reattach my shoulders. Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm going to take your head off today.
Yuki's scarlet pupil stared intently at Geto Suguru, and his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. That depends on whether you have the strength. You exhausted a lot of cursed energy to heal that girl just now, right? Geto Suguru snapped his fingers, and piles of centipedes crawled out from under his feet, rushing towards Yuki. Although they weren't as big as the ones that had attacked Maki, there were a lot of them, hundreds of half-meter-long centipedes, densely covering the entire ground, and the chattering sounds echoed in the alley. Huff! Yuki took a deep breath, and simply took a few steps forward before rushing over directly. The centipedes he passed were all killed in an instant. His physical strength under Sage mode was already terrifyingly high. He didn't need the so-called Sage art to strengthen his body at all. You almost killed one of my best and closest friends, I'm going to chop you into mincemeat. Faced with Yuki, who was killing the hordes of cursed spirits without any pressure, Geto Suguru didn't want to waste time at this moment. A cursed spirit appeared from behind him, spitting out a red stick from its mouth. Geto Suguru pulled it out, and with a swish, the three-section staff, Playful Cloud, appeared in his hand. He said, I'll play with you myself.
Tokyo Shinjuku. Gojo Satoru looked at the black man wearing white clothes on the distant high-rise building, and sighed, there's a guy who looks pretty hard to deal with. Miguel looked at the white-haired man below, and asked, so, the one I have to hold back is that guy with the bandages, right? A woman wearing gorgeous clothes said, yes, leave the rest to us, just try your best to hold back Gojo Satoru. Seeing that Geto Suguru hadn't appeared for a long time, Gojo Satoru also began to suspect that something was wrong. After all, he loved to show off. Could it be in Kyoto? No, there should be contact. It couldn't be that he snuck. Gojo-sensei. Ijichi Kiyotaka ran over and shouted, there's something I need to report to you. What is it? Ijichi Kiyotaka said, it's about the matter of Okatsu that you asked me to investigate before. He's a descendant of Sugawara no Michizane. Although the relationship is relatively distant, he can still be considered a distant relative of you, Gojo-sensei. Gojo Satoru's pupils contracted violently when he heard this, and he shouted inwardly that something was wrong. He grabbed Panda and Inumaki Toji and said, I'm going to send you two back to Jujutsu High now. What's wrong? The two asked. Geto Suguru is at Jujutsu High right now, I'm absolutely sure. He should be having a deathmatch with Yuki at this moment. Gojo Satoru was drawing a teleportation technique on the ground, and continued, after I clean up that foreigner, I'll go back immediately, you two must defend it to the death. The one person and one bear looked at each other, and shouted, yes. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands together, and the one person and one bear, along with the ground, were blasted away instantly. This was the fastest way to go back, using his limitless to compress space and send the two directly to the sky above Jujutsu High. The woman on the high platform saw Gojo Satoru teleporting the people back, and also knew that their plan had been discovered. She shouted, Nanako. Mimiko. The plan is ahead of schedule, start the war. Got it. Miguel also jumped off the high-rise building, picked up the rope hanging around his waist and said to Gojo Satoru, your opponent is me, special grade. Gojo Satoru tore off the blindfold and said, I'm in a hurry. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the collision between the cursed tools. Yuki's mind had been taken over by anger at this moment, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. He was lacking cursed energy at this moment, so he needed anger to recover cursed energy. I'm going to kill you. Sage Art, Lightning Fong. A huge lightning tiger appeared as Yuki quickly formed hand seals, and pounced towards Geto Suguru. TCH, you're really troublesome. Sensing that the veil he had set up had been broken through, Geto Suguru knew that he couldn't stall any longer, otherwise he would definitely lose when Gojo Satoru arrived. He swung the special grade curse tool, Playful Cloud, in his hand, his arm muscles bulged, and he directly swung the lightning tiger away. Then he took out something from his kasa, and as his right hand opened, the sealed special grade imaginary cursed spirit incarnate Tamamonome appeared. He said, I don't have time to play with you, just lie down quietly for me. I'm going to kill you. Yuki was also betting everything at this moment, using up all the sage art that was left in his body. The ball in his right hand finally expanded to half a meter in size, and he slapped it towards the special grade imaginary cursed spirit. He shouted, Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan. You're a madman. A half-meter Rasengan touched the incarnate Tamamonome in an instant, and spread to dozens of meters in size instantly. The special grade imaginary cursed spirit let out a scream at this moment. Geto Suguru was blasted away directly. As the Rasengan dissipated, Yuki also knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The sage markings on his face had completely disappeared. A 4-meter deep pit appeared in front of him. Just as Yuki thought that he had solved that special grade imaginary cursed spirit, a figure floated out from it. Sorry, I won. My one isn't that newly born special grade cursed spirit from before.
Geto Suguru, who had been blasted away, slowly got up and patted the dust off his kasa. He continued, seeing that you performed well, just kneel here quietly. You? Just as Yuki was about to say something, a voice came. Yuki! We're here! Panda broke through the high wall and threw a punch at the special grade imaginary cursed spirit in front of Yuki. Boom! The special grade imaginary cursed spirit incarnate Tamamonome didn't budge. After all, it had only received a few deep cuts after taking a Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan head-on. Fall! Inumaki Toad shouted. As the Sage Art, Curse Speech was activated, the special grade imaginary cursed spirit was instantly smashed down by an invisible wall, but Inumaki Toad also suffered a backlash and began to kneel on the ground, vomiting blood. Seeing that the situation was bad, Panda picked up Yuki and Inumaki Toad, preparing to retreat for a bit first.
Where are you planning to go? Panda.
Geto Suguru, who was holding Playful Cloud, instantly swung and broke Panda's 2 legs.
Get away, cough.
Inumaki Toad spat out a mouthful of blood, and directly exited Sage Mode. The difference between him and a special grade was too great, even with Sage Mode, he couldn't hold on. Clang, the 2 people and 1 bear crashed heavily onto the ground. The incarnate Tamamonome, who had been sunk by Inumaki Toad, had his head smashed at this moment, and slowly floated behind Geto Suguru. Yuki, Toad. Panda, whose legs had been severed, looked at Inumaki Toad, who had fainted, and Yuki, who was panting heavily, and said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you with my life."
What are you going to do, Panda?
Yuki was panting heavily at this moment, and the cursed energy in his body was slowly recovering.
Of course, to stall him. I'm counting on you, brother. Awah! With a roar, Panda instantly transformed into a gorilla. His arms became thick, his round belly turned into 8-pack abs, and he roared at Geto Suguru, "Eat my fist." Boom! Incarnate Tamamonome reached out and blocked this attack, and the robe on its arm was instantly ground into powder. Then it slowly raised its right hand, and pinched a technique. A cursed energy cannon appeared out of thin air, and pierced through Panda's chest in an instant. Why you're so tough. Feeling his chest being pierced, Panda spat out a mouthful of blood. The gorilla form of Panda returned to its original form, and his body crashed heavily onto the ground. Even like this, you're still attacking without regard for your own life? Geto Suguru looked at the fallen Panda, and laughed loudly, "Wonderful. It's so wonderful. I'm moved beyond words right now. You all came back to save your companions, right? Jujutsu sorcerers sacrifice themselves to save their Jujutsu sorcerer companions. This compassion is admirable. The world that I long for is now unfolding before my eyes. I'm going to kill you." Yuki, looking at the fallen Panda, roared. Blood began to flow from his eyes, and a red light bloomed in his black pupils. The 3 Tomo were rotating rapidly, and finally converged together, forming a withering flower. The scarce cursed energy in his body reached saturation in an instant. A skeleton made of scarlet cursed energy covered the surface of his body, and Yuki slowly got up. The Mangekyo Sharingan stared intently at Geto Suguru, who was standing next to Panda. Geto Suguru felt a sense of pressure, and quickly retreated backwards. His expression was serious as he looked at Yuki, who had completely lost his mind. There's an earthquake again, what's going on? Okatsu Yuta felt the ground shaking, and walked towards the distance. Yuki picked up the long sword that had fallen on the ground, and slowly walked towards Geto Suguru. Incarnate Tamamonome pinched a technique, and several cursed energy cannons appeared out of thin air from all directions, bombarding Yuki, who was moving. Clang! Clang! Boom! Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 79, JKNS, Chapter 79. 2,143 words. After a few seconds, the attack stopped, and dust billowed up from the ground. Just as Incarnate Tamamonome thought that she had finished them off, a bony hand formed from cursed energy reached out to grab her. Huff! Yuki exhaled lightly, looking at the special grade imaginary cursed spirit that was being held in his hand. She had a layer of hard-to-detect defensive technique on her body. No wonder that Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan from before hadn't seemed to do any damage.
As the bony hand began to exert force, Incarnate Tamamonome also let out squeak 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 sounds of resistance. She had already endured too many attacks, and the cursed energy in her body was running low. Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan, Sage Art, Cursed Speech, Surge Fist. She had endured all of these technique attacks on her own. Sensing that Incarnate Tamamonome was about to be unable to hold on, Geto Suguru, who was holding Playful Cloud at this moment, stabbed fiercely at Yuki, who was surrounded by cursed energy bones. Crack! The bones shattered, and the red, Playful Cloud, instantly stabbed into Yuki's shoulder. Seeing that he had succeeded, Geto Suguru gripped the other end with his left hand, and aimed it at Yuki's neck, stabbing directly. He had already wasted too much time, and couldn't hold back at this moment. He had to quickly kill Okatsu Yuta, and take Orimoto Rika. Thwack! Playful Cloud instantly pierced through Yuki's neck. Yuki didn't resist at all throughout the entire process. It was a little too smooth, so smooth that Geto Suguru thought it was abnormal. After all, special grades weren't that easy to kill. The power he had unleashed could be called a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer at this moment. 3 breaths later, Yuki, whose neck had been pierced, shattered instantly like a mirror. The broken mirror surface reflected Geto Suguru's surprised face, and Yuki's eerie pupils. A voice came from all directions, and the shards of mirror scattered on the ground showed Yuki's face, and his left eye was bleeding at this moment. You can never touch me, I will grind your soul away in this mirror world. Then 4 mirrors appeared in the sky, and Yuki's head appeared in them. They looked down at Geto Suguru, who was standing on the ground, wary of his surroundings. Then his right eye began to rotate and contract, and blood flowed from the corner of his eye, slowly streaking across his face. Crack! Space began to crack, as if it had been shattered, and Geto Suguru, who had been affected by the cracks, was like he had seen a ghost. He didn't understand what Yuki's technique was. His body was being torn apart by these spatial cracks, and it hurt him to the depths of his heart, as if it was directly attacking his soul. The heart-wrenching pain made Geto Suguru unable to help but roar loudly. It seemed that it would be better this way. Crack! Space shattered once again, and Geto Suguru's body began to crack, revealing his bare bones. His right arm was directly severed, and was ground into starch by the shattered space, and the skin on his neck began to break. Ki? Geto Suguru roared, looking up at the 4 mirrors in the sky. He couldn't feel the cursed energy in his body at this moment, and his eyes seemed to be cracking because of the distorted and shattered space. Crack! It seemed that his ability had reached its limit, and Yuki was swallowed by the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment. The mirror world collapsed. Geto Suguru also returned to his own body, kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. His right hand was as if it didn't exist, and had completely lost sensation at this moment. Looking up at Yuki, who had returned to 3 Tomo, his condition didn't seem to be too good at this moment. Eyes? Yuki, who had been forcibly returned to the 3 Tomo Sharingan because of the pain, felt that something was wrong at this moment. Mirror World plus Mirror Shatter hadn't even torn off his head, and had only torn off one of his arms. The visible distance of his eyes had also become smaller. Was this the side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Left eye Mirror World. Seeing through the essence, looking directly at the souls of others, and bringing them into the mirror world. Right eye Mirror Shatter. In Mirror World, it could make space shatter like a mirror, directly attacking the souls of others. This was his understanding of these eyes at this moment, but he felt that there were other abilities that hadn't been developed yet. Ha ha ha. Yuki, I'm the one who won in the end, right? Geto Suguru slowly got up, and had already guessed that what had been torn off just now was his soul. As he moved greatly, the damage his soul had received also appeared on his body. His neck had broken open, and scratches appeared on his face. But he didn't care. As long as he stepped over him, he could obtain the cursed Queen Orimoto Rika. He would end this corrupt world, and the door to the new world had already been opened. I won't let you pass. Yuki pulled out the Playful Cloud from his shoulder and threw it on the ground. Enduring the pain that was directly attacking his brain, the 3 Tomo condensed once again. As blood tears flowed out, Yuki took a deep breath, and said, I won't let you take another step forward, unless you kill me. It looks like I can only do that. Geto Suguru raised his left hand and pointed at the sky, saying, to be honest, I have high hopes for you. Even if you almost killed me, the new world of the future needs talents like you. But you're stubbornly stopping me from stepping towards the door of the new world, so I can only kill you. I will combine all 541 cursed spirits that I possess at this moment into one, to deal with you. Cursed Spirit Manipulation, Maximum Technique Uzumaki. As he said this, a huge vortex that was spiraling together by a pair of arms appeared. It seemed to have been forcibly compressed, and the facial features of the cursed spirits appeared on the arms. I'll use this move to completely crush you. Looking at such a powerful mixture of cursed energy, Yuki couldn't help but feel powerless at this moment. Panda's life and death were unknown, and Inumaki Toge had completely fainted because of the side effects of his technique. But at least Okatsu and Maki were safe at this moment. But, let's give it a try. Yuki said to himself and then roared loudly, who dies isn't certain yet. The light in his eyes bloomed, and Susanoo began to be constructed. The upper body's skeletal frame quickly took shape, but this wasn't the end. As the muscles filled in, the originally empty eyes began to radiate light at this moment, staring intently at Geto Suguru, who was not far away, as the heavy Tengu shell was put on. The Susanoo half-complete form was revealed, his left hand was holding a longbow, he had a long sword tucked around his waist, and he was carrying a huge shield on his back. Seeing that Yuki still had such a technique, Geto Suguru couldn't help but roar, why do you keep stopping me?
Then why did you have to hurt the best people around me? The two acted at the same time. Maximum Technique Uzumaki began to condense all the cursed energy in his body. The half-complete Susanoo began to draw his bow, all the cursed energy in his body was gathering on this arrow at this moment, and it was also mixed with the mirror shatter ability of his right eye. Die! The two shouted at the same time. The majestic cursed energy cannon shot out instantly, and Susanoo also released the bowstring, the scarlet arrow shot out instantly. The two huge energies collided together, and the space within dozens of meters shattered instantly like a mirror. Boom! The aftermath swallowed the two in an instant. The cursed energy in Yuki's body had already run out, and he was able to stand up entirely because of his willpower. The Susanoo, which had no cursed energy to support it, was scattered by the aftermath. Yuki crashed headfirst into a wall, his life and death were unknown. Incarnate Tamamonome was affected by the shattered space, and fell here directly. The Maximum Technique Uzumaki was disbanded because it had run out of cursed energy, and Geto Suguru, who was seriously injured, knew that the situation was over, and left, supporting himself against the wall. He said in his mouth, I didn't expect that I would lose to him. Next time, next. Geto Suguru was startled, looking at Gojo Satoru, who was walking over. He also knew that he had no way out, and sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, and said with a smile, you came back really fast, Satoru. I didn't expect to run into you in the end. Are my family members all right? They all ran away. You instructed them to do it in Kyoto too, right? That's right. Geto Suguru glanced at Gojo Satoru, and said, because I'm different from you, I'm more soft-hearted. You sent those two over with the premise that they would be killed, right? Just to make them become Okatsu's detonator. But it's a pity, I didn't even touch Okatsu. Instead, I detonated that potential stock. Yuki, he should still be alive, right? I don't know either. Yuki beat you up like this? Gojo Satoru was stunned. Yeah, it's amazing, right? A person without a sorcerer background, to be able to get to this point. Alright, help me return this to him. Geto Suguru conjured a card out of thin air with his left hand, and threw it to Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru saw that it was Okatsu Yuda's special grade sorcerer certificate, and was stunned on the spot. He asked, did you also orchestrate that elementary school incident? Yep. I'm really defeated by you. Gojo Satoru put the certificate in his pocket, and looked at the exhausted Geto Suguru, asking, in the end, do you have any last words? Geto Suguru was silent for a moment, and finally said what was in his heart, no matter what others say, I hate non-sorcerers from the bottom of my heart. But I don't hate those guys at Jujutsu High. It's just that this world can't make me laugh from the bottom of my heart. You're still the same as always, Geto. December 24, 2017, Special Grade Curse Spirit User Geto Suguru, Death. Hey, you bastard. Wake up. Zenin Maki looked at Yeri Shoko, and asked, Dr. Shoko, didn't you say that he would wake up soon? I didn't include that kid, his injuries are too severe. He was completely overdrawing his life force to fight, he probably won't be able to get up for a month. Yeri Shoko had a lollipop in her mouth, and was treating Inumaki Toge at this moment. Okatsu Yuta was lying next to the wall, his eyes staring straight at the cursed tool in his hand. He had met Maki, who was shouting, on the way here, and after helping her reattach her arm, he had seen the situation here. Yuki was lying in the ruins, covered in blood, Panda's chest had been pierced through, and Inumaki Toge was unconscious. They had all fought to this point for his sake, but he hadn't been able to help at all. Yo! Is everyone alright? Gojo Satoru's voice came, and the three looked at him, and quickly ignored him. Sorry, I said the wrong thing, don't ignore me. Gojo Satoru walked to Zenin Maki's side, looking at Yuki, who was in her arms.
The blood that had flowed from the corners of his eyes had already congealed on his face, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he knew that he had one, and said, "You also worked hard, please rest well next."
Half a month later.
Yuki slowly opened his eyes, looking at the familiar ceiling.
He sighed, "Am I still alive?" "Master, you're awake."
Shura, who was lying next to him, heard his master's voice, and quickly got up. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 80, JKNS, Chapter 80. 1822 words.
Little Yuki, do you want to drink some porridge? The slug sage said. I'll go call Maki and the others over.
No need.
Yuki slowly got up, perhaps his body hadn't moved in too long. It made him feel a little weak just to get up. Leaning against the headboard, he looked at Shura, who was wagging his tail frantically to the side, and raised his right hand to touch his head. He asked, "Slug Sage, how long have I been unconscious?"
"Half a month, but I've already checked your body for you, and there's nothing seriously wrong."
"But Yuki, your previous battle was completely at the cost of consuming your life force, forcibly condensing cursed energy." As the slug sage said this, he wanted to crawl to the door, opened the door and said, "I'll call Maki and the others over," and left. Click. Yuki also withdrew his gaze, and muttered, "At the cost of consuming my life force, huh?" He had only wanted to kill Geto Suguru at that time, and hadn't thought so much. He only knew that the cursed energy in his body wasn't enough, he needed more, and more cursed energy. Never mind, I'm only 15 years old now, this battle will at most reduce my lifespan by 5 years. According to the fact that I can live to be over 70 years old, I can still live for more than 50 years, that's enough. After staring at the ceiling for a while, he opened the system panel and looked at it. Host, Yuki. Cursed energy, 3000, grade 2 sorcerer. Physical strength, 24.
Eye technique, Mangekyo Sharingan.
Left mirror world, right mirror shatter. Ninjutsu, fire style, great fire annihilation, fire style, great fireball technique, summoning technique, body replacement technique, Rasengan, earth style, earth flow wall, lightning style, lightning fong passing fong. Taijutsu, self-defense, military fist, Sanda, Jeet Kune Do, February skyknife technique, painful sky kick, leaf hurricane.
Eternal evolution. Eternal evolution? Does it mean that the Mangekyo will evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan?
Yuki muttered in his heart, and then clicked to check it out. 1000 points, cursed energy in the body reaches 6000 to evolve. Yuki glanced at the 1000 points in front and decisively exited, his hand speed was shockingly fast.
He patted his chest and said, "Wow. That scared me, I almost finished looking at it. 1000 points, why doesn't this stupid dog system just take my life?" Just as he finished speaking, the sound of chattering came from outside the door. "Panda, woohoo, Yuki's finally awake.
That's great, we can play together again in the future."
Inumaki Toge, yeah, he's been sleeping for half a month.
Zenin Maki, you're just thinking about playing, he's just woken up now, he should need to recuperate.
Panda, Maki, why don't you just say that you like Yuki? Why do you have to be like this? Zenin Maki, I don't, you bastard.
Okatsu Yuta, alright, everyone stop, we're already at Yuki's door. Click, the door was opened, and the crowd swarmed in.
Yuki. Panda was the first to squeeze in, hugging Yuki's shoulders and saying, "It's really great that you're alright." I should be the one saying that.
Yuki hugged back and patted Panda's back, saying, "It's really great that you're alright, I saw your chest being pierced through back then."
"It's okay, oh. Ha!"
Panda explained, "Because I'm a cursed corpse, and my body is filled with cotton.
I just fainted back then, I'm fine."
Yuki was speechless, looking at Maki, who was walking over with a resentful expression. He thought that she was going to talk about the matter of him dislocating her arms, and scratched his head, saying, "I'm really sorry, Maki.
Dislocating your arms, this was also for your safety. What do you take me for? You're making it sound like I'm very weak."
Maki also spread her arms and hugged him. She said in a low voice, "Don't go alone next time, we'll be very sad if you die."
I know.
Yuki had a happy smile on his face at this moment, it was the first time that he had been cared for by so many people. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad to die surrounded by everyone, after all, he was really happy at this moment. Yuki. Okatsu Yuta lowered his head, and tears dripped onto the ground, saying, I'm really sorry, I didn't help at all, and almost made you die for me. I'm really very sorry, I'm too weak, you can say whatever you want. It's okay, Yuta, it's nothing to stick knives in both sides for my brothers.
Isn't this what I should do? The others don't have this treatment, oh. Yuki said with a smile to comfort him. Hi. Your favorite Gojo-sensei is here. Gojo Satoru walked directly into the house, holding a small cake in his hand. He said, this is the cake I specially brought for you, Yuki, oh. What do you think, are you happy? Zenin Maki turned her head and glanced at the small cake in Gojo Satoru's hand, and complained, isn't this the cake that you, Gojo-sensei, hadn't finished eating when you came back from your trip yesterday? Seeing Gojo Satoru's silence, everyone in the room laughed. The next day, Fushiguro Megumi, who had gone to Hiroshima to capture a Shikigami, returned to school, and said excitedly, this time, I'm definitely going to win. As soon as he entered the school, he noticed that something was wrong. It seemed that there had been a major battle here. Cracks appeared in the walls, and a huge amount of cursed energy residue was gathering here. What's going on? He had only taken 2 steps when he saw Gojo Satoru walking over, and asked, Gojo-sensei, what happened at Jujutsu High in the month or so that I was gone? Why is there such a huge amount of cursed energy residue left behind? A battle between special grades and special grades. Oh, Gojo Satoru looked at the cursed energy residue in front of him, and said, because it's too rare, I wanted to see how long it would take for it to dissipate automatically. Half a month has already passed, and there's still so much left. Half a month. Fushiguro Megumi swallowed, and asked, Gojo-sensei, did you get into a fight with someone? After all, as far as he knew, Gojo Satoru was the only special grade in the school. It wasn't me, Megumi, now that you're back, stay at the school for a while longer, don't get beaten by Yuki and run away on the second day. Gojo Satoru touched Fushiguro Megumi's head and left directly, saying, I have things to do, bye-bye. Oh, okay. Goodbye, Gojo-sensei. Fushiguro Megumi looked at the cursed energy residue on the ground, and thought that it had been caused by some upperclassman, and stopped paying attention to it. After all, he had a premonition today that he would definitely turn the tables. At the training ground, Yuki, who was now able to exercise normally, was doing rehabilitation exercises on the track. After all, lying in bed for half a month without moving would really kill people. He just didn't know who had taken care of him. He asked Shura and he wouldn't say, the slug sage wouldn't say either, and when he asked Maki and the others, they kept their mouths shut. It made him think that he had really become an immortal, and it was fine to not eat or drink for half a month. He had already entered the realm of a big cultivator, and he would probably be able to use heavenly lightning to transcend the tribulation and attain enlightenment soon. Just kidding, he still had to eat. And the problem of his eyesight decreasing didn't seem to be solvable with reverse curse technique. He might as well consider taking them off directly when his eyes went blind, and then use reverse curse technique to fill in an eye. He just didn't know if it would be a Mangekyo, or if he would have to start evolving from scratch. And that 3-section staff that had easily broken through his Susanu's defense, the special grade curse tool Playful Cloud, had been taken by Maki. He heard Maki say that its effect seemed to be related to the user's arm strength. The greater the force of the swing, the stronger the destructive power, it could even double. It was really troubling. Yuki-san. Yuki knew that Fushiguro Megumi had returned as soon as he heard it, and slowly stopped running, waving at Fushiguro Megumi, and said, You're back, Megumi. Maki, Okatsu, and Toge, who were running, saw that Fushiguro Megumi, who had been out for more than a month, had returned, and waved and shouted, Good morning, Megumi. Megumi's back? Panda turned around and looked over, and said, Are you going to challenge Yuki again? Humph. That's right. This time, I have a premonition that victory will definitely belong to me. Panda interjected, Don't fight these few days, Megumi. Yuki was unconscious for half a month. He just woke up yesterday, and his body is already sluggish. It's okay, Panda, it's just a good exercise. Yuki twisted his neck, to tell the truth. His body really couldn't keep up after being unconscious for half a month. His legs had started to ache after only running a few laps. Unconscious for half a month? What happened? Fushiguro Megumi was a little puzzled. What had happened in this month that he had been gone? It's nothing, he just got beaten up. After simply stretching his body, Yuki moved to the middle of the training ground, and said to Fushiguro Megumi, After we fight today, don't run away with your tail between your legs tomorrow, oh. Don't underestimate me. I've made a lot of progress this month. Fushiguro Megumi said proudly. Let's bet. Panda shouted, I'm betting next month's meal expenses. I'm betting on how many seconds Megumi can last. I'm betting 50 seconds. Zenin Maki, I'm betting 60. Inumaki Toge, I'm betting 55. Okatsu Yuta, then I'll bet 65.
The discussions of the crowd made Fushiguro Megumi's face turn black. Although he had been caught off guard by the so-called sage mode last time, Yuki didn't have the so-called sage markings on his face today. Which meant that he hadn't entered sage mode, he was at least half sure. As long as he guarded against his fire, he would definitely win this battle.
Start. With the referee Panda's order.
Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter.
$20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter.
Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 81, JKNS, Chapter 81. 1833 words. First of all, pay attention to his every move. Fushiguro Megumi pinched his hands together and said, "Come out, new." Observe his every move.
A giant owl with red feathers emerged from the shadows behind Fushiguro Megumi, let out a cry, and then quickly flew into the sky.
Its yellow pupils stared intently at Yuki, who was standing on the ground. "Come out, Toad."
Seeing that it was safe at this moment, Fushiguro Megumi didn't waste any time, and continued to summon other Shikigami. 2 green frogs with white wings jumped out from the shadows, and they flapped their wings and flew in the sky. Fushiguro Megumi, who had other Shikigami, didn't want to summon them at this moment. After all, they would just turn into a pile of fire in front of Yuki. There was no need to waste extra cursed energy. Divine Dogs was scared, and he was helpless about it. Then he took out the cursed tool from his backpack. It was a long sword.
Go! Fushiguro Megumi stepped out, and the ground cracked.
The long sword in his hand flashed with white light, and 2 toads followed closely behind. The new in the sky cried out, and its body also flashed with specks of lightning. A lightning strike was launched, and struck towards Yuki, who was on the ground.
When did this owl learn to use a technique? And it's lightning.
Yuki glanced at it, and neatly avoided Fushiguro Megumi and the new's attacks. Seeing Yuki avoid it, Fushiguro Megumi pinched his hands together, and the shadows on the ground formed a large snake, saying, "Grab him, toads." The 2 flying frogs spat out their tongues, and bound Yuki's airborne legs.
"Come out, serpent."
After saying that, a giant snake with a white body, yellow pupils, and a head that was 1 meter wide emerged from under Yuki out of thin air. It opened its bloody mouth and bit directly, taking him to 100 meters in the sky and then throwing him down. The new, which was radiating lightning, rushed towards Yuki, who had no way to exert force in the sky. The coordination was so neat that it was as if they had rehearsed it in advance.
Not bad.
Yuki looked at the approaching new, and was just about to form hand seals with both hands. The 2 frogs, who had appeared next to him at some point, instantly spat out and trapped his hands, hanging him in the air.
Fushiguro Megumi, who was on the ground, said, "This is a tactic that I've been researching for a long time. You can't dodge this attack." "I won."
Yuki looked at the approaching new, and said, "Shoot it down, Shura."
In the forest.
Shura, who had climbed to the top of a tree, quickly locked onto the new, who was thousands of meters away, with sage mode. The sage art in his body gathered in his mouth, and after forming a cursed energy ball the size of a fist, he held it in his mouth.
Buzz.
Swoosh. A golden light flashed from the forest, and instantly hit the new, who was thousands of meters away.
What?
Fushiguro Megumi looked at the new, who had been shot down, with a shocked expression. He didn't expect that this perfect plan would fall through like this. Yuki also broke free from the tongues of the 2 frogs, and fell straight down from dozens of meters in the air.
Clang.
After landing steadily, he quickly formed hand seals, and spat out a fireball at Fushiguro Megumi. The fireball, which was dozens of meters in size, was overwhelming, and the people who were watching seemed to be immune to this heat, and sighed.
"Panda, it's already been 40 seconds.
Inumaki Toge, yeah, Megumi seemed to have been caught off guard by sage mode last time, and was knocked out in 10 seconds. Zenin Maki, Megumi's tactics are good. If he was fighting other people, he would probably have been knocked out.
Okatsu Yuta, is it really okay for Yuki to be fighting so intensely? TCH. Is he going to use his trump card? Fushiguro Megumi looked at the approaching fireball, stuck his sword in the ground, and took a deep breath.
The shadows of his hands formed an elephant on the ground. "Come out, Max Elephant." With the sound of an elephant's roar, an elephant that was 2 meters tall walked out from the shadows. The earth trembled with every step it took, and its trunk was raised high, spraying water at the fireball. The soaring pillar of water extinguished the fireball, and white mist filled the field. Fushiguro Megumi, who had summoned Max Elephant, also had little cursed energy left in his body at this moment, gripped the hilt of his sword, pulled out the sword that was stuck in the ground, jumped onto Max Elephant and commanded. Charge! The Max Elephant, who had received the order, also sounded the horn of the charge, the earth trembled, and the gravel on the ground was tossed up.
It was like a tank, charging head-on, its trunk waving.
Yuki, who couldn't see the situation inside the mist, quickly formed hand seals. After all, the mist at this moment was created by a technique, and the Sharingan's vision was blocked. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He spat out a mouthful of fire, and the water mist sizzled. The overwhelming fire wave instantly wrapped all the water mist, and evaporated it. The sound of an elephant's roar came from the flames, and the Max Elephant sprayed water from its trunk, charging directly through the extremely hot flames. The sizzling water mist echoed in everyone's ears. TCH, he's quite skilled. Yuki stopped the fire style, took a few steps back and then quickly formed hand seals, and then slapped the ground. Earth release, earth style wall. Buzz. A thick earth wall with dog heads hanging on it rose from the ground, blocking in front of Yuki. He didn't want to end the battle quickly, he just wanted to see how Fushiguro Megumi would deal with it at this moment. Fushiguro Megumi, who had broken through the flames, had his clothes soaked by the water mist, looking at the high wall in front of him. Using Max Elephant's back as a jumping-off point, he jumped directly onto the high wall, threw out the long sword in his hand and rushed over. Yuki neatly avoided the approaching long sword, and clashed with Fushiguro Megumi, fist against palm, and fought together. After a few simple exchanges, he saw a weakness, and kicked his lower body, winning with a chokehold.
The time was 67 seconds. The three looked at Okatsu Yuta, not knowing what to say. Haha, it looks like I won.
Okatsu Yuta made a peace sign with his left hand, and touched his head with his right hand.
What do you think, Mr. Miguel? Have you thought about joining us?
Inside the principal's office, Yaga Mazamichi, who was standing by the window, looking at the crowd on the training ground, asked.
I've already been caught by you guys anyway. Miguel, who was wearing white clothes, looked at the crowd on the training ground, and asked, was it that guy named Yuki who defeated Geto Suguru?
Yes, but the price he paid wasn't small either. The power he forcibly exchanged for by sacrificing his lifespan made him lie in bed for half a month before he woke up.
Even so, that's still amazing.
As Miguel said this, he put his gaze on Okatsu Yuta. He had the power that Geto Suguru wanted to obtain, special grade over cursed spirit Orimoto Rika. Although he had already died, he was still quite interested in him at this moment. After all, the power that Yuki had used to defeat the special grade was just a limited time experience card, while Okatsu Yuta directly possessed the power of a special grade. In Geto Suguru's words, he was the key to changing this foul-smelling world. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to understand Okatsu Yuta. He asked.
Can I go down?
Of course you can.
Yaga Masamichi wasn't worried that this guy would run. After all, this was Tokyo High. Where could he run to?
Thank you. Miguel glanced at Okatsu Yuta, who was clapping and smiling, and then turned around and left.
Panda complained, Megumi, you lost so slowly. Yeah, you made us lose 50,000 yen. Inumaki Toge was hurting to death at this moment.
Yuki, did you throw the fight? Zenin Maki stared intently at Yuki, who was walking over.
No, how could I?
Yuki touched his head. You guys didn't pray for me to win, and you're even complaining that I lost too slowly.
Fushiguro Megumi was speechless.
He was completely speechless to these seniors, and hoped that these weirdos wouldn't come to him next year. At least let them be normal.
Yo! Hello everyone. My name is Miguel, it's nice to meet you. Hearing someone calling, the crowd looked over. Panda and Inumaki Toad's pupils contracted when they saw the visitor, and asked, aren't you Geto Suguru's remnant party? Why are you here?
Used to be.
Miguel touched his head and explained, now I've joined your Jujutsu High, don't be so nervous, I haven't done anything excessive to you.
How could the two not be nervous? This guy had held back Gojo Satoru for a full 15 minutes, his strength must be extremely terrifying.
Yoo-hoo, I'm back. Gojo Satoru, who was holding a hemp rope in his hand at this moment, looked at Miguel and said, it's just right that you're here, I'm very sorry that I broke your rope before.
You can pick one of these ropes as compensation, after all, we're all comrades from now on. That rope of mine was a special grade curse tool. After complaining, Miguel didn't want to pay attention to Gojo Satoru anymore, only he knew how he had survived those 15 minutes, it was a miracle to be alive. He had to know that it took their country decades to weave that rope, but Gojo Satoru had destroyed it in 15 minutes. If it wasn't because that rope could disrupt other people's techniques, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on for 5 minutes before falling. They're all ropes, what's the difference?
Gojo Satoru continued to play dumb.
No, that's a special grade curse tool, not an ordinary rope. Seeing Gojo Satoru acting dumb at this moment, Miguel couldn't help but recall the battle scene back then. It was completely different from this moment. February 24th, Tokyo Shinjuku. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters, visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 82, JKNS, Chapter 82. 2,189 words. As the mission was brought forward, Miguel picked up the long rope hanging around his waist. He jumped off the high-rise building, landed on the overpass and looked at Gojo Satoru on the ground, and said, "Your opponent is me, special grade." Gojo Satoru tore off the blindfold wrapped around his eyes, and a murderous aura radiated from his blue pupils. He had to rush back quickly at this moment, although he didn't know what would happen if Okatsu was detonated, and there was also Yuki, that life-risking guy. If he didn't go back, Geto Suguru would likely start a massacre. He said, "I'm in a hurry." Gojo Satoru used the derivative technique teleportation created based on the Limitless, and with a grip of his hands, he instantly arrived behind Miguel. The principle was to compress the space between the starting point and the ending point, to achieve an effect similar to teleportation, and only he, who possessed the 6 eyes, could use this technique. His right hand clenched into a fist and slammed it over directly. Nanny!
What? Miguel sensed Gojo Satoru suddenly appearing behind him, and quickly swung the rope in his hand. After taking a solid punch to the face, the rope also grabbed Gojo Satoru's calf. With the force of both arms, he directly threw Gojo Satoru to the ground. Boom! As the rope was retracted, Gojo Satoru, who was lying in the pit, also sensed that something was wrong. At the moment he was bound by the rope, his technique was forcibly disrupted, and he couldn't use it. A special grade curse tool, Geto Suguru, that guy, really went all out. Gojo Satoru couldn't help but take the man in front of him seriously at this moment. After all, if he didn't solve him, the pressure on the front lines would be very great. Special grade. SOSO. Miguel wiped the blood flowing from his nose with his right hand, and then swung the rope in his hand and rushed over directly. Although his mission was to delay Gojo Satoru for 10 minutes or more, if he defeated the special grade, wouldn't that mean that he was very strong? You're asking for it. Looking at the approaching Miguel, Gojo Satoru grabbed the rope with his left hand, and gripped it tightly. He went up and gave him a round of taijutsu, the fists he threw left after images. He hit his forehead, chin, and chest in those 3 positions in an instant, and then kicked him away directly. Then he released the rope in his left hand, clenched his hands together, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. He appeared behind Miguel, grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground violently. Boom! Miguel spat out a mouthful of blood, and also knew how naive his previous thoughts were. He swung the long rope in his hand onto a utility pole, and immediately retreated. Looking at Miguel, who was running away, Gojo Satoru's blue pupils scanned, seemingly confirming the teleportation coordinates. He gripped his hands together, and then disappeared from the spot, teleporting behind him, just as he was about to attack. 3 cursed spirits similar to long worms quickly drilled out from the alley, and bit at Gojo Satoru, who was in the sky. Don't get in the way. Gojo Satoru waved his hand, and the 3 cursed spirits died instantly at the moment of contact. He locked onto Miguel again, and found that he was standing on a high-rise building at this moment. Then he used the Limitless to compress the space behind him into an invisible wall, and kicked out. He rushed over directly like a cannonball, his right hand clenched into a fist, his blue pupils stared straight at Miguel. Don't underestimate me. Miguel swung the long rope in his hand, tied it to the air conditioner's outdoor unit, and swung it towards the approaching Gojo Satoru. Click. The air conditioner's outdoor unit, which was connected to the ground, was pulled up instantly, and when it was about to touch Gojo Satoru, it seemed to hit an invisible wall, and was smashed to pieces, disintegrating instantly. Gojo Satoru grabbed the approaching long rope, instantly arrived in front of Miguel, kicked him down to the ground, and grabbed him and gave him a round of fisticuffs. The 360 degrees no dead angle 6 eyes sensed the cursed spirits attacking from behind, and kicked Miguel out. Releasing the long rope that could disrupt techniques, he sent them to the west directly with a technique reversal, blue. Clang!
Miguel crashed directly into the wall, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Nanako and Mimiko's voices came from the alley below. Miguel? What the hell are you doing? You can tell, right? Miguel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This Gojo Satoru was ridiculously strong, even though his technique had been interfered with and couldn't be used normally. His speed was so fast that he couldn't even react. He's very sturdy, he's okay after taking such a beating for so long. Gojo Satoru's voice came from behind him. Miguel immediately swung the rope in his hand, but it was directly blocked. Looking at the rope that was burning on its own in his hand, Miguel's heart ached at this moment. He said, "Do you know that it takes decades for our country's sorcerers to weave a rope like this?" "How would I know?" "Don't talk to me in a Bobby Alagun-like tone." After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, he prepared to continue to attack, but the sound of "Baab" came from the high-rise building to the side. A giant cursed spirit that was 20 meters tall appeared, reaching out to grab him. "You're really annoying." Technique reversal, blue. Gojo Satoru raised his right hand, and a scarlet ball appeared, like a black hole, with a bit of gravity. As the blue in his hand shot out, the cursed spirit's head exploded instantly, and the roar shook the glass of the nearby buildings, shattering them all in an instant. Miguel swallowed, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This was why if it wasn't for the rope in his hand, he would probably have kicked the bucket long ago, right? He muttered, "I still have to hold on for 7 minutes, I won't let you off even if I die." Ghetto. After saying that, he swung the long rope in his hand and swung it over. He would drag him down with him for these 7 minutes today even if he died. Stubborn. Gojo Satoru used the six eyes keen observation to dodge nimbly, and threw a few punches when he got close. He kicked his abdomen, and clenched his hands together, slamming them into his back violently. Boom! 3 floors were directly smashed through. After a moment, Miguel broke through the wall and ran away, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The two of them weren't even on the same level. He had only run 2 steps when he saw Gojo Satoru, who had appeared in front of him in an instant. He swung the long rope in his hand, and after a few simple exchanges, he was kicked away. A cursed spirit happened to pass by, and bumped into its soft belly. It looked up and saw Gojo Satoru rushing over, shouted that it was over, and quickly dodged. Bang! The giant cursed spirit was instantly turned into a blood mist, and Miguel tumbled and crawled towards the distance. Gojo Satoru looked at the direction that Miguel had run away, and frowned. Then he gripped his hands together and instantly arrived at the place where the wounded were being treated, and glanced around. He grabbed Yeri Shoko, who was sucking on a lollipop, and said, "I'm going to teleport you back to Jujutsu High." "Huh? Why? Wouldn't it be better if you went yourself?" Yeri Shoko, who was wearing a white coat, asked in confusion. Gojo Satoru didn't put on sunglasses, and drew a teleportation technique on the ground, explaining, "Geto Suguru is invading Jujutsu High at this moment, and I still have a troublesome black man to deal with here. I suspect that Yuki, that kid, will risk his life against Geto Suguru. Go over there and stop him." "Huh? I'm going to stop him? There are so many people here." Yeri Shoko hadn't finished speaking, when she was teleported to the sky above Tokyo Jujutsu High by Gojo Satoru. Looking at the disappeared Yeri Shoko, he then turned his head to look at the intruding Miguel. He said, "What a coincidence. Damn it. I ran to the wrong place in a panic." Miguel glanced around. This was the place where the enemy was treating the wounded. How did he say that there were so many jujutsu sorcerers on the way here? In the moment of distraction, Gojo Satoru had already appeared in front of him. He punched him in the face, and sent him flying back the way he came. Hiss! Miguel endured the severe pain, and threw out the rope in his hand, continuing to delay time. 3 minutes later. Cough cough cough. I was wrong. The long rope in Miguel's hand had been almost completely worn away, and there was only less than 10 centimeters left. He lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "I admit defeat, I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore." He had already done his best, and only a section of the special grade cursed tool in his hand was left. He would really be finished if he continued to fight today. Gojo Satoru's indifferent pupils glanced at Miguel, and casually called a few sorcerers to watch him and left directly. Although Geto Suguru ultimately failed, he had also completed his promise, holding back Gojo Satoru for more than 10 minutes alone. He had really risked his life to hold him back, causing him to be instinctively afraid of Gojo Satoru now when he saw him. It's all the same, it's all the same. I'll feel guilty if you don't accept it. Gojo Satoru put the rope in his hand on Miguel's face. You'd feel guilty, my ass? Everyone complained inwardly. No, this is a matter of principle. Miguel didn't plan to accept it. After all, he was also a member of Tokyo Jujutsu High at this moment, and Gojo Satoru couldn't do anything to him. He turned his head to look at Okatsu Yuta and said, I have something I want to talk to you about, can you come over? Okatsu Yuta saw that he had come to find him, and didn't refuse. After all, Gojo-sensei was here, and he didn't want to grow up under the protection of his friends anymore, he wanted to protect them. The crowd looked at the departing Okatsu Yuta, and Panda asked, is it really okay? Gojo-sensei? Yeah, after all, he's Geto Sugiuru's remnant party. Inumaki Toge asked. It's nothing, people have all turned over a new leaf. And Geto Sugiuru has already died, no one will take Rika away, after all, that's no different from courting death. Gojo Satoru glanced at the two who were leaving, and then left directly. Yuki and Zen and Maki didn't speak, people always had to grow up one day, and Yuta was probably in this situation at this moment. He didn't want others to get hurt because of him, and chose to be independent. You possess a very strong power, Okatsu Yuta. Have you thought about how to use her? Miguel asked. I want to use it to protect everyone, I don't want to be the one being protected. Okatsu Yuta lowered his head and looked at his right hand, and asked, Mr. Miguel, you're a foreigner, right? Why did you help Geto Sugiuru? A promise, after all, I'm a trustworthy person. Miguel gripped his right hand, and said, I said I would hold back Gojo Satoru for more than 10 minutes, and I would definitely do it, although I was beaten half to death, I still did it. I couldn't help but shout in my heart back then. Good. I survived. I'm so awesome. That's what happened. Ha ha ha. Okatsu Yuta laughed, and said, Mr. Miguel, you're really interesting. Then, can you take me abroad? Ha? Miguel asked in confusion, what are you going abroad for? Because I'm always the one being protected in Japan. Okatsu Yuta scratched his head and said, I want to come back after I become stronger, and then protect them. Is that so? That'll be a little troublesome. After all, you're a special grade, and the higher-ups shouldn't let you leave in principle. Miguel thought for a moment and gave a reasonable suggestion. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 83, JKNS, Chapter 83. 1879 words. You should ask Gojo Satoru, after all, he's your teacher. That guy would beat me to death if I took you out on my own. Every time he thought of that sunset on December 24, 2017, he would shudder. I agree, it's a good thing that you want to become stronger, Yuta. Without knowing when, Gojo Satoru had already appeared behind the two. Holy crap! When did you appear? The two were startled. Don't worry about the details. Gojo Satoru said with a smile, Yuta, you can go out whenever you want, and by the way, help this Mr. Miguel repair his rope, after all, it was only played with for a dozen minutes before it was used up. Miguel. Really? Gojo-sensei. Okatsu Yuta said happily. Hey, you can't be serious, right? Gojo Satoru. Miguel walked to Gojo Satoru's side and said in a low voice, he's a special grade, you know? Will the higher-ups throw him out so readily? It's nothing, I'll shut those old guys up. If they mind, I'll let their heads live somewhere else. Gojo Satoru's understatement was like a bombshell in Miguel's ears. He would kill the higher-ups if he wanted to, what kind of person was this? Alright, that's it. I won't stop you from wanting to become stronger, Yuta, say goodbye to everyone before you leave whenever you want. Gojo Satoru waved his hand, put his hands in his pockets and left. Letting the students want to become stronger on their own was his concept of education, and judging by the exchange match with Kyoto last time, he could already grasp that power that belonged to him. Sugawara no Michizane, one of Japan's 3 great vengeful spirits. He was a super powerful jujutsu sorcerer during his lifetime, and he could also be considered his, Gojo Satoru's, ancestor. So it wasn't surprising that Yuta possessed such a huge amount of cursed energy. It could be said that cursing Orimoto Rika into a special grade over Cursed Spirit was an accident. Besides the caster having to possess extremely powerful cursed energy, the one being cursed also had to possess an extremely strong desire, a desire to stay by the caster's side. It could be completely called a curse where they deeply loved each other. This was what created the special grade over Cursed Spirit Orimoto Rika. So there was no danger in letting him go out, this was his own power to begin with.
The only thing he couldn't understand was Yuki, although he had defeated Geto Suguru at the cost of consuming his life force. But this couldn't deny the fact that he was very strong, and he could already be judged to be a grade 1 sorcerer. He just felt that this kid didn't need this thing either, and then sighed, I've already been reduced to the point where I have nothing to do after only half a year. I'll go scout out the freshmen for next year.
At night,
Okatsu Yuta looked at the friends who were sitting at the table eating together, his mouth open slightly but he didn't know how to open his mouth. This feeling was very uncomfortable. He didn't want to leave everyone, but he had to leave. No one wanted to be weak all the time, and he was the same. Yuki looked at Okatsu Yuta, who was silent and not eating, and roughly guessed what he was thinking. He said, "You don't have to worry about anything, Yuta. Just say what you want to say. It's also uncomfortable to keep it in your heart."
"Are you going to leave?"
Zenin Maki said, "If you're going to leave, then just say it frankly, don't drag it out from today to tomorrow, and from tomorrow to the day after tomorrow."
"Leave?"
Panda, Toge, and Megumi looked at each other, and then looked at Okatsu Yuta.
Shura was burying his head and eating to the side.
"Yes, I've decided to go abroad in 2 days." Okatsu Yuta's gaze was always on the bull, and said, "After this battle of the night parade of 100 demons, I knew that I was too weak, which caused you to get hurt. Although you don't think so, I don't want to grow up under your protection anymore. I'll be going abroad in 2 days to train with Miguel. When I come back, I'll definitely stand in front of you with my head held high." Everyone was silent for a moment, and Maki said with a smile, "Go do what you want to do." Panda had a feeling that he was finally seeing his son grow up at this moment. Tears flowed from his eyes, and said, "Yuta, I'll miss you."
Inumaki Toge said, "Me too." Fushiguro Megumi. Yuki. Panda and Toge turned their heads to look at the silent Fushiguro Megumi and Yuki, and asked, "Don't you two have anything to say?"
Yuki rubbed his nose, which was a little sore, and said, "It's too uncomfortable to say it, so I won't."
Fushiguro Megumi, I think it's a good thing that Senior Yuta wants to go out and become stronger. Megumi's heart is so cold. He can't even say a sentimental word about his senior leaving. Panda said faintly.
"That's right, Megumi, you won't have any friends next year if you're like this."
Inumaki Toge complained. Fushiguro Megumi. Alright, everyone stop making things difficult for Megumi.
Okatsu Yuta picked up the drink in his cup with a smile and said, "I'm really very happy that I was able to say my farewell words, so that I didn't have any regrets." Yuki raised his cup and said, "After all, this farewell is for a better reunion in the future.
Come back early, Yuta." Panda raised his cup and said, "Yeah, we'll miss you." Inumaki Toge raised the cup in his hand.
"Don't give up halfway, or I'll teach you a lesson," Zenin Maki said, and clenched her fist.
Fushiguro Megumi, who didn't know what to say, raised his cup and shouted cheers. Cheers. 2 days later.
Okatsu Yuta and Miguel boarded a plane to India. The instructions given by the higher-ups were, go abroad to carry out a secret mission. After everyone said goodbye, they also began to busy themselves with the task of exorcising cursed spirits.
Half a year later. Mid-June 2018. Sujisawa 3rd High School in Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture.
Junior Megumi, I didn't expect that the first mission you're carrying out after entering school will be commanded by me.
Fushiguro Megumi, who was holding his phone, asked, "But what exactly am I supposed to be retrieving so late? It's so mysterious."
According to what Gojo-sensei, who's on a business trip, said, it seems to be a special grade cursed object, placed in a louver box at Sujisawa 3rd High School.
Putting a special grade cursed object in a school's louver box? What kind of brain-dead person thought of that? Fushiguro Megumi looked at the extremely conspicuous louver box on the grass, and walked over. How would I know? I only received the order yesterday. Gojo-sensei threw this mess to me and ran away. Fushiguro Megumi opened the louver box, saw that there was nothing inside, and said, "The louver box is empty." Are there other louver boxes in the school? Fushiguro Megumi complained, "There's only one louver box in a school, that's common sense, right? I have things to do right now, I'll go take a look tomorrow, please trouble you to look for it again, Megumi." I understand, goodbye, Yuki-san. Fushiguro Megumi looked at the phone in his hand, which had been hung up, and said, "Which brain-dead person put the special grade cursed object in the louver box? And it's lost." On the street, Yuki was sitting by the side of the road, drinking milk tea at this moment. He had to pick up a transfer student today. He just didn't know why this transfer student was coming over so late at night. He was already 16 years old at this moment, and his childish face had become mature, and his height, which had been 1.7 meters, had grown to 1.75 meters.
It was just that he hadn't received any decent missions in the past half a year, but he had traveled all over Japan. After all, people would also become irritable after spring. The frequency of strange incidents appearing was ridiculously high, and the system had become silent because there were no enemies that were worth looking at.
10 minutes later.
A girl wearing the Tokyo Jujutsu High uniform stood next to him and said, "Hello, Senior Yuki.
I'm Himura Mafuyu, a transfer student in the first year this year. It's nice to meet you, I'm very happy to meet you."
"Hello." Yuki raised his phone, glanced at the girl, who was only a little over 1.6 meters tall.
He asked, "Why did you want to join Jujutsu High? Didn't Principal Yaga tell you that you might die while carrying out missions?"
I already knew that last year." Himura Mafuyu asked with a somewhat red face. "Then Senior Yuki, why did you want to join Jujutsu High back then?" Yuki thought for a moment and said, "Because I saw a curse, so I had to join. If we don't have the strength to exorcise cursed spirits, then we ourselves are just ants, arbitrarily crushed by curses. I joined back then just to survive."
"What about now?" Himura Mafuyu asked in confusion.
"Now, of course, it's to become stronger in order to protect my comrades." Yuki rubbed Himura Mafuyu's head and said, "Alright, I'll take you back to school to report today. I have things to deal with tomorrow."
"What things? Can I go watch?"
The girl's face became even more flushed because of the rubbing. Yuki pondered. He still remembered this part of the plot. It seemed that a guy named Itadori ate that special grade cursed object, and then became the king of curses and was sentenced to death. Fighting him would definitely trigger a system task, he could guarantee that. But he just didn't know if he could beat him. That Megumi guy could run away, but this girl. Yuki glanced at her thin arms and legs, and rejected it on the spot. He said, "No, that mission is very dangerous. I don't want you to die as soon as you come."
"Is that so?" Himura Mafuyu's expression became dejected after learning that she couldn't carry out the mission with her benefactor. "Why do I feel like I'm guilty?"
Yuki supported his forehead. He had gotten used to being with Maki, and thought that all girls were like her, frank and free and easy. This sudden appearance of someone who could act spoiled made him think that he was at fault for refusing. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 84, JKNS, Chapter 84. 1,776 words.
Never mind, he should just let Shura watch her. It would also be good for her to see the battles she would face in the future, and reduce the mortality rate of the first-year juniors. Then he changed his mind and said, "You can watch, but you have to be obedient, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety."
"Okay, thank you, Senior Yuki."
As if changing faces, Himura Mafuyu, who had been dejected just now, instantly became elated.
"It's nothing, I'll take you to meet your classmates tomorrow, let's go back today." Yuki got up, picked up Himura Mafuyu's suitcase and set off back to school.
"Okay." Himura Mafuyu looked at the strong muscles on Yuki's hand, and shouted in her heart, "Wow! These muscles are so strong."
Yuki asked, "By the way, can you ride a dog?" "Ride a dog?" Himura Mafuyu asked in confusion, "Shouldn't we take a taxi?" "My transportation is a dog, I think it's too slow to take a car." As expected of a jujutsu sorcerer, they're really weird. Himura Mafuyu thought for a moment and said, "Although I can't, I can learn." "That's good." The two walked out of the city. Yuki glanced around and saw that there was no one around, and then began to summon Shura, biting his index finger and forming hand seals quickly, saying, "Summoning technique." Bang! As a burst of white smoke dissipated, Shura, who had grown to a shoulder height of 1.2 meters, a length of 2.1 meters, and weighed more than a ton, appeared in front of the two. "Master, are we going home?" Shura spoke human words, his forehead rubbing against Yuki's right hand, his tail wagging frantically at this moment. "The dog is talking?" Himura Mafuyu's eyes were full of confusion at this moment, and then she thought that they were jujutsu sorcerers, so dogs being able to talk should be very common, right? Yuki was too lazy to explain. After all, she would get used to it in the future. Anyway, that's how Maki and the others had gotten used to it. They didn't even show a hint of surprise when they learned that Shura could talk. It seemed to be commonplace. He said, "Are you sitting in the front or am I sitting in the front?"
I suggest you sit in the front, I'm afraid you'll be thrown off when Shura speeds up later.
Oh, okay. Then I'll sit in the front.
Himura Mafuyu had never seen such a large canine before, and was a little timid when she went up. But after getting on, she discovered the door to a new world. She was so high at this moment.
Don't sit so far forward, you're almost riding Shura's neck. Sit back a little, lean your body down and stick to Shura's back.
Use cursed energy to form a buffer space under your crotch, and just grab the dog ring around his neck with both hands.
Oh, okay. After Himura Mafuyu did as she was told, Yuki shouted, "Send her back first, Shura. Be careful, I'll run back myself." "Okay, goodbye, master."
Shura, who had received the order, wrapped his whole body in cursed energy.
Senior Yuki, aren't you riding with me? My suitcase is very heavy.
Just as Himura Mafuyu finished asking, Shura, who was under her crotch, got up and began to walk forward slowly. This was to prevent the ground from cracking if he started too fast, and then he proceeded at a speed of 50 meters per second. The speed was so fast that it made people think they were teleporting.
Yuki muttered, "Shura's speed under Sage Mode is really fast. My name is Himura Mafuyu, and I'm a first-year student at Tokyo Jujutsu High. I'm going on a mission with Senior Yuki for the first time today, and I feel a little excited."
Himura Mafuyu looked at herself in the mirror, and after feeling that she was in good condition at this moment, she went out happily. As soon as she went out, she saw Yuki, who was running on the training ground downstairs, and shouted, "Good morning,
Senior Yuki."
Yuki glanced at the lively Himura Mafuyu, and also waved at her. To be honest, he couldn't handle this kind of liveliness, it felt very weird. After all, he wasn't a big celebrity, so being shouted at loudly was really weird. Maki and the others were out on a mission at this moment, and weren't at school. The Slug Sage and Shura were in the forest at this moment. Himura Mafuyu, who had run downstairs, said, "I'm ready, let's go carry out the mission, Senior Yuki."
Wait for me to change my clothes." Yuki frowned when he looked at Himura Mafuyu, who was dressed like she was going on a trip.
But he didn't say anything, after all, she was a first-year student. He would just let her exorcise the cursed spirits alone in a while, and also see what her technique was.
As for Megumi, it wouldn't be too late to go over there at night.
After going back to his room to take a shower and changing into his uniform, he picked up his cursed tools and left, saying to Himura Mafuyu, "Let's go."
Satoru, are you sure it's okay to leave this matter to Yuki? Inside the principal's office, Yaga Masamichi, who was standing by the window, looked at Gojo Satoru, who was sitting on the sofa. It's nothing. It's just broadening his abilities. And it's just a finger, it's nothing.
Gojo Satoru at this moment was no different from before, except that he had replaced the white bandages with a black blindfold. Seeing Gojo Satoru like this, Yaga was too lazy to pay attention to him. There was still one freshman who hadn't reported this year.
9:15 a.m.
In front of an abandoned building. Yuki sat on a chair and said, "Exorcise the cursed spirits in this building first. You can borrow this sword from me if you need cursed tools."
"I haven't exorcised cursed spirits before." Himura Mafuyu said hesitantly, "I can only see them, but I can't exorcise them." "Can you use cursed energy?" Yuki directly activated the Sharingan to check the flow of cursed energy in Himura Mafuyu's body.
The cursed energy in her body wasn't very large, the amount of a normal grade 3 sorcerer, but it was basically all gathered in her abdomen. It looked like she was a true newbie. He thought that she would be able to do simple technique control, but he didn't expect that even cursed energy control would be difficult. What was he supposed to do, pull her back and let the principal beat her up? That's how he had learned to control cursed energy back then. It was only around 9 o'clock now, it wasn't too late to pull her back. "I miscalculated, let's go back first." Yuki got up. Himura Mafuyu asked in confusion, "We finally got here, what are we going back for?" "To get beaten up." Why? What did I do wrong?" "Principal Yaga will let you quickly master the cursed energy in your body, it just takes a beating, but it's harmless, just lie in bed for a few days and you'll be fine," Yuki explained. Himura Mafuyu asked hesitantly, "Does he hit the face?" "If he doesn't hit the face, I can try." "He hits it." Yuki thought for a moment and said, "It's okay, I know reverse cursed technique. Even if you get a black eye, I can help you restore it to its original state, don't worry." "No. I'm not going." Himura Mafuyu grabbed Yuki's sleeve and said quickly, "I choose to exorcise the cursed spirits here, don't make me go over there." She shouted in her heart, "That principal is too scary, he doesn't have any humanity at all." "Then good luck." Yuki handed the backpack on his back over, and said, "Try to inject cursed energy into the sword and you can exorcise the cursed spirits." Himura Mafuyu looked at the black backpack in her hand, and the heavy texture inside. She swallowed and bowed, saying, I will complete the mission that Senior has given me. Okay, good luck, oh. Yuki sat back in the chair, looking at the junior who was slowly walking into the abandoned building. His scarlet pupils stared directly at everything inside. He was just doing what a senior should do at this moment.
Protecting the juniors, and then letting them grow.
After all, jujutsu sorcerers were very easy to die, and seedlings not only needed care, but also had to experience wind and rain. Tap, tap, tap. Himura Mafuyu, who was holding a long sword, was wary of her surroundings. It was her first time actively exorcising cursed spirits, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. She could always feel a sense of security when she was standing next to her senior, and he was always smiling confidently. Her senior had given her the great hope of exorcising cursed spirits, and she had decided that she couldn't let him down. Just as she went up to the third floor, she sensed that the aura of a curse was nearby. Himura Mafuyu held her breath, and slowly poked her head out to look over. At the moment she poked her head out, a cursed spirit with a ferocious face, 6 eyes on its face, and 3 mouths was looking at her at this moment. Their faces were only 10 centimeters apart, with a wall in between. Hell, lo! As the cursed spirit said this, it opened the big mouths on its body, preparing to swallow the girl who had broken in one gulp. Eek! Startled, Himura Mafuyu subconsciously swung the sword in her hand, but she was too weak and only cut through its skin. Put! Cough cough cough. This made Yuki, who was sitting in the chair and drinking water, spit it out. This sword of his could cut special grade curse tools like crazy. But now it couldn't even cut a grade 3 cursed spirit? He shouldn't learn from Gojo-sensei and take students next time, or he'll get a stroke. I can't cut it? Himura Mafuyu said in surprise. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 85, JKNS, Chapter 85. 1951 words. But this broken skin injury only angered the cursed spirit even more. The mouths on its body opened completely, sharp teeth grew out from the fleshy walls, and its tongue instantly trapped the panicked Himura Mafuyu, pulling her towards its mouth. No! Senior, save me! Himura Mafuyu looked at the rows of sharp teeth in the cursed spirit's mouth, and then fainted from fright. TCH, her heart is so fragile, how did Principal Yaga let her join? Just as Yuki clicked his tongue and prepared to take action, a sudden change occurred. The unconscious Himura Mafuyu slowly raised her right hand, and as her eyes opened, her originally black pupils turned golden. She gently touched the cursed spirit's head, and muttered softly, 3, 2, 1. Jujutsu. As the countdown ended, the cursed spirit's head began to tremble, and it kept repeating a sentence in its mouth, as if its brain had crashed. Its eyeballs bulged out, and the whites of its eyes were covered in blood vessels. Himura Mafuyu withdrew her right hand, and a star-shaped mark appeared on the cursed spirit's head, and then it exploded. The red blood mist instantly filled the entire corridor, and then turned into ashes and dissipated. Himura Mafuyu picked up the long sword that had fallen on the ground, and said, my little sister is really weak, it looks like she's going to be unconscious for a while again, let me have some fun next. Interesting. Yuki closed his Sharingan, judging by what he had just seen. This junior should have a dual personality, but he wasn't too sure about her technique. Senior Yuki, I've exorcised the cursed spirit, your sword. Himura Mafuyu, who had run out of the building, shouted happily, and then stepped on a stone. Her feet slipped, and with a yikes she pounced towards Yuki. Yuki subconsciously caught her steadily, but he didn't expect that Himura Mafuyu in his right hand would take the opportunity to hug his neck, and said, Senior Yuki, you're so reliable. Yuki lowered his head and looked at Himura Mafuyu, who was close at hand, looking at those golden pupils. 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and then the 3 Tomo slowly merged, forming the Mangekyo. He looked directly at her soul, and said coldly, don't use this body to do these things, be careful that I directly grind your soul away. Himura Mafuyu looked at the pattern in Yuki's eyes, and seemed to have a feeling that her soul had been seen through. She swallowed and said timidly, I was just joking, ah. Yuki withdrew his Mangekyo Sharingan, took back the backpack with the cursed tools in her hand, and said with a smile, I was also joking, please don't mind too much. Can you explain your current situation? Although I've guessed roughly. That cold gaze of yours just now didn't look like you were joking. Himura Mafuyu muttered in her heart and then said, I'm Himura Mafuyu's older sister, Himura Tama. I accidentally fell to my death while playing with my sister 6 years ago, and woke up in my sister's body. You share consciousness? No, I'm usually awake, so I can see what my sister sees, hears, and feels to the touch. Once she faints, I'll take her place, that's about it. Is that so? I understand. Yuki turned his head to look at a ramen shop, and said, do you want to go eat ramen together? I'll take you to meet your classmate tonight, he's very handsome, oh. Himura Tama didn't know what to say at this moment. Did this person not have any barriers? After all, she wasn't Himura Mafuyu. Looking at his mature face, she recalled the events of last year in her mind. She had helped a young master exorcise the cursed spirit hidden in his home to earn some extra money, and had drunk a little alcohol when she was being sent back, causing her consciousness to be a little blurry. She felt that the car seemed to be speeding, and then there was a car accident. Her sister's consciousness was forcibly awakened, and she retreated to the background. Then she was scared unconscious by Shura, and she couldn't take over her body. But she could hear, someone was saving her, and her body could also feel his touch. And a wonderful sensation, as if her frightened heart had been comforted. Since she could feel it, she believed that she could also feel it. Then Himura Mafuyu woke up and went to ask the police about the person who had saved her, and that's how she came to Jujutsu High. I will. Afternoon, 4:20 p.m. 3rd High School. Fushiguro Megumi was calling Yuki at this moment. After all, he had said that he would come over today. It was almost evening, and he hadn't even seen a shadow of him. The call connected. Fushiguro Megumi asked, where are you? I'll be over a little later today, I'm taking the first-year junior who enrolled yesterday. And this is your mission to begin with, Megumi, you have to do your best. Oh. I'm going to punch you. Beep. Fushiguro Megumi looked at the phone in his hand, which had been hung up, and was speechless. At the same time, he was also a little curious about what kind of person his classmate was, and complained, what a pain. He had only taken a few steps when he saw a huge cursed spirit climbing on the thin pole, its 4 black eyes staring at something, and its mouth making a woo-woo sounds. He asked in confusion, are there corpses buried underneath? No, even so, a guy of this level wouldn't be wandering outside, right? It was probably a grade 2 curse. Could it be affected by that cursed object? Fushiguro Megumi looked at the photo of the special grade cursed object that Gojo Satoru had sent him on his phone, and scratched his head, saying, this is really speechless, what kind of idiot put the special grade cursed object in a normal school to ward off evil? I'm definitely going to kill him if I ever find out. Sigh. Although I'm very reluctant, I still have to close the school first, exorcise the curses cleanly, and then start a carpet search, right? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a burst of cheers. Someone shouted, over here, hurry up, arousing Fushiguro Megumi's curiosity. Looking at the people who were huddled together, he also followed them over. Although he had sneaked in, this didn't affect the fact that he stood next to these people without any sense of incongruity. After all, he was only 15 years old. Takagi from the track and field club is going to compete with Itadori from Nishi Middle School. The event is shot put in the field. A middle-aged man with short hair, black short sleeves, and muscles all over his body was holding a shot put at this moment. As he took a deep breath, the muscles in his right arm bulged and he exerted force violently. The shot put flew out directly, forming a perfect parabola in the air, and finally landed on the ground. A person holding a measuring tape shouted, 14 meters. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this result. Then, a teenager with a yellow jacket and pink hair walked to the position where the man had stood before. The people around shouted, Itadori, can you do it or not? Itadori took the shot put that the man had thrown, and weighed the weight. Then, like a baseball pitcher, he threw the shot put in his hand. The shot put in the sky didn't show any signs of falling, and crashed straight into the soccer goal that was 30 meters away, and even bent it directly. The person holding the measuring tape didn't even bother to measure it at this moment, and responded, about 30 meters. The field became silent in an instant. Fushiguro Megumi complained in his heart, this guy is really amazing, he's so strong without cursed energy. Is he the same type as Senior Zenin? Never mind, I should hurry up and find the cursed object. He had only taken 2 steps when he sensed that the aura of the curse was getting closer, and turned around to look. Itadori, who had just thrown the shot put, passed by him, and he felt a strong curse at that moment. He turned around and shouted, hey! Wait, you're too fast. Itadori, who had just brushed past him, had already run out 10 meters away at this moment. 2 students passing behind him said, that guy's record for 50 meters seems to be 3 seconds. Is he a car? TCH, is he even a normal person? Fushiguro Megumi clicked his tongue, and turned to look at the two students who had been talking to Itadori before. He walked up and asked, "Hello, I want to ask what Itadori's full name is?" "What's his name?" The two looked at each other, and said, "Itadori Yuji, ah." Fushiguro Megumi turned around and chased after him, saying, "Thanks." Sujisawa Hospital. Fushiguro Megumi ran to the place, panting, and looked at Itadori, who was filling out a form. He took out his ID and said, "You're Itadori Yuji, right?" "I'm Fushiguro from Jujutsu High, I'm sorry, there's not much time. The cursed object you possess is very dangerous, hand it over to me right now." Cursed object. Itadori Yuji glanced at the person who had come, and thought that he had come to fight. He opened his jacket and said, "Who are you?" "I'm in mourning, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Fushiguro Megumi took out his phone, and showed the special grade cursed object that he was looking for, saying, "You have this, right?" Itadori Yuji saw that he hadn't come to fight, and took a closer look at the thing on the phone, and said, "Yeah, I picked it up. I don't care, but my seniors like it a lot, you have to explain the reason first, right?" Fushiguro was silent for a moment, and said, "In Japan, the number of people who die abnormally and go missing is more than 10,000 per year on average. Most of them are harmed by the negative emotions released by humans, curses." Curses? Itadori Yuji was puzzled for a moment and was interrupted by Fushiguro Megumi. "Believe it or not, I'll continue. Places like schools and hospitals, which carry a lot of memories, are very easy to accumulate curses. Bitterness, regret, shame, whenever people awaken these memories, these places will become containers for emotions. So schools mostly put evil warding cursed objects, the one you picked up is one of them." "Evil warding?" Itadori Yuji asked in confusion, "Isn't that a good thing? What's dangerous about it?" Fushiguro Megumi, "The words evil warding sound good, but it's actually using a more evil cursed object to deter other curses, a bad habit of fighting poison with poison. Over the years, the seal applied to the cursed object has gradually weakened, and now it has been reduced to bait to attract curses. And the one placed in your school is classified as a high-risk item of special grade, hand it over to me quickly before someone dies." "Got it." Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 86, JKNS, Chapter 86. 1,499 words. Itadori Yuji took a rectangular box out of his right pocket, and then threw it over, saying, "I said I don't care, you have to ask my seniors for it." Fushiguro Megumi caught the box, opened it and glanced at it, and found that it was empty. He realized at this moment that he had been following the cursed energy residue attached to the box all along. Then he shouted, "Where's the thing inside?" "I said it was with my seniors." "Are you deaf?" Itadori Yuji responded. "Where's his house?" Looking at Fushiguro's anxious expression, Itadori Yuji also realized that something was wrong, and scratched his head, saying, "I don't know, it seems to be in the Izumi ward." Fushiguro Megumi looked at the pausing Itadori Yuji, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Come to think of it, they're going to remove the talisman on that thing at school tonight." "Ugh." Fushiguro Megumi paused for a moment, and immediately rushed out of the hospital, took out his phone and dialed Yuki's number. Those people were done for, once the seal was lifted, they would definitely die. Seeing Fushiguro's anxious appearance, Itadori remembered what his grandfather had told him before he died, help others. Then he said to the nurse, "I'll be back to sign in a bit, please keep this for me." After saying that, he rushed out of the hospital, and shouted at Fushiguro, "Is it that easy to peel off the talisman? Under normal circumstances, people without cursed energy can't do it. But the thing inside this time is too strong. And the seal has already expired for many years, it's no different from waste paper." Fushiguro Megumi looked at the phone in his hand, which was dialing, and became anxious in his heart. If a curse ate that thing, it would definitely become a special grade, and he wouldn't be able to handle it at that time. 2 seconds later, the call connected, and Yuki's voice came. "Hello, what's wrong, Megumi?" Fushiguro Megumi said, "Yuki-san, hurry to Sujisawa 3rd High School, the seal on the special grade cursed object is about to be torn off, and a special grade cursed spirit might be born, I can't handle it." "I understand, I'll rush over there right away." Beep.
Seeing that the call had been hung up, Fushiguro Megumi put the phone in his pocket and began to run like crazy. The faster he was now, the lower the probability of a special grade cursed spirit appearing. Itadori Yuji's speed wasn't slow either, he was on par with Fushiguro Megumi, who was being blessed by cursed energy with his physical strength alone, and asked, "What is a special grade cursed spirit?" "You just need to know that it's something that absolutely can't appear." "Alright, let's go." On the high-rise building. Yuki closed the phone and glanced at Himura-tama, who was drinking milk tea happily next to him. He said, "Stop drinking, I'll take you to watch the battles you'll face in the future." "Got it." Himura-tama finished sucking the last pearl in her cup and said, "Alright, how are we going next?" "I'll carry you over." Yuki closed his eyes, and the surrounding natural energy poured into his body like crazy. In just 2 seconds, the sage markings on his face appeared. A princess carry? The maiden in love was looking forward to it in her heart, and then closed her eyes. What's this guy doing? Yuki glanced at Himura-tama, who had an expectant expression, and then put his right arm around her waist, and disappeared from the spot, setting off towards their destination. He carried her. But not completely, Yuki carried her with one hand, like he was carrying cargo. Himura-tama's face was full of black lines. 10 minutes later, the two arrived. Fushiguro Megumi was standing on the roof, bleeding from his forehead at this moment, while Itadori was laughing wildly to the side, and a grade 2 cursed spirit was lying on the wall, slowly dissipating. He asked, "What's the situation now?" "Yuki-san." "You?" Fushiguro Megumi turned his head and glanced at the girl on Yuki's right hand, and asked, "Who's this?" "Your classmate in the first year." Yuki put her down on the ground, looking at the laughing Itadori. "No, it should be Ryamon Sukuna." He seemed to be very interested, and didn't disturb him. Instead, he calmly took out his phone and took a picture with him, saying, "I have to show this to Gojo-sensei when I get back. The flesh of cursed spirits is too boring. Where are the humans, where are the women?" Ryamon Sukuna sniffed with his nose, and then revealed a smile, and said with a disdainful look, "This era isn't bad. Women and children, they're everywhere like maggots. It's great." He said in that almost insane voice, "Slaughter them all, kill them all." "Who's this lunatic?" Himura-tama complained. "A special grade curse, no. He should be a special grade curse spirit now," Fushiguro Megumi explained. Slap. Ryamon Sukuna's hand suddenly grabbed his own neck uncontrollably, and he asked in confusion, "How can you still move?" Then Itadori's voice came, "Huh? This is my body to begin with, right? You go back." This was the first time that Ryamon Sukuna had been forcibly suppressed, and the black cursed marks that had appeared on Itadori's body began to dissipate slowly. Yuki said in surprise, "Oh yo, he's actually being suppressed." Fushiguro Megumi said, "Don't be surprised, Yuki-san. According to the Jujutsu regulations, we should now exorcise Itadori Yuji as a curse. That kind of thing is all bullshit, Gojo-sensei has never cared about that thing." Yuki said nonchalantly. "Ha!" Hearing that he was going to be killed, Itadori Yuji turned to look at Fushiguro Megumi and said, "There's nothing wrong with me, right? And when did these two come?" "Hi." Yuki waved his hand, and then activated the Sharingan to check what the finger that Itadori Yuji had swallowed was like at this moment. If he hadn't looked, he wouldn't have known, but he was shocked when he looked. He muttered, "What a huge amount of cursed energy, it looks like it's mixed with your body." Then he asked, "Can you switch with Sukuna for a bit?" Itadori Yuji looked at the friendly-looking guy in front of him, and asked in confusion, "Sukuna? It's that curse that you just swallowed, I want to fight him." Itadori Yuji nodded, "I think I can." "That's good." Yuki bit his index finger, and summoned Shura. He instructed him, "Protect the junior, and then assist me remotely." "Got it, master." Shura nodded, and then left. "The dog is talking," Itadori Yuji said in surprise. Yuki ignored Itadori Yuji, turned to look at Fushiguro Megumi, and said, "Ride new and leave quickly, I'm afraid I won't be able to control the scene in a while." "I understand, Yuki-san, be careful." Fushiguro Megumi glanced at Itadori and then summoned Nu to ride and flew into the sky. Seeing that the area had been cleared, Yuki continued, "Then it's 60 seconds, switch back after 60 seconds, otherwise I'll exorcise you." Itadori Yuji said in surprise, "Wouldn't that mean I'll die?" "You won't die if you switch back after 60 seconds, right? Don't worry, I'm very fair. Let me set up a veil first," Yuki said with a smile. "Then, okay." Itadori Yuji swallowed, feeling that he would be executed immediately if he didn't let Sukuna out. Why could this person say such ruthless words with such a friendly face?
Yuki held up his index and middle fingers, and said, "Born of darkness, darker than black. Defilement and filth, be cleansed away." A black droplet appeared in the sky, and then slowly flowed around, surrounding the entire school. Wow! What is this? The sky has become even darker. Itadori said in surprise. Something to prevent others from peeking. Yuki struck a pose and said, "Let's begin, release Sukuna." Got it. As Itadori closed his eyes, the cursed marks on his body began to appear. Ryaman Sukuna, with 4 eyes, said with a ferocious face, "You think this brat can suppress me a second time? Watch me tear you into pieces." The system task popped up. Task, defeat Ryaman Sukuna. Task reward, 40 points, permanent increase of 350 cursed energy. Yuki looked at the approaching Ryaman Sukuna calmly, and said, "Shura, shoot him down." Swoosh. A golden light flashed, and Ryaman Sukuna, who was in the air, was instantly blasted away by this force. Himura-tama, who was standing next to Shura, said in surprise, "Holy crap, even a dog is stronger than me." Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 87, JKNS, Chapter 87. 1902 words. That damn dog can even use techniques? Ryaman Sukuna, unharmed, climbed up from the ground, looking at Shura on the distant school building. Where are you looking? Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan. Yuki fell straight down from above Ryaman Sukuna, and directly pressed a basketball-sized ball over. TCH. Ryaman Sukuna clenched his right fist, and a vast amount of cursed energy covered his arm, and he directly hammered at this blue ball. He shouted, "Kid, you seem to be looking down on me too much." Boom. The expanding Rasengan instantly submerged Ryaman Sukuna, and blue light illuminated this dark land. As the Rasengan dissipated, a 2-meter long and 1-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. Ryaman Sukuna's right hand was severed at this moment, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said calmly, "Really, no matter what era it is, you're all so annoying, Jujutsu sorcerers." Ryaman Sukuna used reverse curse technique to instantly restore his right hand, and slammed it against the ground violently. Boom. The shattered soil directly blinded Yuki's vision, and Ryaman Sukuna got up instantly. He turned his right palm into a blade, and neatly slashed at the position where the young man had been standing. "Die, kid." Slap. Yuki caught Ryaman Sukuna's hand blade with one hand. His Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan had never been closed. He muttered in his mouth, "It's already been 20 seconds, is this all the strength you have with one finger? Then you're really weak." How could Ryaman Sukuna, as the king of curses, endure Yuki's ridicule? After being silent for 2 seconds, the cursed energy in his body erupted completely, and black cursed energy spewed out. He roared angrily, "I'm going to shave off your flesh bit by bit, and then make you eat it. Then I'm really sorry, if you shave it like this. I estimate that you'll have to shave for a lifetime." Feeling the cursed energy erupting, Yuki's passion was also ignited, the pupils in his eyes radiated red light, and he threw a punch. Boom! The cursed energy, mixed with the gravel on the ground, blasted Ryaman Sukuna away directly. Ryaman Sukuna flipped a few times in the air and landed steadily, rushing directly towards that arrogant young man. The ground cracked. A fist was thrown, and black cursed energy erupted. Yuki glanced at the trajectory of his movements and neatly dodged. This punch from Ryaman Sukuna directly caused the ground to explode, and the surrounding hundreds of meters shook. Fushiguro Megumi, who was in the sky above, complained, "Is he planning to demolish this high school?" Himura-tama, who was feeling for the first time that Jujutsu sorcerers could fight like this, became excited instantly, and a look of admiration appeared in her eyes. Yuki casually gathered a Rasengan with a diameter of half a meter, and muttered, "Shura, maximum power Sage Art Cannon." Shura, who had received the order, opened his big mouth, and began to gather Sage Art in his mouth, and as a Sage Art ball with a diameter of 40 centimeters appeared. Then it began to compress, and finally became 5 centimeters in size, and he held it in his mouth. As his mouth opened again. Buzz! The sonic boom was deafening, and the windows of the entire school building shattered in an instant. Himura-tama blocked her ears with both hands, and a troubled look appeared on her face. "What?"
Sensing that he had been ambushed by that damn dog again, Ryaman Sukuna turned around to look, and a golden cursed energy cannon that was 1 meter thick was attacking him. Then his right arm gathered power and blasted it out directly.
Don't die, Ryaman Sukuna.
Yuki, who was acting as the sixth man, wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and directly pressed the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan in his hand over. 2 violent Sage Art energies instantly submerged Ryaman Sukuna. His 4 eyes were about to split open, and he roared, "Don't think that you can beat me with just this."
Boom!
Yuki, who had thrown the Rasengan point blank, was blasted away directly by this huge energy, and landed steadily after tumbling twice in the air, looking at the golden and blue mixed Sage Art energy in front of him.
He said, he should have been beaten back like this, right?
10 breaths later, the 2 violent Sage Art energies turned into gold and blue starlight and spread between heaven and earth.
Ha, huff, ha, huff. In the pit. Ryaman Sukuna knelt on the ground, both arms had been blasted into starch by the 2 violent energies, and then roared angrily, "You've used up all your moves, right? It's my turn to hunt you now."
His arms grew out quickly, and he looked up at the 5-meter deep pit and slowly walked up. Yuki looked at Ryaman Sukuna, who was slowly walking out of the pit, and his lips opened slightly.
He counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, "I'm going to exorcise you if you don't come out, Itadori."
"You?" Ryaman Sukuna was about to say something, and then he heard his heart thump once. This body was actually starting to become uncontrollable, and his consciousness was also starting to dissipate. He muttered in his heart, "This is really bad, I didn't kill this brat in front of me.
I can't even control this body. What is this kid called Itadori Yuji? What is his background?" Task completed.
Task rewards are being distributed, 40 points, permanent increase of 350 cursed energy. Yuki looked at the completed system task, and was in a great mood.
He walked up and patted Itadori Yuji's shoulder and said, "How do you feel?" "It's alright, that guy is busy in my brain at this moment, he seems to be very angry."
Itadori Yuji glanced around, and found that the high school he was reading at had been completely devastated, and said in surprise, "What the hell?
Is this a Syrian war-torn style school?" "Oops, I accidentally got too excited."
Yuki touched his head, and looked around. He found that the damage to the school was much more serious than he had imagined, and then took out his phone and called Ejichi Kiyotaka, who was in charge of support.
The call connected after 2 seconds, and Ejichi Kiyotaka's voice came from it, "What's wrong? Why are you calling so late, Sorcerer Yuki? Do you have something to order?" "I do."
Yuki scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said, "Please come to Sujisawa 3rd High School, I accidentally destroyed the school when I was exorcising the curse."
"How much is the area of destruction?" "About, let me see."
Yuki scanned his surroundings, 2 school buildings had been scrapped, the ground had to be rebuilt, and he didn't know about the other places. He said, "About half the school." Ejichi Kiyotaka was silent for a moment, and said, "I understand, please be more careful when you exorcise curses next time, Sorcerer Yuki."
Hee, got it, I'll definitely pay attention next time."
Yuki put the hung-up phone in his pocket, and said to Itadori Yuji, who was staring at his surroundings, "Alright, please come to Jujutsu High with me next."
"Why?" Itadori Yuji pointed at himself and said, "Didn't I not need to be exorcised anymore?"
"Yes, but you're going to change schools at this moment. First of all, congratulations, you're coming to Jujutsu High, you'll re-recognize this world. And you, as Ryaman Sukuna's vessel, must join Jujutsu High, otherwise you'll be exorcised on the spot." There was no threat in Yuki's words, as if he was just giving the boy a suggestion. He didn't need to comply, but he can only do as he was told.
"This person is so scary,"
Itadori Yuji complained in his heart.
"How is it, Yuki-san?"
Fushiguro Megumi landed steadily from the sky, looking at Itadori Yuji, who had regained control of his body next to him.
"It's nothing, I'm negotiating, letting him join Jujutsu High," Yuki said with a smile. "Is that so?"
Fushiguro Megumi saw that Itadori Yuji had an unwilling look on his face, and tugged at his sleeve. He said in a low voice, "Hurry up and agree, or Yuki-san will really attack."
"But,
Itadori Yuji remembered the seniors who had been attacked by the curse, and shouted, "By the way, where are the seniors?"
"Here." Himura Tama, who had come riding on Shura, shouted.
Itadori Yuji looked at the seniors who were lying on Shura's body, and quickly walked up, and extended his right hand and realized that the 2 were still alive, and then relaxed, and said with emotion, "That's great, they're still alive."
"You're no longer suitable to be with them, Itadori.
After all, you're Ryaman Sukuna's vessel at this moment." Yuki walked up, and took the initiative to exit Sage Mode. He used reverse curse technique to restore the two's injuries, and continued, "You have no right to choose in this matter, either join Jujutsu High, or be declared dead by the Jujutsu higher-ups." Any sensible person would choose to join Jujutsu High at this moment, and Itadori Yuji was no exception.
He thought for a moment, and asked, "Can I save more people if I exorcise curses?"
Yes. Megumi should have explained the dangers of curses to you, right? Every year, the number of unnatural disappearances and deaths is as high as 10,000.
You can consider it. I'm going to report to Gojo-sensei, goodbye. Yuki had only taken 2 steps when he turned his head and said, "Megumi and Tama, you two follow him, you'll be in the same year from now on, get to know each other." "Megumi, remember to hand over the mission to Ajichi Kiyotaka, I have something to do so I'll leave first." "Shura, let's go." "Okay, master."
Shura slowly lowered his body, and said to Himura Tama, who was on his body, "Please get off, my protection mission has been completed." Himura Tama glanced at Itadori Yuji, who had just exchanged blows with Senior Yuki, and shouted at the departing Yuki, "Take me with you, Senior Yuki."
"What if he goes crazy again? I'll die." "Hey! That's a very rude way to talk." Itadori Yuji shouted, "What do you mean I'll go crazy again? It was clearly Senior who let me release him. I'm very safe right now." "TCH, who believes you?" "It's probably because Senior Yuki is here, so that thing doesn't dare to come out, after all, he was hung up and beaten just now." Himura Tama was about to say something, but was stopped by Fushiguro Megumi, "You'll be classmates from now on, don't say that." "Himura Tama, I don't want to be with, hey." "Shura, don't go."
Shura saw that the girl on his body still wasn't getting off, and directly turned to the side, letting her roll off his body, and then ran happily to his master's back. If it wasn't for his master's instructions, he wouldn't let other people sit on his back, after all, he wasn't familiar with her. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon.
Patreon.com/Kane45.
Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day.
Saturday and Sunday, off. Chapter 88, JKNS, Chapter 88. 1936 words. Yuki didn't care what they were arguing about, his mission had been completed, and after reporting the process to Gojo Satoru, he would go join Maki and the others tomorrow. After all, he was a second-year student, and he still had missions to go out and carry out, he didn't have time to stay here and take care of the juniors. Of course, laziness was also a factor. Then he took out his phone from his pocket, and called Gojo Satoru. 5 seconds later. The call connected, and Gojo Satoru's voice came from it. "Yo! How's the mission going? Did you retrieve Sukuna's finger?"
"No, it was eaten by a guy named Itadori Yuji."
"What?"
"It was eaten, and that person became Sukuna's vessel. I've already taken the liberty of letting him join Jujutsu High, I believe you'll be very interested, Gojo-sensei."
"Hiss, where are they? I'll go over and take a look." Sujisawa 3rd High School.
Yuki had only finished speaking when the phone in his hand was hung up. The young man put the phone in his pocket, gently snapped his fingers to dispel the veil, looking at the scenery outside the school gate. He seemed to feel a familiar aura. The cursed energy was very faint, and it dissipated with a blow of the wind, to the point where he was a little unsure.
Was the dead Geto Suguru about to make a comeback? He still remembered the promise to protect Nanako and Mimiko.
But unfortunately, he hadn't met them since Geto Sugiru's death, although he really wanted them to find a place where they wouldn't be disturbed and live out their lives quietly, but it looked like that was impossible now. This was really annoying.
That Geto Suguru didn't let him rest even after he died. How about it? Come with me to complete what Geto Suguru didn't finish during his lifetime? I need your strength. In the alley. Nanako and Mimiko looked at the Geto-sama, who had originally died, appearing before their eyes, their pupils contracted violently. They had originally only received that woman's message and came over with curiosity. Although Geto-sama has already died, someone has inherited his will and body. Come with us, Nanako, Mimiko, you'll see what you want to see on Sujisawa Road. You bastard. Who are you? How dare you steal Geto-sama's noble corpse?
Mimiko's face was full of anger, and she took out a rope from the doll in her arms.
Nanako then opened the camera, and blue cursed energy floated on the camera. Ma, don't be like this. Geto Suguru raised his hands, and said with a smile, although I stole the body, would you really attack your beloved Geto-sama? How about we make a deal? What deal? Nanako pressed down on the rope in Mimiko's hand. She wanted to see what this person was going to do with Geto-sama's body. Come with me to overturn this era again, and then I'll return Geto Suguru's body to you intact. Geto Suguru's mouth raised a smile, his eyes full of expectations for the future world. The two looked at each other, and said, why should we believe you? Because I'm the one occupying this body right now, isn't that reason enough? Got it, we'll cooperate with you. The two only wanted to take back Geto-sama's body at this moment. After all, even if they overturned this world, they wouldn't have their beloved Geto-sama. After sending the two away, Geto Suguru looked at Sujisawa Third High School in the distance. He said, then next, it's time to find a time to meet my cute Yuki-kun. After all, he's very trustworthy, ha ha ha. The next day, Yuki got up early, bypassed Shura and the slug sage, who were lying on the ground sleeping, walked into the bathroom, washed up simply, and then put on his clothes, shouldered his sword and went out. It was too boring to stay at school. He should go find Maki and the others. He didn't want to worry about these juniors. He should just let the professional, Gojo-sensei, take the stage personally. He wasn't suitable. As soon as he closed the door, Gojo Satoru's voice came from the corridor. Yo! What are you planning to do? Going out, is there anything wrong? Gojo-sensei? Yuki turned around to look. Since you're going out, how about helping me pick up a freshman? Gojo Satoru put his arm around Yuki's shoulder casually. I'm going to join Maki and the others, and shouldn't picking up students be your job, Gojo-sensei? Yuki looked speechlessly at Gojo Satoru, who was sticking to him. This guy definitely thought it was too troublesome. Isn't this because of Itadori Yuji? The higher-ups, those old guys, know that he's become a vessel, and are now demanding that he be killed by name. I have to go and tangle with them today. Those guys are very annoying. How about you help me pick up your junior? Yuki's left cheek was being stuck to by Gojo Satoru at this moment, and his right cheek was being rubbed. He said, I understand. Can you stop rubbing my face? Okay, I'll send you an address in a bit. Bye-bye. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Gojo Satoru didn't waste any time, and left quickly. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Yuki was speechless, and then a message came on his phone. Gojo-sensei, the freshman is called Kujisaki Nobara, go pick her up in Shinjuku. I'll send you a photo, take your time to find her, oh. And by the way, help me test how her strength is, bye-bye. The girl's hair and pupils were orange, she had short hair, and her eyes revealed the word confidence, and she was wearing the Jujutsu High uniform. Yuki glanced at it and then put the phone in his pocket, and was even more certain in his heart that Gojo-sensei was just too lazy to pick her up. It was fine to let him pick up Himura Mafuyu before, but now he had to pick up Kujisaki Nobara. It was a little troublesome. 11:20 a.m. Shinjuku Street. Yuki, who was wearing casual clothes and carrying a backpack, appeared on the street. His height of 1.75 meters, coupled with his rather mature face, also attracted some passers-by to turn around and look. The muscle lines on his exposed arms are so perfect, and he looks very handsome. Should I help you go up and ask for his number? Never mind, maybe he has a girlfriend? We'll talk about it if he does. Yuki's black pupils stared at his surroundings, and then his gaze locked onto the girl who was watching her phone on the opposite side of the road. Just as he was about to walk over, a girl's voice came. Hello, handsome. Yuki looked over, and a beautifully dressed girl was looking at him with a smile at this moment, and asked, is there anything wrong? The girl pointed behind her, and said, my best friend wants your number, is it convenient for you to give it? Yuki glanced at her. A girl with a blushing face was 10 meters away from them at this moment, and declined, I'm sorry, I don't like weak girls, goodbye. After saying that, he walked towards the junior he was going to pick up, and the girl saw that the handsome had someone he liked, and then turned around and shook her head at the girl behind her, announcing the end of her love. Hello. Yuki walked up to Kujisaki Nobara, but was interrupted by her before he could finish speaking. I'm sorry, your pickup method is already outdated. Don't think that I'll take a liking to you just because you have a clean style and carry a black backpack. Go away, don't disturb me from waiting for someone. What was wrong with this girl? Did he look like he was picking up girls? Yuki hesitated for a moment, and took out his grade 2 sorcerer certificate and said, I'm Yuki, a second-year senior who's here to pick you up. Gojo-sensei has something to do today. Kujisaki Nobara was dumbfounded looking at the grade 2 sorcerer certificate in Yuki's hand, and then remembered what she had just said to him, and quickly apologized. I'm really sorry, Senior Yuki, please treat what I said just now as if it didn't happen. How about I treat you to milk tea as compensation? It's nothing. Looking at Kujisaki Nobara, who who was bowing her head and apologizing. Yuki didn't mean to blame her. After all, it felt like it was rare to see such an interesting junior, that Megumi guy was too rigid, and now that he had 3 treasures all at once, he wouldn't be annoyed to death. He said, "It's almost noon, do you want to go eat, my treat?" Food. Yes, yes. Kojisaki Nobara's eyes started to sparkle when she heard that she could eat something delicious. She asked, "What are we eating, what are we eating?" "I want to go eat steak, hairy crabs, caviar, and..." "At a high-end restaurant." Was this child going to order everything that was expensive? Yuki was speechless. He knew that he shouldn't have been so polite. He should have just dragged her over to exorcise a cursed spirit, test her strength, and then throw her to Fushiguro. But now that he had already said those polite words, he should just let his wallet bleed once. It was really troubling. "The total is 203,000 yen, the change has been removed, will you be paying in cash or by card?" Facing the waiter's smiling greeting, Yuki's trembling right hand slowly took out his bank card from his pocket and said, "Pay, by card." "Thank you for your patronage, Yuki-senpai." Kojisaki Nobara was holding a hairy crab leg in her hand at this moment, and didn't have any apology on her face. "It's nothing, it's just this once." Although Yuki said that, he was calculating this debt on Gojo-sensei's head in his heart. Although his wallet had bled a lot, he had also talked a lot with this junior, such as what he was most concerned about. Why did you join Jujutsu High? After all, Principal Yaga had asked him that back then, and he remembered it deeply. However, Kojisaki Nobara's reply to him was also very interesting. She had come to be herself. After all, she would get paid every month for participating in Jujutsu High, and it could be said that it was a very perfect job, except for the danger. After eating, the two walked out of the restaurant. Yuki took her to the test point this time, a clothing building that had gone bankrupt due to poor finances. Even from 100 meters away, one could feel the negative aura coming from it, because ordinary people would feel depressed when passing by here, so slowly no one would deliberately pass by here. Yuki said, "This is today's practical test, you can do it, right?" Kojisaki Nobara. "Humph. Just let Yuki-senpai see my strength." Kojisaki Nobara, who was full, lifted her skirt with a confident look on her face, took out the hammer tied to it, and walked towards the high-rise building. Underscore 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 underscore. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Kane45. Tier, $10 casual reader, plus 20 advanced chapter. $20 intermediate reader, plus 40 advanced chapter. $40 expert reader, plus 80 advanced chapter. Update, Monday to Friday, update 3 chapters a day. Saturday and Sunday, off. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.